Next on America's Day of the Races, it's a stake-packed Saturday as we kick off an extended July 4th weekend of coverage. Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher is eyeing some big prizes this weekend in the Stephen Foster, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic, the John Nerud, and in the Dwyer, which could be a stepping stone to the Travers. Life is Good tops that trio of stars for Pletcher, widely regarded as one of the most brilliant horses in training. He looks to get back on track after a rare defeat in the Dubai World Cup. Pletcher is hoping Charge It is ready for a big second half of the season. He'll make his first start since breathing issues compromise his chances in the Kentucky Derby. And closing weekend at the Churchill Downs Spring Meet is full of fireworks on track. With Stephen Foster Saturday, Wicked Halo, she's in top form. She'll try and string together back-to-back stakes wins in the Tepin for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen. All that and more coming up on a special Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races here on FS1 and regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us. Gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Elmont, New York, with a couple of big stakes races and horses eyeing large targets this summer at Saratoga, with both Life is Good using potentially this John Nerud as a stepping stone to the Whitney, and Charge It perhaps using this Dwyer as a stepping stone to that Travers this summer. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, and our ABR race of the week is that John Nerud. We're going to talk about John Nerud, the man, a little bit later on in the program. Such a big impact on this game. Life is Good, in a brief career to this point, has already had a very large impact on this game.
He's brilliant. He's fast. He has the inside. This is a stepping off point for him, though. He's a race that they're hoping gets him to the Whitney in the fashion they want to. Here he is winning, going a mile and 1/8 at Gulfstream over the winter. He was in very, very good form.
And this was grabbing the lead as easy as could be against one of the quickest horses we have seen in many, many years. Who was your horse of the year?
I mean, he's capable of going a half in 44, which we witnessed in the Allen Jerkins last summer. 46 for him is pretty easy. That's comfortable, even though it's fast for the distance. He's just a very efficient, fast horse.
And in terms, look, he's coming off a rare defeat. He's only lost twice in his career. One of them was that gutsy battle off a layoff against Jackie's Warrior when he came back off the bench off an injury. Lost it a mile and a quarter on a deep track at Dubai. You had mentioned, too, we talked about it before, a very hot pace in that race. You're not too concerned about that effort?
I'm not really at all. I mean, he still ran well there. I mean, he didn't win, but he was only beaten 2.5 lengths. And for a track that was on the demanding, tiring side, he set a fast pace. Mile and a quarter might be stretching him to his outer limits. We know 7/8 is well within his scope, and he's already won, a big race, a grade 1 at a mile and 1/8.
Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner as well. We know how good he is in that, 7/8 to a mile range. Speaker's Corner appears again to be his main competition. You got to hand it to Belmont and company to come back with this horse against the likes of a Life is Good. When they just ran on Belmont Stakes Day in the Met Mile and got beat up by Flightline, it's a pretty quick return for one of the best milers in the country.
Yeah, I don't think he ran his A race by any means. He wasn't going to beat Flightline under any circumstances, but he caved in, pretty readily. Comes back on short rest, but it's Bill Mott, comes in off a good work. Hall of Fame conditioner, knows what his horses are capable of. The thing about this race that I keep going back to, Greg, is it's essentially a match race. Speaker's Corner and Life is Good. Life is Good, this is a race they've already stated is to try to set him up for the Whitney. If they go all in with Speaker's Corner and treat this like a match race, does Life is Good really want to engage with him and go hammer and tong for 7 furlongs?
I don't think Speaker's Corner can keep up with Life is Good in any scenario early on. He's too quick.
Even if he's sent right from the start?
I do not think so. I think Life is Good is just too quick. We'll find out.
I agree with you. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint, if you don't want it to be a real hard comeback race, if you're the other camp, I'm going to try to make it a real hard comeback race for you and maybe take you out of your comfort zone.
He just goes so fast, so easily, and for him,
good point.
It's not like he's exerting himself to do it.
That's the right way to put it. Going fast comes very easily to Life is Good.
But Speaker's Corner, if he has any designs to try and win this race, he's going to have to put the heat on. It's going to be fun not just to watch the showdown, but to watch these two battle early.
Well, and again, it's a little bit of a chess match. How do the riders approach it? Again, knowing that Life is Good is coming off a bit of a layoff, wanting to use this as a springboard to the Whitney. Do you take it to him right from the bell if you're Jose Ortiz on Speaker's Corner? That to me is the intriguing part. And maybe even if he attempts to, he's just not naturally fast enough.
That is coming up in race 4. Some early fireworks on this Saturday card on July 4th weekend. Meanwhile, Churchill Downs, it is Stephen Foster's Saturday. And we're going to bring you a couple of stakes races on the program, including the Tepin, part of that Stephen Foster undercard. Obviously, things changing a little bit with them not using the turf course, and now this is the Tepin dirt stake where Wicked Halo comes in off a stakes win for trainer Steve Asmussen, one of his gun runners. 3-year-old filly by gun runner is coming off a stakes win on this racetrack at 7/8 of a mile.
Yeah, and the race now is scratched down to a smaller field. It feels like it just made her job a bit easier. She's talented. She puts herself in the game. I honestly think with the scratches now, she's probably just controlling the race from the lead.
And she's probably going to be odds on in here. This is Wicked Halo in a battle in that stakes win last time out. She eventually would pull away to win pretty easily late against Pretty Birdie, she's really talented. She won that opener, the Schuylerville and Saratoga's opening day last summer, and she's actually progressed and become very good since then. That was putting away a pretty nice filly.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Steve Asmussen's horses continually improve. It's like he gets them ready for the challenge that's directly in front of them to build them to the next challenge. He's a trainer that is just so good at doing it in increments.
That is race 6 on the card. We'll bring that one to you live a little bit later on. It'll kick off the late pick 5 on this Churchill program on Stephen Foster's Saturday. Let's take a look at today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. Bringing the entire card, races 1 through 10 on a fast and firm conditions here in New York today. That John Nerud battle with Life is Good Speaker's Corner is in the 4th, and then the Dwyer for 3-year-olds with Charge It and the upstart Nabokov. They go head-to-head in race 8 on the card, Churchill Downs. We have a lot coming up as well. They're just 8 minutes away from their opener. You could play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. That offer, punch in that code MATCH200 at sign up and get that $200 deposit match bonus. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Luis Saez, trip to Kentucky's got some big mounts coming up under the Twin Spires. None bigger than the New York bred American Revolution, trying to get back to his winning ways in the Stephen Foster later this afternoon.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
one of his strong selling points is he's the only son of Dubois that stands in Kentucky. Dubois' sons have had a great year in last year in Europe, and there's no reason that DeMarchelier cannot be one of those successful sons as well. He comes from a great European family. He was basically 3 for 3 in his race career. I know Peter Brand and Chad Brown both thought he had a ton of talent.
This horse has got pedigree, so again, he's as well bred as any horse standing in central Kentucky right now. And being by Dubois, and I mean, the horse had plenty of ability, plenty of talent.
Dubois is out of Dubai Millennium, who was by Seeking the Gold. So again, Claiborne connection, just a couple generations back. But Dubois is one of the greatest sires in European stud book history, probably. And that's not hyperbole. I mean, you just look at the results of, he's just so many successful sons at stud as well.
And the line goes back to Seeking the Gold. And I mean, Seeking the Gold stood here at one point, obviously, and was very successful in his own right. Dubai Millennium was a very good racehorse, and Dubois turned out to be a very, very successful sire. I mean, he's probably better than anything in that line at this point.
He's a little different sire. He's a more European kind of built stud. He's not one of those big, strong dirt horses like you usually are accustomed to seeing, but he's really stamps his foals, which is always a good sign for me.
The sons of Dubois right now are lighting it up, so we hope that he's the one.
There's just as much money on turf as there is dirt, and it's more aesthetically pleasing, they say. So a lot of close finishes on turf, and it's just, you look out in the fields, that's what the horses are running on. They're running on the turf. So hopefully the trend turns here in the next decade or so in America, where turf sires can be commercial.
Another great addition to that stallion roster, legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. When did you take a trip there?
I was there two years ago now, and 3 years ago. Incredible feeling. You turn onto the lane into the farm, and you know that you're on hallowed ground. The sense of history there is palpable, and everything is just so immaculate and beautiful. And going to the Stallion Barn and seeing Stall 1 and the plaque with all the champions that have stood there, it's really an amazing place. What an impact they've had on this sport. Here's our post spread from the opener. Churchill maiden special weight, 6 furlongs. This is Hill of Tara, start number 3. Yeah, ran pretty well last time. Has the inside, going 6 furlongs, needs to hold position. Gun Runner, first-time starter for the man who trained Gunner, Steve Asmussen. Gun Runner just off to a white-hot start at stud, and Hallow Point taking some money from strong connections. Leading second crop sire again, as expected, after that amazing freshman year. Ironsides at 19-1. Yeah, Ironside's not taking a lot of money, comes in off of a steady but unspectacular work tab. Zaichi, big price, first-time out, Robertino Diodoro. Yeah, didn't warrant much attention first time, and is cold on the board again. That's 5 getting bet like you can't lose. A son on West Coast, start number 2 for Eddie Keneally. Well, he started at 5.5, ran extremely well, was second best to Curly Jack, and he has the foundation, the benefit of a race under his belt. Kenny McPeak with a first-time son of Honor Code, Rarefied Flair, 33-1. Rarefied Flair taking no money whatsoever for a barn that is really, really having a good stand at Churchill. Syntactic, Nyquist runner for the man who trained him, Doug O'Neill. Yeah, and Redham Racing, who campaigned Nyquist as well. Again, another one that if we're going to go by the board, we're just not getting that signal that he's been flashy in the mornings. Here's Luis Saez. We told you going to break. He's going to ride American Revolution, couple other stakes mounts as well. Teaming up with D. Wayne Lucas here. Making his 4th start. One thing about Wayne, he's not bashful about running horses if they're doing well, and this horse has got more experience than the rest of the field. Beware, a horse who took money last time out, now being ignored. Cigarette Boat was an even money favorite last start. Yeah, and he attended the pace, and he just seemed to kind of give it up. Now he adds blinkers, but a horse that was favored last time really not getting the attention that maybe he warrants. Chris Hartman, first-time starter. Saboro's Grace just went by with a rider change, Francisco Arrieta. And here's the 11 for Ian Wilkes. Incredible start for this sire, Bolt Doro. Bolt Doro really came out swinging as far as being a first-crop stallion. Mr. Bingo taking money from a stable. Ian Wilkes, terrific horseman. who doesn't crank his horses up to win first time. Not that he can't win with firsters, it's just that their philosophy is to kind of build a horse into a career. The fact that this horse is 5-1 makes him, to me, extremely live.
Yes, he is really known as a patient trainer. And we talk about the sire, Bolt d'Oro, 8 for 18 to start out with his freshman crop.
You know, you think about some of the most successful stallions over the years, going back to Northern Dancer and horses like Danzig, horses that weren't huge horses, but they were so well balanced, so well put together. And I think of Bolt d'Oro in that frame, that, you know, a horse that wasn't, you know, this huge imposing individual, but he had such a perfectly balanced body.
And this horse, we never know what was asked for in the morning, but you look 2 works back at Churchill, gate drill, second quickest of 156 runners in the morning. You would think and he's being bet like there's some ability there.
Yeah, and again, from a trainer who doesn't look for fast works, he's not trying to squeeze them hard in the morning. So obviously this horse was able to do that most likely well within himself.
So at 5-1, that 11 horse, Mr. Bingo, who we've been talking about, co-second choice on the board, still all that money. Favoritism to the 5 Boxster, start number 2 for the son of West Coast, former Travers winner. And certainly a barn that moves them forward second time out.
It's interesting, too, Greg, that, you know, now they're stretching the babies out. Now we saw a 6 furlong race here yesterday, now a 6 furlong race at Churchill today. The horses, these babies, building into these longer distances.
Travis Stone to get our Stephen Foster Day card underway. Here are the first from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Moe's Treasure stumbled a bit, nonetheless broke near the top, but Boxster comes blasting out of there. Zaitzu toward the inside, and Moe's Treasure is right there too. Ironsides comes through toward the rail. Down the backstretch run, Zaitzu up to grab the lead with 5 furlongs to go. Boxster's hounding every step so far, and Moe's Treasure is right there on the outside in third. Hill of Tara from the inside post is racing up 4 wide into 4th. Cigarette Boat comes away 5th with Ironside 6th and toward the rail. 3 lengths back, Mr. Bingo 7th. Hollow Point is 8th by 4. Rarefied Flares losing ground back in 9th. Suburro's Grace in 10th. The trailer Syntactic. Round the far turn, they tore through that quarter in 22 seconds flat in a 3-ply battle to the quarter pole. Zaitzu, Boxster, and Moe's Treasure on the outside. 3 of them off the turn. Boxster's back to third. Zaitzu's the leader heading for the 8th pole, but Moe's Treasure's coming on, and Cigarette Boat is bearing down in third. 1 furlong to go. Zaitzu digs down deep. Moe's Treasure's been trying to get by. Cigarette Boat is coming on late. 50 yards remaining. Zaitzu still there, and Zaitzu does it. 32-1. Cigarette Boat is up for second. Moe's Treasure was third, and Rarefied Flare was fourth.
Robertino Diodoro, we saw him win last summer, Saratoga, with a 36-1 shot in a 2-year-old race. Nearly as big again here with Zaichi, 32-1.
Yeah, big improvement from his first start. He didn't show as much speed. He broke alertly last time, just didn't have the kind of speed he showed today, going from the 5 furlongs to the 6 furlongs. Obviously, the race really kind of put his mind straight. Being by Lauban, you would expect that distance would be a friend. Really nice run from the 9. Cigarette Boat worked out a great trip under Joe Talamo, just could not get by Zaichi.
32-1 to kick off the program on Stephen Foster Day at Churchill Downs. Back to New York, and we have a 2-year-old race with fillies coming up to kick off our Saturday card here in Elmont. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's brought to you by their exciting freshman sire, who we were just speaking of, Bolt d'Oro, off to that tremendous beginning coming in today, and won with 8 of his first 18 starters. How about that? 5.5 furlongs in this maiden special weight to begin the card here in New York. Let's welcome in for the first time on the program on this Saturday afternoon, Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we see a daughter of Bolt Doro on the outside. We will get to her in a moment as she is taking a lot of early money. But we'll begin with the Pletcher duo, number 5 in here, Fly High, sold for $320,000. This daughter of Gun Runner, who, this year it's Bolt Doro, last year it was Gun Runner. We'll see if he can keep the momentum going. But I really liked her sales workout, and it was on the dirt. The Phasig tipped-in March sale is at Gulfstream Park, and she did it with the utmost ease. The rider was motionless. She worked 10-1, and while she is a smaller type, and she's kind of exactly what I anticipated here in the paddock while watching that workout video, she really covers the ground proficiently and has a long stretchy stride to her, which is evident even at the walk in that gait too. So she's been very professional, very fit coming in here. Her 2 fillies to the outside are a little bit more imposing than her from the size standpoint, but I respect her and I like her here. So we'll move on to Todd's other horse. That's number 6, Ransom Style, kind of as I anticipated watching her sales work out. She's a bit of a bigger type. I didn't like the way she moved as much, albeit over the synthetic surface while she worked 10-1, kind of moves a bit wider through her knees, but she also does look like a quick type of runner. She has those elevated hindquarters. She's very strong behind the saddle, and she comes in here incredibly well prepared. It's much of the same. Been working here for 12 years and looking at Todd Pletcher 2-year-olds for all of that. They all look the same coming over for their debuts. But taking a lot of attention is a Tony Dutrow firster. We saw Tony win with a first-time out 2-year-old on the turf earlier this week. And Tribal Queen, yes, that daughter of Bolt Doro, the dam half to Fugitive Angel, who was a greatest stakes winner on the turf, as well as Anthony's Cross, who could handle the turf, but also won the Robert Lewis on dirt. We'll see how she does. The Bolt Doros have been very proficient on the dirt, obviously. Does have a little bit of a turf hoof, I will say that to her. But Tony opts to run her here. Lots of conditioning, lots of substance to this filly. She definitely has a older or more mature physical and even mental presence than some of her other foes in here. She looks as though she could be fast. My main concern about her, honestly, Greg, are fitness levels. The other horses just look a bit more fit than she does. She's kind of 90% there.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to our post parade here coming up in a moment. This, of course, kicks off the card and means an early pick 5 begins here. Almost 300,000 already in this early pick 5 pool. So let's take a look at one of the Todd Pletcher runners. Right now at 9-2, Ransom Style. This was the OBS work. And wound up selling for $120,000, a daughter of Ransom the Moon.
Yeah, and this is on a synthetic surface at OBS and getting over the ground well and reaching out nicely. I always have a little bit of a harder time judging the workouts on synthetic and how that may translate to dirt, but you got to like how professional she was there.
Flavian Pratt will have the mount. We start with the entry. Apple Picker's going to have post 2. It's the daughter of Connect for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, lures Johnny Velasquez, Hall of Famer, who's been riding in tremendous form.
Connect top 10 as a second crop sire. Entry mate Maria from Miami will break right next door, daughter of Candy Ride.
And you get Jose Gomez, hot apprentice rider. You're looking forward to seeing him compete in Saratoga. And, Rudy's very proficient with first-time starters.
The rail, we'll go to this filly here, a daughter of Tapizar for Tom Albertrani.
Yeah, you see just a little bit shy about the pony. She's hooking up now. Tom Albertrani, a trainer that gets his horses prepared but doesn't necessarily crank them up to win first time.
Graceful, daughter of Union Rags. Manny Franco gets the mount.
Yeah, you get Manny Franco, Mitch Friedman, not taking a lot of money, so you wonder. Nice looking filly. Look at a pretty smart looking filly.
Next door, here's a gun runner filly for Todd Pletcher, Rapoli stable with Jose Ortiz.
Well, gun runner needs no introduction. He's been a terrific sire, his second crop now with these 2-year-olds. Very well schooled, as all of Todd Pletcher's horses are.
Beautiful appearance as well. The other Todd Pletcher runner, this is the Ransom the Moon filly we showed you in that OBS workout.
You know, watching that work and then just kind of looking at it from a physical perspective, and I want to get Maggie's take on this, I think she'll appreciate as she starts to go further. I wonder if 5.5 might not be a little sharp for her.
And, wow, this is big favoritism here from a 4-to-1 morning line. We always say pay attention to the board, especially with these first-time starters and 2-year-olds, where the money goes. It is going to this daughter of Bolt Doro.
You know, Bolt Doro's off to that hot start. Anthony Dutro's won with, I think, the last 3 first-time starters he's put on the racetrack. Terrific horseman. I see what Maggie's saying, you know, that maybe she could look just a bit more tucked up, but it is 5.5, and Tony is good at getting firsters ready.
We will have our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. 2-year-old fillies in the opener from Belmont when we come back.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Tobias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on FS1. Great to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. Program brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa as we get set for our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, and that is the favorite still, Tribal Queen, the daughter of Bolt Doro, who's leading the freshman crop sire list with a brilliant beginning. Javier Castellano will be aboard. Got to deal with a couple of Todd Pletcher runners, though, making their debuts as well, including Fly High and those Micropoli Silks.
Yeah, Fly High, $320,000 2-year-old in training purchase. Todd's so good at getting his young horses ready. Got a pretty full dance card today, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. A couple of names stand out on that list. Life is Good, one of the best horses in training in this game right now, will be the odds-on favorite in that John Nerud. Charge It in the Dwyer, not to mention we're going to see his New York bred Grade 1 winner American Revolution later this afternoon. We won't have it on our air, but that's going to be in the Stephen Foster.
Yeah, Todd hitting on all cylinders, has horses in different jurisdictions, and they're all live. Look, not one horse today over 5-to-1 morning line.
Let's head back down to Maggie.
Let's take a look at the Rudy Rodriguez entry for Mike Dubb and company, beginning with number 1, Apple Picker, who I thought it was interesting, the jockey bookings, but yet I'm still going to go with the 1A. But talking about Apple Picker, she is the daughter of Connect. She's really solid, really well muscled. She moved proficiently out here on the racetrack, a little bit more of a subdued warm-up relative to her coupled stablemate in here. But I like her. As Meg was saying, Rudy can get a firster to win, and both of his fillies have been incredibly athletic. I just actually liked the pedigree a bit more and the warm-up a bit more with the 1A. Maria from Miami, maybe I'm totally off base here, with his daughter of Candy Ride. The dam she won first time out is half to a sprinter by the name Sequin, who actually won on both, or all three surfaces, I should say. And this girl moved great in the warm-up. I love what Jose Gomez did. He broke her away from the pony. She put her head right down and bowled along nicely into the bridle. She indicates to me that she could have a bit of speed in here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they are aggressive, obviously, with Jose on her back. You know, Greg, I was kind of betwixt and between. I really like the 5. I really like Fly High. But I don't know, maybe it's by design. Jose Ortiz did absolutely nothing with her in the warm-up. Just jogged her along, very placid type of warm-up, and that's kind of the way she is out here. Maybe she needs woken up a bit. And two, kind of judging the workouts, I don't know if they work together, but Ransom Style and her have a gate breeze coming in here on the same day. And at least on times, it would appear as though Ransom Style worked a lot better than she did. But I just can't wait till we're up at Saratoga and XBTV starts having the workouts in the morning for all the spa babies.
Yeah, it certainly helps to get that extra information. But, yeah, Ransom Style, the stablemate of this one you're looking at, the 5, that would be the 6 horse, earned the bullet when they worked together out of the gate in that quick 48-3 move.
You know I'm not a fan of a sedentary warm-up. I like horses to warm up. You're asking them to go from 0 to 40, from a standstill to a full run. I just think it's important to have them limbered up, have their blood pumping, have their lungs opened up a little bit. I just don't think you're doing a horse. Now, there's exceptions to everything, but I don't think you're doing the majority of horses any favors by not warming them up aggressively.
5-2 on Fly High, so we'll see if she shows a little more life once those gates open. She right now, and there she is again, the more highly regarded, at least on the tote board, of the 2 from Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher.
And the money that the 7's taken has to be significant. She has had to have turned heads in the morning. She's got a couple nice gate works. Anthony Dutro is doing such good work with his first-time starters and having a terrific Belmont spring-summer stand.
You know, as many 2-year-olds that you were on in your career and ones that were debuting, how many times in, you know, talking with trainers and what they knew about them coming into it, did they surprise you and run beyond expectations?
Well, most of the time, if I was riding a first-time starter, I had worked them. Very rarely.
So they don't always run in the afternoon like they do in the morning.
No, and you can see sometimes that the ones that get a little bit shook up or worried about things and they kind of lose their composure, and you understand what happens. And sometimes they just don't break as well as you would expect, and they take the kickback for the first time. It takes them a little while to figure it out, and then they'll find their stride and come running. But that's one thing I really enjoyed, was getting that familiarity with horses in the morning, so I really had confidence in them going into races, particularly first-timers.
Well, it's going to be a learning experience for everybody. All of these fillies making their career debut. Coming up as we see Graceful step in line with Manny Franco. Favorite throughout has been this Bolt Doro first-time starter from the outside post for Tony Dutro with Javier Castellano. We see one of the Pletchers move in there. And those Rapoli Silks again. Gunrunner filly for Pletcher. With Jose Ortiz, this is the one Mackie said been pretty quiet on the racetrack.
It's interesting, too. A lot of the riders have been going up to Saratoga on the days off from Belmont and working horses. So you wonder if Jose maybe had an opportunity to work this filly up there.
So our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Let's go to John Imbriel to kick things off.
Field of 7 in this opener. They're going 5.5 furlongs, and we are set for the start. And they're off. Hesitant break for number 3, Mysterious Stare from the rail. She's at the back of the pack. Up front it is Apple Picker, who has the early lead, in front by 1.5 lengths. Tribal Queen, the favorite, is racing in second, 2.5 lengths, to Ransom Style, who is next in third. And now moving up is Fly High from fourth, followed on the inside by Maria from Miami. And then it is Graceful, and the trailer is Mysterious Stare, the quarter 23-1. Apple Picker, the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Tribal Queen is running in second, and then comes Ransom Style and Fly High. Those two right together, third and fourth. And Maria from Miami, and the 2-year-old maiden fillies head for home with Apple Picker, the one to catch. Tribal Queen on the outside in second. It is Apple Picker down at the rail. Tribal Queen on the outside in second. Then Fly High and Maria from Miami. It is Apple Picker who has something left here in the stretch, and she has opened up. Apple Picker wins her debut under Johnny Velasquez. Tribal Queen was second. Maria from Miami finished third. Fly High was fourth.
Apple Picker broke exceptionally sharp out of the gate with Hall of Famer John Velasquez. Bit of a weird step in the stretch, but then found more and just pulled away from Tribal Queen.
Watch her change her right lead. She kind of then took a little step in towards the rail. Johnny had to kind of straighten her up there. And then she just kind of kicked on again. It looked like she was waiting on her competition a little bit. I thought the tell was Johnny Velasquez getting the call on this horse. Rudy reaching out to Johnny. It feels like one of those things where Johnny probably went to him and said, "You got a live one I could ride?" And he said, "I got one for you," because this filly was very professional and very well meant.
105-4 the final time, and yeah, just found another gear about mid-stretch to pull away from the horse filly who was bet down to favoritism, Tribal Queen. Apple Picker, daughter of Connect, out of a Yes It's True mare for Rudy Rodriguez, owned by Michael Dubb, and the Hall of Famer John Velasquez aboard for the victory at 3-1 to kick off our Saturday card.
Yeah, and a nice try from Tribal Queen, first time out, probably improved with the race, and the 1A finished well after taking kickback and kind of backing out. So Rudy first and third here at Apple Picker with Johnny Velasquez, gate to wire.
1-7, 1A5, so 1-7-5 in terms of your trifecta. 3-1 start to the Saturday card here in New York. We're going to take a timeout. Apple Picker broke sharp, impressive in the debut, leading every step of the way at this 5.5 furlong distance in her debut. We'll be back right after this.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you here on FS1, our live coverage of America's Day at the Races, with action from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs. Our first at Belmont, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Apple Picker from the get-go, looked very sharp out of the gate.
Really professional, broke sharply, was able to make the lead, got very comfortable in a nice rhythm, and actually was drawing away late, found more through the stretch on the Johnny Velasquez.
Goes off at 3-1. Hall of Famer John Velasquez hopping off after the picture. First time out, and that's a good feeling with a 2-year-old. $8.60 for the win. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Pleasure to join Rudy Rodriguez in the winner's circle, an apple picker. Rudy, you kind of tipped your hand a little bit by possibly booking the Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the irons.
Oh, he always asks me for a horse, and I wanted to pick something nice and easy and she can run, and she always shows some talent, so just happy to see perform the way they do him in the morning for sure.
Rudy, we often see you proficient with your 2-year-olds, and I notice in the mornings you are one of the first guys to get them into your barn, talking about early spring. Do you think that it makes a major factor in winning these early 2-year-old races?
I guess so. Mikey, you try to put them there together. I'm just excited to work with the young horses again, and to have the young fields like this, and you see everywhere they go better, they go backwards, and issues in the way, so it's always you got to pay attention in the morning and see when the chin's coming up and when they don't want to eat, they get hit. So, but this is so good, thank God.
Which is more rewarding, bringing along a 2-year-old to win first time out, or kind of resurrecting a horse maybe that you claimed back into their good class?
Everything is good, Maggie. You still got to put the work on, and we just got to keep working, and hopefully they pay us off.
An apple picker paid you off. A nice run for third, too, from Maria from Miami, too. Congrats, Rudy.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
All right, Rudy Rodriguez, always a pleasure to catch up, and he always has those 2-year-olds ready to run. Craig?
Thank you, Maggie. He's got a very talented 4-year-old filly as well, one of the best filly mare sprinters in the country. Bella Sophia is going to try and pull off the test ballerina double at Saratoga later this summer. Won the test last year.
Yeah, nice. I mean, she's come back in great form. She's fast, and she's determined. She'll fight you for it.
5.5 furlong sprint coming up here in race 2 at Churchill. Big scratch with special reserve coming out, and that makes Necker Island right now the favorite.
Necker Island turned back to 6 furlongs last time, ran extremely well, and now turns back another 16, 5.5, kind of a specialized distance.
Jalen Journey, graded stakes winner for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, if he could find that race he ran in Saratoga last summer, he'd be pretty rugged here, wouldn't he?
Here's Robo Man. He's been on the turf the last 2. His last start at Churchill on dirt was sensational, a maiden win.
His best race has been on dirt at Churchill Downs.
Tom Amos sends out long weekend. He's got some big efforts in the past.
Well, this could be a hunch play. Long weekend on a long weekend.
Long range Toddy. He ran a big number last start. He was beat by the very talented Bango, who's probably the top competition to Aloha West later today.
Yeah, finished behind Necker Island, but he turns back into the 16th, and he does have speed with Luis Saez.
Manny Wah, Joel Rosario aboard at 11-1.
Can Joel Rosario weave his magic 5.5 on the dirt and produce this horse late?
And you talked about this being a specialized distance. This is the horse who's probably the best at this 5.5 furlongs, Hollis.
He's 5 for 8 at 5.5 furlongs with 3 seconds. So he's never been out of the exacta going 5.5 furlongs. And every time I see the name Hollis, I just think about the train stop. Next stop, Hollis. First 2 cars, stone platform.
Stop before I get off at Queens Village every afternoon when I come to the racetrack. Minute to post in this second coming. I saw this race being a lot tougher than what the board reflects. Obviously, Necker Island in very good form. He was just second, the one horse I'm talking about, to Bango. And I mentioned later that Kelly's Landing. Bango, he will be likely that second choice to your Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Aloha West.
Yeah, listen, he's coming out of a really good race. He was turning back from mile races, a steady diet of mile races, and I think that really intensified his late kick. He finished well. I know it's only 110 yards different, but 5.5 is a race that's run hard from the bell, and horses don't necessarily come back as much, particularly in dirt racing. Necker Island's on the inside. He's going to have to take the kickback, which comes back even harder in these shorter races. The horses are digging in front of you. They're throwing it back more. He's going to have to work out a trip.
This 3-horse is a very interesting horse. He just misses in his debut at Churchill. Start number 2. Not only does he dominate the competition in the maiden group at this racetrack, he wins by 8.5 lengths. He earns a 93 Beyer speed figure doing it. And then they put him on the grass in his next 2 starts.
And he ran well on the grass. He didn't run quite as fast.
Curious move, though.
Well, I guess maybe being by Vancouver, they felt that that was a direction to go. I think he's getting back to the site of his best race, Churchill Downs, sprinting on the dirt.
And that figure that he earned, granted it was a maiden win, if he can move forward off that, that was as a 3-year-old. This is the 4-year-old debut coming up. If he could just naturally progress, he could be right in the mix against some very tough competition. There's Necker Island, though, the 1 horse. That's the horse to beat. Chris Hartman trains, and he's a stakes winner at 6 furlongs at this racetrack. He won the Bet on Sunshine. He beat a couple of nice ones named Mucho and Sir Alfred James. As we take a look now at long-range Toddy for Dallas Stewart.
Yeah, Luis Saez stays put, rides his horse.
6 horse.
6 horse, long-range Toddy. Rode him in the Aristides stake. Was behind Necker Island that day, but within 2 noses of Necker Island. And Luis Saez sticks, and he's got a little bit more speed, I think, than Necker Island, so maybe he works out a better trip. I couldn't get past Hollis. That gaudy record going 5.5.
It is an incredible record, but his success has come in the Midwest. It's come at Oaklawn Park. We'll see if he can reproduce it at Churchill Downs.
He is 0 for 3 at Churchill, but he does have a second, and he got a good figure that day. Good outside draw. Raylu Gutierrez riding well. 8 tries at the distance, 5 wins, 3 seconds.
And we covered most of his races at Oaklawn during that meet. The one that kind of wowed everybody, and we thought, oh, wow, maybe we have a horse who's going to be in the sprint conversation this year. That 109 Beyer, when he went this distance, 5.5 furlongs in early December.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge run. He defeated Nashville that day.
There he is. He's the last in line. We're set. Race 2 from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. Hollis from the far outside, breaking on top. Long-range Toddy sent on for speed. So too Necker Island toward the rail. And Jalen Journey comes up between them. But it's Hollis the quickest out of there from the outside post to the rail. Long-range Toddy's up into second. Jalen Journey third. Necker Island had to pump on the brakes a few times there. Lost a few spots while doing so. Meanwhile, Long Weekend with clear sailing on the outside advances all the way up into third. Jalen Journey's racing fourth. Necker Island is back on track now, coming off the rail from fifth. Roboman is sixth, and Maniwa, the trailer, in seventh. At the quarter pole, Hollis turning for home. In front by 2. Long range Toddy, Long Weekend, Necker Island down toward the rail. Racing for the 8th pole, Hollis in front by 4. Necker Island's coming off the rail for a final try. Long Weekend and Long Range Toddy. It is still Hollis in front. Final try, Necker Island. Hollis won it. Gate to wire. Tough Luck Necker Island second. Long Range Toddy was third, and Long Weekend checks in fourth.
Hollis with the win. There's no question, though, who's best in this race. Necker Island, the 1 horse, has to take up in here, drop back, and he still nearly gets to the wire first.
Yeah, he lost position. Very unlucky there. Wasn't quite enough up in there. For people that don't know, it's almost an unwritten rule. If you're not all the way in a spot going to the turn, you have to be all the way out of the spot. You can't have just your horse's neck in that spot and claim ownership to that spot. He got squeezed, had a take up, and really was game to rally again after being stymied like that, especially at a short distance like 5.5 furlongs.
Huge performance from this horse in the end. I believe only beat about a half length for all of it. Credit to Hollis, though. Sharp out of the gate. He is quick early and proving. I got a little lucky here with the assist from the trouble from Necker Island, but proves he can win outside of Oaklawn.
And Hollis, having speed shows you how important speed is, particularly at 5.5.
3-year-olds getting ready to do battle in the Grade 3 Dwyer still to come. Charge It, runner-up finisher in the Florida Derby for Todd Pletcher. And the upstart Nabaka for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt coming off a big maiden win.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Tepin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races on FS1. Regional networks across the country as well. You can play all the races we bring you by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. That's the code to use for new members at sign up, match 200. And you get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus when you go to nairabets.com or on the Naira Bets app. Race 2 here in New York. It's the start of the early pick 4. And we'll be on the turf for the first time at Belmont today. Inner turf, mile and 16th. 50,000 starter allowance, and that's our current favorite, Miss Delicious. John Velasquez took the opener. Can he take the early double? Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll start with a new face in this group, at least to the Naira circuit, and that is number 6 in here, Basilia, who last time out sat close to the pace, tracked a little bit closer to the rail, which I think, you know, we saw her with that poor performance first off the claim for trainer Mike Maker, and then she rebounded and ran well. But it's always kind of tough to trust the after the championship meet Gulfstream form. It's just not nearly as strong. But I will say physically, she fits well with this group as she tries a starter allowance company. She's dappled head to toe, really healthy weight to her shipping up here from Florida. And I like what I see from her, and hopefully she's forwardly placed again beneath Javier Castellano. As we move on to Miss Delicious, as she is one stretching back out in distance, which I could not agree with more. She definitely doesn't have a sprinter's frame, as she's very long, tubular. For me, she's not particularly my cup of tea. She doesn't carry her weight well. She just is a very slightly framed type of filly, but that speaks more of a turf router than anything else. So this is the right spot for her. That's an awfully short price. I'd be willing to look elsewhere, and I think number 9, maybe later, is really intriguing. Getting back to the turf, the last time we saw her on the turf was back at Gulfstream in February. That race wired by Star Seeking, arguably a tougher field that day. She kind of saved all the ground, and then she was put in tight down the rail, just kind of stymied her overall momentum and run. And looking at her, she looks like a turf horse. I'm excited to see her back on the turf for Linda Rice, who seemed to claim her with intention, you know, last month, and immediately onto the turf, as Bruce Brown did try to get her on it in her previous start, where she was the beaten favorite and wired that day. But I really like her in this spot here. I think this makes a lot of sense. She looks more like a turf horse than anything else, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. 4-1 right now on Maybe Later. Jose Lezcano, so good on the grass. He will be aboard at 4-1 as we take a look at Manny Franco. And quietly, we've talked about a lot of guys who've made huge strides. Quietly, he may have made the biggest strides of anybody. He's been riding a lot for Chad Brown, who has said repeatedly he just has great confidence in this young man, and he's continued to deliver with big opportunities for him.
And with that success, your confidence grows. And you feel like you deserve to win those kind of races, that, you know, it's going to happen. You're not questioning if you can get there or not. Success breeds success. And one of the things that stands out with Manny Franco for me, all riders have strengths and weaknesses. His strength is his physical strength. He finishes about as strong as anybody on a horse out there, and he's an athlete.
Would you say in this colony he's the best athlete in the room?
I think he's right there. I mean, there's like 3 or 4 guys that are just, you can see are obviously natural athletes. I mean, I love the way Joel Rosario finishes on horses. Manny's got that brute strength.
Meanwhile, here's the Hall of Famer John Velasquez. He's been doing this for a lot of years, and you and I have, talked off air about this quite a bit lately. He's getting up there in age. He has not lost a step, it doesn't seem.
None of his ample skills have diminished. And one of the first things that you notice with riders as they start to get older, their legs aren't quite there. They're just not quite as strong. Your legs are your foundation. People talk about riders and upper body strength. Your foundation is your legs. Your legs is where most of your strength comes from. And I have not seen one even little twinkling of any weakness in Johnny's legs whatsoever. I mean, he's just rock solid.
And with all he's learned over the years, all the miles he's logged on the racetrack, I mean, as crafty as they come.
And you know one thing that you can never discount, when a rider has accomplished as much as Johnny has, winning Kentucky Derbies, Breeders' Cups, all-time winningest rider, money won, just one accolade after another, already in the Hall of Fame, where does the motivation come from? At some point, you would think with all those accomplishments, that motivation would wane. His motivation has not waned. You can see the way he finishes on horses, the way he approaches the game, the way he rides, that he's still hungry for that success. That's not an easy thing to maintain when you're that well accomplished.
And to stay in the kind of shape to be that good.
Absolutely. And it doesn't happen by accident. You got to work at it.
Here's more Mango. This horse just won last time out at 25-1. It was a softer spot, 30,000 non-winners of 2.
And that was sprinting. This horse should be forwardly placed from the inside, particularly with that configuration of the inner turf course. It would surprise me to see this horse go back-to-back, but does have a few things going for him.
First time on the grass here at start number 10 for Voice of Spring.
Yeah, another horse that I think could lay up fairly close. You get Manny Franco, who we talked about. Michelle Nevin does very good work.
Linny Kate at 6-1 for Orlando Noda.
Ran in a much tougher race last time. It was an A other than allowance. This is a starter allowance for horses that have run for a claiming price. This is a much easier spot than she ran in last time.
And it was competitive in this similar spot 2 starts back as well, so absolutely fits. Basilia coming in from Gulfstream for Mike Maker off a win.
And get another Hall of Famer in Javier Castellano, and a filly that should place herself fairly close.
I thought the 7 very interesting. Look at that effort 2 back. At a mile and a 16th at this condition, troubled trip, and only beat a length in the end.
And then he turned her all the way back to 6. Now she's getting back to a more appropriate distance, and you're getting Flavian Pratt, who has just made such a good impression here in New York.
Here's the favorite, Miss Delicious. Again, John Velasquez trying to take the early double on the card.
All right, stick with me here. He rode Apple Picker in the first. He rides Miss Delicious here, like Golden Delicious. I've seen an apple connection.
I do. I see it. We'll see if it pans out. And he could take a bite out of this early double. I'm pulling a page out of Mig's book here. 3-1 on Maybe Later. Linda Rice, 0-4 on the grass. Was beat on a race taken off the turf at 2-5 last start.
Yeah, but I like the notes about her physicality from Maggie. Normally, I'd go post 9 on the inner turf. I don't like her. Well, she's at post 7. There's scratches, so she's not stuck out in the middle of no man's land. It's still not an ideal post, but it's not insurmountable.
Wrap up that second at Churchill Downs. Good for Hollis. Gets the win here now 6 for 9 at this distance. But what an effort from Necker Island, who I know he didn't win this race, but he was the best in this race.
Yeah, he was just unlucky. He got caught in kind of a jam going into the far turn. Mitchell Morrow had no choice but to steady, lost position, did well to rally gamely back from the inside. Hollis, that natural speed, helped create that clean trip. He's just a very quick horse that loves this 5.5 distance.
Trained by John Ortiz. We got to know a lot better at this Oaklawn meet. Really had a breakout meet this year. He's had a lot of really good sprinters, and this is one of them, Hollis.
And the fact that he grew up in the shadow, basically, of Belmont Park, I love that. I love that he got that homecoming, bringing a horse here for the Belmont Stakes. And Raylu Gutierrez has been pretty much his go-to guy throughout the winter into the spring and summer.
As Barbara Road that John Ortiz brought here, his first taste of being part of the Triple Crown. Back to the second here in New York, and let's check in again with Maggie.
We'll take a look at a first-time turf horse. That's number 4, Voice of Spring. I was chatting with her new owner, Vinny Scuderi, as well as trainer Michelle Nevin back in the paddock. And he was like, Mag, what do you think? What do you think? And he's like, I always feel a little more confident when you like my horse for the turf. And I'm like, I don't know, Vinny. I'm not, to be honest, I'm not overly convinced with her. On top of the fact that she does not have a smidge of turf pedigree, at least from my investigation. Commissioner is okay on the turf, but there was none to try it in the first generation. The dam actually have to Willett, who is a multiple New York bred stakes winner and did all of her running on the dirt. And Voice of Spring, the thing with her is that she absolutely despises a wet track. And I noticed too that Michelle brought her over for her first start for the barn with glue-on shoes on. So wet track, doesn't like it, not corrective shoeing, but, shoeing that allows the horse to not feel the nail, let's put it that way. So she has compromised feet. Sometimes horses with that do like the turf because it doesn't, it's not quite as abrasive as the dirt, but sometimes it stings them as well, and it's pretty firm out there, so it's not like she's gonna be cutting through it. I would definitely take the wait and see approach, but she is 11-1. She looks very good. She actually looks more fit than what I've seen from her in the past, as she is a mare with a lot of lines in her form, a lot of layoffs. So she has that going for her, but I can't wholeheartedly endorse her on the turf, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Coming on to this turf course. Getting set for post. Again, the pick 4 begins here. And I believe all of us in different directions in this race. Favorites become maybe later on the outside, the 9.
Yeah, I landed on the 6, Brasilia, because I think she's going to give herself the right trip. She's going to put herself in forward position under Javier Castellano. Comes in off a win for Mike Maker. Guys have options, and the fact that he ships her here to New York when he's got multiple divisions in other places, well, we might have a problem here. Looks like the 6 is going to be a late scratch.
Javier Castellano, hops off his mount, and is he taking that saddle off? Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So Basilia is coming out of the race.
So this is one of those situations where a rider feels something. All these horses have pre-race examinations. The morning of the races, the examining veterinarians go through the barn area. Every horse that's entered has to pass a pre-race examination. Now, just because a vet didn't see something or detect something doesn't mean a rider can't feel something. So there's the examining vet stationed at the starting gate. Rider goes, signals to them that he's not happy with the way the horse formed up. Horse is an automatic scratch in New York. There's no argument about it. We'll always err on the side of caution. There'll be another day. This horse will now have to go through another round of veterinary examinations. He'll have to work to the satisfaction of the state vet before this horse will be allowed to be entered again. So there are so many safety protocols put in place to try to make this endeavor as safe as possible.
So back to the barn for Basilia. And with that, it's been the 8 and the 9 kind of going back and forth in terms of favoritism in here. There's some other ways to go in this race, though. Mentioned that the 7, who's not had a ton of opportunities routing on the grass. And the last time she did it at this same condition, got bumped at the start. She got squeezed out of there. In the end, came on to run big late, only beat a length, hit the board, and now adds one of the best turf riders in the country.
Listen, definitely a way you can go. I will now switch over to the 8, your favorite, Miss Delicious. I like the whole Apple connection. I like Johnny Velasquez for Steve Caceres. Steve Caceres, terrific trainer. Lillian Caceres, his wife, does a great job with the horses. Little known fact, Steve Caceres was one of my agents. We did tremendously well together. Was a great agent, but he's a pretty good trainer too.
She's got some back class, too. She was in some tough spots. Belmont, Saratoga last summer. In fact, nearly won against an allowance optional 80 group. That was strictly against 3-year-olds, however. There she is stepping in with Johnny V. She's the 9-5 favorite. Slight second choice at that same price. Maybe later. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go upstairs. Johnny and Brielle, the call.
Number 5, Lenny Kate, reared up in the gate. Jockey Kendrick Carmouche is off right now. We'll have a slight delay. Jockey Carmouche back in the saddle, and we are once again set. And the rough. There is Voice of Spring, who is going out for the early lead. Maybe Later now ranges up from the outside. It is Voice of Spring in front, with Maybe Later running in second. And Miss Delicious is next in third, 2.5 lengths to Lenny Kate, who settles in fourth. Down on the inside is a more Mango. Appears to be a bit ranked there and tough to handle down on the inside. And Lady of Thornton, a little bit difficult to control there on the outside. Voice of Spring takes the field up the backstretch after a quarter in 24 and 3/5 seconds. And Maybe Later is giving chase in second. Miss Delicious down at the rail runs in third. And on the outside is Lenny Kate. They continue along here with Voice of Spring, the leader here by a length. Maybe Later is second by a half length. Then Miss Delicious running in third, followed by Lenny Kate. At the back of the pack are More Mango and Lady of Thornton. The half was run in 49 and 1/5 seconds. Voice of Spring continues to show the way as they go into the far turn. Voice of Spring by a length. Maybe Later. Miss Delicious, they're giving chase second and third. Lenny Kate on the outside runs in fourth. Lady of Thornton begins to pick it up from the back of the pack. And then More Mango. It is Voice of Spring. Far outside is Lady of Thornton. Lenny Kate is there, followed by Maybe Later. Down on the inside is Miss Delicious. And here comes Lenny Kate, who has surged to the lead here with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Lenny Kate in front. Voice of Spring continues to battle on the inside. Then comes Miss Delicious. Far outside is More Mango, who's putting in a big late run. They're coming on for the finish. It is Lenny Kate trying to hang in there. Miss Delicious. Look like Lenny Kate got it. It'll be a photo. Lenny Kate and Miss Delicious.
Indeed, it did look like Lenny Kate dropping in class. Kendrick Carmouche, Orlando Noda getting a little bit easier company. And may have just pulled this off at 7-1.
Yeah, looks like she held off the late rally of Miss Delicious, who was stuck in traffic down on the inside. This is a perfect example. Johnny Velasquez gave Miss Delicious a perfect ride. Saved every inch of ground. There's a big difference between a bad ride and an unlucky ride. This was a bit of an unlucky ride because Lenny Kate got first run. Kendrick Carmouche was able to get momentum and open up. Johnny was finally able to extricate himself from behind the 4 Voice of Spring and came running. But you're going to win more turf races by saving ground and being disciplined and riding the rail and riding the pocket than you are by swinging wide. He just couldn't get out in enough time to reel in Lenny Kate. But again, I think it's important to distinguish between an unlucky ride and a bad ride. This was just an unlucky trip.
In the end, it's Lenny Kate posted 5-8-4-1, 7-1 winner here to kick off the pick 4. And this 5-year-old winner by Tonalist for the Noda Barn, Zillow Racing, and Kendrick Carmouche. Prices when we come back. From race 2 here, we'll move on to the 3rd as well, and more coming up from Churchill Downs on our extended July 4th weekend coverage.
Off into Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89
track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
We're back on America's Day of the Races. Good to be with you on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, and it, fingers crossed, rain is right now not coming until this card is over and done with.
Except how humid it is, it feels like a thunderstorm could come at any moment just because of the humidity, right?
Potentially.
I mean, I'm with you. I don't think it's going to, happen, but you'd almost hope it would break this humidity a little bit. We're dying in our suits up here.
Lenny Cates dropped down in class. Kinder Carmouche, Orlando Noda, Zilla Racing Stables team up $17.80 for the win. Just the second win of her career on the grass. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Pleased to be here with Kendra Carmouche, delivering a great ride aboard Lenny Kate today. Kind of, John Velasquez a little trapped on the rail with the favorite Miss Delicious, and you just persevered with your filly.
Yeah, I was sitting back there doing the same thing as Johnny, and I just figured, Johnny's sitting in the pocket. I got to pull the trigger. Hopefully, he don't get out early enough where he can run me down. And I kept my filly going, and she just kept trying, and, I just kept her head forward, and she got us to the winner's circle today.
Races happen so quickly, Kendrick. How much time do you kind of think about that? Is it all just happening naturally, thinking, well, Johnny's in there, I know he's the horse to beat?
Well, you can say that, and you can look at the race yesterday when Eric was sitting on the inside for Thomas Morley, and, and I swung out, and I try to get to him before that, and everything opens up, and he gets through, and it looks that good, and it can look like today where Johnny was stuck in the pocket, I make the move, and Johnny can't get out, then Johnny got to swing out, but he don't get there. So, if you're better and you're really trying to understand the game, this is what you got to look for. And us jockeys making these decisions to win certain races, certain part of the race.
That's exactly what Mig just said. Sometimes you look like a genius and sometimes you just get unlucky. But Kendrick, we'll see you represented in both stakes today, too. I want to talk a little bit about Running Son of a Gun, kind of a modest horse, claim for $40,000 for the Toscanos, but a horse that you've had success with, too, back, and seems like an honest individual.
Yeah, he ran a really tough race last time. I thought he was stuck inside a little bit, a little intimidated, So with that being said, I got an outside post. You got Chad Brown outside. I'm trying to break sharp and make them tuck in and go from there. I think if I let him run his race where he can sit and slowly pick it up, I can be 1-2 in this race.
I like it. I like the confidence. You already got to win here today anyway.
Yep, let's keep it going. Thank you.
All right, Kendrick Carmouche, always putting a smile on in one's face and always having a positive attitude, guys.
That attitude of his, if you're near him, it's just infectious. And Running Son of a Gun, that would be a huge upset. The Dwyer going against the likes of Charge It and Nabokov as we check back in at Churchill Downs. Race 3 maiden special weight. And more inexperienced 2-year-olds traveling 6 furlongs. Here's Blocked, Union Rags Colt.
Union Rags Colt has a pedigree that would lead you to believe this horse will be better as the distance gets longer. Sports some good works.
Son of the Preakness winner, Cloud Computing, start number 3 for Easy Big Boy.
Steve Asmussen puts Tyler Gaffleone aboard. Third start, improved from the first start to the second, maybe takes another step forward.
Candy Ride, first-time starter, confidence game.
That big, beautiful son of Candy Ride comes in off of good works. Keith DeZormo, he picks a particular type of horse. A lot of his horses look very similar.
7-2 on this debut by Gervin, Damon's Mound.
I thought this horse made a real nice impression when I watched him coming onto the track. Just really like what I saw from him.
Kenny McPeak with a Will Take Charge debuter, Mayfield Strong.
Yeah, slow but steady work tab for a barn that's gone very, very well at Churchill.
29-1, and that is the biggest price on the board. Actually up to 30 now on the 7. He's a good dancer for John Ennis.
Yeah, the board is telling you that the horse, at least in the mornings, has not turned heads, but afternoons are different.
Overly Doro at a big number as well, start number 3.
Yeah, a horse that's moving back up in company after running from maiden 50 would have to improve vastly.
Capacity, that 9-horse, stepped slow out of the gate in his debut, didn't make up much ground.
Didn't, but we saw the horse win the first division of this race, had one start, wasn't a particularly good start, and really turned it around.
And the horse who won that race, by the way, very highly regarded, Gulfport. 9 made a nice appearance.
Then Knack Knack Bolt de Oro ran okay first time, kind of evenly, could improve in the second start.
Dwayne Lucas, second-time starter. Macho Villa.
Get Luis Saez, and this horse chased a very fast pace first time. Wayne's horses improve with a race.
And this horse intriguing with that bullet gate drill at Keeneland, the quickest of 80 in the morning for the son of Frosted here for Kenny McPeak. Frosted Departure.
Taking money, tipped the hand that this horse has some ability. Has a tough post, though. Post 11, number 12, but post 11 with one scratch. Even though it's 6 furlongs, still have to work out a trip from out there.
So post time coming up, and whenever you have a favorite, and that's the favorite you're looking at, the 5, at 4-1 on the board, with a 2-year-old race of a ton of inexperience, you would expect the board to look something like this. No one knows where to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a puzzle. It's a question. How do we approach races where much of the field doesn't have any form to go on? We look at workouts. One of the things we look at with the workouts is the spacing between the workouts, not necessarily the times. If you see a couple of fast times thrown in there, you upgrade. We look at pedigree. How is the family done before this horse? Has there been precocity in the family? Has the mare produced winners? Have, they produced horses that won early? These are all the little clues we're trying to put together in this handicapping conundrum that is 2-year-old racing.
Back to something you were talking about, you look at workouts and the spacing of them. Is that with that you don't like to see gaps?
No, if you see gaps, what does that tell you? That tells you that a horse is mistraining. He's had interruption in their training. So was it a little physical issue? Was it a cough? Was it something that inhibited this horse's training? If a horse works consistently every 6, 7, 8 days, whatever that particular trainer's pattern is, without any gaps, without with consistency, that tells you the horse is healthy and they haven't had their training interrupted.
Well, now it's the Kenny McPeak first-time starter. Frosted Departure from that outside post, who has become the favorite momentarily anyway. 2 taking a lot of money as well, vying for favoritism for Steve Asmund, and that's one of just 4 or 5 in here with experience. But Easy Big Boy, the only one besides the 8 with a couple of starts under his belt. Not necessarily a great thing, but with who he faced last time out, Gulfport is very highly regarded and tackled some good company and did hit the board against him.
Yeah, so again, when the horses have some form to go on, and also trainers. Wayne Lucas's horses get better with a race under their belt.
Race 3, we are set from Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Macho Villa and Easy Big Boy. Easy Big Boy comes bounding out of there. Quickly in front. Knack Bolt is on the move up into second. Macho Villa comes away third. Damon's Bound picking it up, advancing up into fourth. Blocked is now fifth. He's a good dancer in between while sixth. Confidence Game comes away seventh. Frosted Departure is eighth by 3. Mayfield Strong ninth and toward the rail. Overly Doros racing in 10th by 2 more. Capacity is at the back as the field hits the far turn run. 21-4. A sharp opening quarter as they round the far turn. Knack Bolt going head-to-head with Easy Big Boy. Macho Villa comes on 3 wide. Damon's Mound comes on 4 wide. And Confidence Game comes on 5 wide behind them. At the quarter pole, Damon's Mound willingly has come on to take the lead and takes off for the wire. 5 lengths in front. Just like that. Easy Big Boy left behind in second. Confidence Game trying to come on late with He's a Good Dancer, and so too Blocked, but they are all chasing Damon's Mound in a flashy performance. Rambles home to win it by 12. Easy Big Boy was second, Confidence Game was third, and Blocked was fourth.
Dominant debut for a son of Gervin for Michelle Lavelle. Damon's Mound, 109-4. And you saw the separation here.
Look at the consummate ease in which he won, too. He loomed up at the 3/8 pole. He was traveling so well, 4 or 5 wide in hand under Gabriel Saez. And he just widened at will. We might have just seen the early morning line favorite for the hopeful.
That was impressive.
That was the flashiest 2-year-old colt debut I've seen this year so far.
I'm with you. Goes off at 4-1. First time out. Gervin out of a Stroll mare and owned in part by Michelle and Cliff Love. Michelle Lavelle, again winning trainer. And Travis Stone called it about 12 lengths. It was a lot.
And a homebred, too. I mean, you know, it's always nice to own a good horse, but to actually have been in on the entire process.
Look how quiet Gabriel Saya's hands are late, too. Not even being asked.
Basically galloped him under the wire, and he still had his legs underneath him. He was still striding out. This was a very impressive debut.
Remember this name, Damon's Mound. Could be seeing him this summer in some big spots upstate at Saratoga. That was fun to watch. Prices from that one when we come back. Still ahead here in New York. Monster showdown in the John Nerud with the brilliant Life is Good Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. And Speaker's Corner trying to rebound off that defeat to flight line for Bill Mott.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
We are back at America's Day of the Races on FS1, regional networks across the country. Sun shining in Elmont, New York on a fun Saturday afternoon. We have our ABR Race of the Week to come, the John Nerud Life is Good Speaker's Corner, and we have 3-year-olds in the Grade 3 Dwyer. Todd Pletcher with Charge It. Had that breathing issue, compromised his chances in the Kentucky Derby. This is his first start back since the Run for the Roses.
Yeah, horse that had done nothing, basically nothing wrong before the Kentucky Derby. Good runner-up effort in the Florida Derby. Keep an eye on the outside here. The hot pink and yellow colors of Whisper Hill Farm. Watch him, he's going to lug in here. He's going to wind up in behind White Abario, and then he's got to have to be kind of steadied and corrected. And anytime you have to correct a horse, particularly in the stretch, you're slowing them down. You're taking away their momentum.
Todd Pletcher thought if he stayed straight, wasn't that green, he might have won that race. Those breathing issues are behind him. Pletcher says he's been training sensational, and he's expecting a big second half of the year from him.
Well, listen, Todd Pletcher is just so astute at knowing what his horses need to get to the level that, Charge It's trying to get to. He's already a Grade 1 placed horse. This might be a nice stepping stone. Maybe we see him going up further up into the Jim Dandy and eventually the Travers.
Meanwhile, lightly raced Nabokov, in just the second start of his career, produced a huge figure in a dominant maiden win. Now he's going to try winners for the first time in just the third start of his career.
I mean, you got to be impressed with the way he did this. He won with something left. You know, he was ridden out. He wasn't driven out by Irad Ortiz. He gets Fabian Pratt today. He gets a good outside post. One of the things that stood out to me, you know, digging into this race more last night, Nabokov won on May 15th. And immediately, May 29th, he's back on the work tab. May 29th, June 5th, June 7th, June 25th, with a good 5 furlong work. I like the fact that he jumped right back into the work tab. It tells you he came out of the last race really in good shape.
We'll see. Just like the John Nerud earlier in the card, many believe this is just a 2-horse race. Obviously, we heard from Kendrick Carmouche. He's got designs on throwing a wrench into those plans on running son of a gun. And I know John Terranova, he's very high on fluid situation coming out of the Gold Fever. We'll see if maybe someone can upset the apple cart in that race. John Nerud will kick off a cross-country pick 5 that ends with the Stephen Foster.
Yeah, nice sequence, good racing all across the country. And I truly believe the John Nerud's a 2-horse race. I don't feel as confident that the Dwyer is a 2-horse race.
Going to be fun to watch these runners in action. As we get back to Churchill Downs, one of the most impressive 2-year-olds I think we've seen all year long, Damon's Mound here in this third at Churchill.
Hands down for me, this is a 2-year-old performance of the year so far. He wound up around the far turn in hand, cruised through the stretch to win by open lengths in a very snappy 109 and change, and he paid $10.80 doing it. He had a good look to him when he came on the racetrack. And the way Gabe Saez rode him, you could tell he kind of knew the goods he was on. He must have worked this horse in the morning because he was so confident around the far turn to just cruise up in hand 5 wide on a young horse. Very, very impressive performance.
We're going to be seeing him again this summer.
I'm hoping we see him in Saratoga. I mean, you know, when we see these babies, you never know what kind of horse you're going to get to see. We might have just seen the next champion, and the way he ran, he certainly was impressive. You got to think big races are in his future.
Maybe Saratoga special. Who knows? Maybe they'll wait for the hopeful. But, yeah, you would think going to be targeting some of those big spots for 2-year-olds upstate New York when we get to the spa. Race 3 at Belmont. Going to get to the post parade here in a moment. 1-turn mile, $25,000 New York bred maiden claiming race. And here's Book of Delancey to start the post parade.
Yeah, Book of Delancey, just recent form, does not point this horse out whatsoever.
Tuesday's Child, 3-1. Jose Gomez, the apprentice for Gary Siaka.
Horses has been in good form, has speed, should be forwardly placed.
Lucky Mucho Man, Jimmy Ryerson sends out, and we'll go turf to dirt.
Yeah, the turf races have been better than the dirt races, though.
It did show a little brief speed in the debut, but completely backed out of it on dirt. 9-2, El 24, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, a horse that's stretching out in distance. Rudy's barn has been hitting on all cylinders. Nice 2-year-old filly he unveiled earlier.
Dates Freedom went by, has been at this level before, did not make much of an impact, and then 3-5 on a horse who's 0 for 13, but just may have found the right field today.
Yeah, sometimes it's about the company you're keeping, and he's just run faster than everybody here. He has had 13 tries to get it done. I need to go back 1 second, Greg. The one, Book of Delancey. Last race was turf. Race before that was synthetic. A couple of the dirt races, are better than I was giving him credit for, and I think I jumped the gun a bit there.
19-1 right now. Certainly could fill out the exotics here. Let's go down to Maggie.
Meg, you're so gracious and accommodating. I love it. Number 7, Lucky Brody, is much the horse to beat. I have no problems with him whatsoever. I just thought two stretch outs were a little bit interesting. And number 5, El 24, he returns off of a short layoff. And look, he is what he is, but he's also built, at least, to be more of a horse that wants to cover more ground. And last time, he was woefully last. I mean, completely off the ground. And he really rallied well down on the the rail. Probably a good place to be that day last, was that last week? Oh gosh, I can't keep my days straight anymore. But yes, it was. And I just think he is a horse that should benefit from getting out to a mile. And it kind of speaks of confidence, or maybe just throwing everything against the wall with Rudy Rodriguez and this horse. And then longest shot on the board. I know. Are you insane, Maggie? Number 6, Dates Freedom. Just from the beginning, I thought this horse wanted to run long. And he's finally getting to do it in his 4th career start. He's very laid back in his disposition, which often works well for horses trying longer distances for the first time. Yes, I don't love the fact that he's wearing front wraps for the 3rd time in a row. Very much lower profile connections, but I think this is a distance he could be effective at as he drops back down to the 25. Greg?
So Maggie making a case for 34-1 shot. Mig making a bit of a case at least to fill out the exotics here with Book of Delancey at 21-1. I'm with you. Dirt form from Book of Delancey. I know it's softer circuits, but it's shown more ability on dirt certainly than on turf and synthetic.
Well, one of the things I always talk about is when a horse's form is somewhat dirtied up. And I've had some success at, hitting exactas and trifectas that way, that a horse that at first blush, which I did it, and I looked at this race earlier and I still did it just now, the last 2 races, particularly the last race on turf, kind of throws this horse's form in disarray. But if you look at his dirt races, they're good enough maybe to get a piece of this.
Still, figures-wise, there's a reason Lucky Brody's 2-5, and his figures stand out against this group. And sometimes it is just, finding a field with not much in it in terms of your level of ability, and it looks like that's what's happening today with Lucky Brody.
Yeah, Lucky Brody landed in a good spot. Orlando Note is having a terrific meeting. I tried in the 2 Tuesday's Child, a horse that's been showing some speed and gets an apprentice, so you get a 5-pound break in the weights.
But the race goes through this guy right here. 4-year-old son of Brody's cause, Manny Franco, will ride the 1-5 favorite, looking to get the first win of his career in his 14th try. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Lucky Brody with a good start from the extreme outside. Lucky Mucho Man is in between horses. Dates Freedom is up close. El 24 is now moving on through. And Tuesday's Child at the rail. Tuesday's Child goes on with it to take the lead. And then it is El 24 who's running in second. Dates Freedom on the outside in third. Lucky Mucho Man is running in fourth, and alongside is Lucky Brody. The trailer is Book of Delancey in sixth. The first quarter was run in 23 and 2/5 seconds. It is Tuesday's Child, the leader here by a length. El 24, Dates Freedom, Lucky Mucho Man, those 3 are all together. Then the big favorite, Lucky Brody, racing in fifth on the far outside. Book of Delancey is at the back. As they head for the far turn, it is Tuesday's Child who ran the opening half in 47 and 2/5 seconds. Tuesday's Child now getting away here to lead by 2 lengths. Lucky Brody moving up on the outside. Lucky Mucho Man is down at the rail. As El 24 and Dates Freedom, they both drop back. Book of Delancey is last as they come for the top of the stretch. Tuesday's Child in front right from the start, continues to lead. Lucky Brody is running in second. Lucky Mucho Man is next in third. It is Tuesday's Child with the lead into the stretch. Lucky Brody is all out in second. Tuesday's Child in front by 2. Lucky Brody in second. Lucky Mucho Man is next in third. They're coming down for the 16th pole. Tuesday's Child. Here is Lucky Brody driving up on the outside, and Lucky Brody has taken the lead in deep stretch, and Lucky Brody will get the job done at odds of 1-5.
Not the way you want to have to win at 1-5. Wow, did Manny Franco earn his money in this race? He had to work hard early on to the wire.
Well, he was caught wide. There wasn't any separation. You had about 4 or 5 horses strung across the track. He backed off with Lucky Brody. Tuesday's Child, Jose Gomez did everything right, was second best. And when Manny realized, hey, that horse is kind of getting away and I'm caught wide, I got to go all in, clear some of these horses to get over a little bit, not be 5 wide the entire turn. And he was just the best horse. Lucky Brody kept coming with a relentless run. Second best for Tuesday's Child, and bet he put a little scare in him, though, didn't he?
That was a little scare, but much the best in here. Wide trip, trying to chase down a lone speed, but able to do it. But Manny Franco had to put in some work here.
Absolutely, and that's, again, go back to what Manny, to me, one of his strengths is the way he finishes on a horse. Some horses, you ask them, and they give you. Some horses, you've got to demand it. This was a case where he had to demand it.
How gassed are you as a rider after a ride like that?
Well, you hope that's not your first mount of the day, because once your lungs are open up, you're okay, and obviously their fitness level is superior. But when you got to ride one for as far as you had to ride him, you better be fit. Otherwise, you'll be looking to lay down inside.
Got it done on a 1-5 favorite. A little bit of a scare from Tuesday's Child. Loose on the front end, but the 1-5 favorite able to reel him in for the victory. Todd Pletcher, the Hall of Famer, one of the best this sport has ever seen. Got some big ones still to come, including next up with Life is Good. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner and our ABR Race of the Week. Next.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. This was a little tougher than expected for a 1-5 favorite. Had to go wide to try and reel in this lone speed, but Lucky Brody able to do it at a very short price.
Yeah, Lucky Brody, you know, we talked about it before the race, landed in a good spot. Obviously was the horse to beat, but here runner-up, Tuesday's Child, I mean, nearly gave him the slip when he was kind of chasing, caught wide, and Manny Franco had to set down Lucky Brody, and he ground down the victory at $270 over Tuesday's Child. How about that exacta for $1, $285?
Do you remember a mount where you felt the most pressure?
Well, the most pressure I ever felt riding a horse was riding 4-Star Dave in his final win in Saratoga, because he was much the best horse in the race. He was a celebrity. He had star status in Saratoga. It was for his 8th year in a row winning a race in Saratoga, and the only way he can lose is if I made a mistake, if I messed it up. And he was such a fan favorite up there. That was the only time or the most pressure I ever felt riding a horse.
For those that don't know the end of that story, he came through. Well done.
He won easily, and not because of me, because I basically kept him out of trouble.
Next at Churchill, we have another maiden race. This is 3-year-old fillies. Maiden special weight. 7/8 of a mile. And the 8-5 favorite, Gunning. Kenny McPeak had a nice debut with a troubled trip. So start number 2 coming up, the 8-5 favorite. For those who know trainer Steve Asmussen best, they're not in the least surprised that he became the winningest trainer in North American history. It was something he had planned to do and worked tirelessly for day after day, year after year, running an incredible volume of runners with the results to match.
I think Steve is part horse, and he speaks horse.
He's got so many horses, but it's still an individual program for each horse, and that's what makes him unique.
You know, for somebody to be able to run that many operations around the country says a lot about him.
He said he wanted to be the best. He was going to be the best and win the most ever.
It's Cullen in an absolutely stylish performance. Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
We've had tremendous luck with Steve. He understands each individual horse, and he will make a plan for that horse.
Steve's style of training is very easy, lets the horse tell him what to do.
I don't think he's changed much. He was exactly the same when we were young. Like, everything mattered, you know. He was regimented, wanted it done this way.
His recall of each horse, it doesn't matter if it's at Remington, Lone Star, Belmont, Saratoga, he can tell you what race they're going to run in 3 weeks from now, what they did yesterday, and when their next work is, and that is phenomenal.
The gun runner's on top of the world. He wins the Breeders' Cup Classic.
We've been so fortunate to have so many amazing moments together and with our operation, and it says a lot about him that he's had a lot of the same people work for him for a long period of time.
It doesn't matter if it's a 35 claimer or a maiden special weight race or a grade 1 on Saturday. He wants to win every single time.
Only one person's going to do it, and the next contenders aren't really even close.
You know, he's worked so hard at it. I mean, it's something he's wanted his whole life.
Incredible career he has put together, and it was special last summer to see that win come at Saratoga.
Absolutely incredible, and I was so happy it happened in Saratoga, because Saratoga to me is the mecca of horse racing. The Racing Museum and Hall of Fame there, the you know, history that goes on there, and what a horse racing, horse family, the entire Asmussen, his mom and dad, Keith and Marion, his brother Cash, who basically revolutionized the way riders rode in Europe. Just phenomenal horse people. And I rode with Cash, I rode with Steve, and you saw with Steve Rutan there. He still rides them from the 8th below the wire hard like he did when he was a jockey.
We're going to see yet another debuting Steve Asmussen runner coming up at this 3-year-old filly race next. In fact, here she is, daughter of Speightstown, and Brian Hernandez Jr. will ride.
Yeah, from the inside, and cold on the board for high-profile connections.
You never see 20-1 on a Steve Asmussen runner. That's incredible. Dream a Lot, 3-1, taking money, was second to the very talented Monterey in the debut.
Yeah, that was last August, and now returns as a 3-year-old.
I thought made her potentially the one to beat in here. This second timer for Kenny McPhee, Gunning taking a ton of money.
By gun runner should improve off that first run, and that was a good one.
Please Be Kind, some good efforts as well at 14-1.
JMS stable, homebred for Samantha Siegel, ran well last time.
Was third behind Gunning, the current favorite. 6th, Little Town Sis, New Barn.
New Barn, Michelle Lavelle probably still walking on cloud 9 from that 2-year-old debut last race.
Blame the Champagne, blinkers on at 24-1.
Had a lot of chances and adds blinkers. Let's see how it works out, turning back in distance.
American Freedom filly, named Tubman, well named here, start number 2.
I love good names. L&J Foxwoods, they do a great job naming their horses, and she ran really well first time.
Wayne Catalano with Joel Rosario on American Pyramid.
Wayne Catalano, over 1,500 wins as a jockey, closing in on career 3,000 victories as a trainer.
First time on dirt for My Lily May.
Yeah, My Lily May, they don't have turf at Churchill Downs. It's just a function of, well, we've got a horse that needs to run.
Second time starter for Dallas Stewart, romance novel.
Thought she finished with some interest and stretches out a bit with a race under her belt.
Savo Island ran good first time out, went a little backwards in start number 2.
Yeah, gets Lasix for the first time now, though, as a 3-year-old. Could be a difference maker.
And an also eligible that draws into this race with the scratch of the 2. Explicate, overanalyzed filly, who was a big price in the debut, and even bigger price now.
Yeah, and she's going to have to improve. I don't think she ran terribly first time. Could improve. Gets jockey Farron Peterson, who is also a licensed veterinarian. He's a pretty unique person that can have a riding career after the education and getting a veterinarian degree.
Let's go back to the favorite at 8-5, Gunning, Gunrunner filly, whose debut was impressive. Got blocked in the stretch. We'll take a look at that trouble here. Keep your eyes on the 7.
Yeah, and, you know, she's saving every inch of ground. Corey Lannery is a guy who will fight the inside. He likes to save ground. Now he's going to have to alter course, angle out, over horse's heels, and got in the clear here. And now she catches her stride, and she's going to finish extremely well. Just not enough to get there on this particular day. But, boy, did she learn a lot out of that race, didn't she?
Great. That's what you want. Get an education out of that debut run. Show ability. She did. And talent. And now second time out, she's the 8-5 favorite.
And rightfully so. I mean, she tipped her hand that she could run that day. She took kickback. She ran through traffic. She angled out and finished with interest. You know, that was 7 furlongs that day. A tough distance to debut at. She comes back at 7/8. She just outran Please Be Kind. But Please Be Kind had a much easier trip than she did.
And there is Please Be Kind, the 5 at 15-1. That's still a pretty big price on a filly who I know got the much better trip, but at least was in range of Gunning. She's had opportunities, though, and obviously there's more upside there with Gunning.
Yeah, but I agree with you. That's too big a disparity from 8-5 on Gunning, which I agree with. I think 5 or 6-1 would be more in line for the 5 Please Be Kind.
And again, Dream a Lot. We got to mention who she faced first time out. She was second, even though she was well beaten, to Monterey, who is now a multiple stakes winner. And we saw a win here at Belmont for Brad Cox.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, this is a filly that came out of a quality race. Maybe, you know, I wonder, though, right? People see Ellis Park, although you can't deny Gunning's last run. Gunning was very good, but Dream a Lot's buyer figure, 64. Just her natural progression from 2 to 3, she should be quite a bit faster.
Major player in this spot. Now that price is coming down. There's that 3 we're talking about in those Godolphin blue silks stepping in. So if she can move forward a little bit here, yeah, 3-year-old debut, she could be a tough customer. Showed talent against a very good one first time out. But again, meaningful money on a second-time starter. Had an excuse in the debut.
And again, Kenny McPeak's barn has just really been on a very strong run there at Churchill Downs this spring-summer stand.
Travis Stone with the call with this 4th from Churchill Downs going 7/8 of a mile.
Waiting for Blame the Champagne, Savo Island, and Explicate. They're in the gate. And they're off. Please Be Kind, Blame the Champagne, American Pyramid, Romance Novel is there, and Savo Island from the far outside showing speed as well. So they cross over, and here comes Please Be Kind on through to take the lead. Romance Novel's right there, and Amaryllis Kiss toward the rail. And to their outside is Savo Island racing in 4th. Dream-A-Lot comes on to be 5th. American Pyramid is racing 6th. Explicate in the clear, while 7th. Gunning is toward the inside, racing in 8th, but it's only about 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Tubman. Blame the Champagne advances toward the rail. Little Town Sis and My Lily May, the trailer. The leader is Please Be Kind, who steps out to the far turn with a 3/4 length lead. Romance Novel, though, and Savo Island, they both come on 2 and 3 wide. The opening quarter in 22 and 2. The opening half in 46 seconds flat. So these 3 will come to the quarter pole together, with Gunning angling outside from 4th. At the top of the stretch, stacked across there, Please Be Kind, Romance Novel, Savo Island, and here comes Gunning. Gunning down the center has rallied to the front. Please Be Kind is back into second. Weaving through the pack is My Lily May, late on the scene, but too late to catch Gunning, who's going away to win it. Gunning by 4 in the end. Please Be Kind held second. My Lily May and Romance Novel.
This barn is on a serious roll right now. Kenny McPeak again, second-time starter, daughter of the outstanding gun runner, Gunning. Impressive with a wide trip.
Yeah, impressive. She did get to save ground till about midway of the far turn before Corey Landry said, you know what, I'm not going to take a chance to get in traffic trouble. He angled out to the clear, and she motored down the middle of the racetrack. Please Be Kind rounds out your exacta. Go back and watch the trip from the 10. My Lily May, who finished with interest after running into some heavy rush hour traffic.
ABR Race of the Week. The John Nerud, 7/8 of a mile, and one of the best horses we have in training in this game. There he is, Life is Good, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Pegasus winner when he ran Nick's Go off his feet as soon as the gates opened. The 1-9 favorite in this showdown with Speaker's Corner. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
The gorilla is in the paddock. I like the fact that assistant and exercise rider for Life is Good, Amelia Green, refers to him as the gorilla. And I think it's a fair representation, to be quite honest. He looks it here in the paddock. You know, it's a good matchup, I'm not going to lie, but the board reflects the fact that I think Life is Good is in maybe a different class than Speaker's Corner. Life is Good has taken on some of the best throughout his somewhat, relatively speaking, brief campaign so far. But it looks as though Todd has him just in perfect shape coming in here from the fitness standpoint to the mental standpoint. He's on the bridle, he's on his toes. I like that. Looks like a Trojan horse, doesn't he? He's out for battle, he's ready. He looks sensational here. I love his disposition. I'm okay with less ground. I do think he's a horse that kind of has a niche where he's that mile to a mile and an eighth runner, whereas a little less isn't quite as good and a little more isn't quite as good. So he's kind of on that not quite as good distance, but I just think he outclasses them here, as we'll check in with Speaker's Corner, who was not good last time. He had everything his way, whereas Flightline did not, and Flightline flicked him off like he was a little gnat. He had no answer for the proverbial freak that Flightline is. I thought there would be more of a battle with Speaker's Corner, and he disappointed me. I suppose a lot of people interpreting it as a positive sign that Belmont chooses to wheel him back relatively quickly, coming in off of a sharp breeze over the Belmont main track in 59-3 back here on June 25th. And given the short turnaround, weight is good, energy is typically what it is. He looks exactly the same as what I've seen him throughout his career thus far. And for him, I actually really like the 7 furlong distance of this John Nerud. So we'll see. It's a great matchup, but Greg, I do think Life is Good is the goods here.
And yes, the board reflects that. He is something special that does not come around in this sport often. Flavian Pratt will be aboard with Irad Ortiz serving a suspension. Our ABR Race of the Week is next.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C, Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and here's our post-parade for the John Nerud, our ABR Race of the Week. Life is Good, one of the absolute best in our sport, 1-9 favorite.
On his toes, looks fabulous, top-class racehorse. Privileged to get to cover a race with him in it because, to me, he is a generational kind of talent.
This is like a Michael Jordan or LeBron James we're seeing in here. Repo rocks, Gregory DePrima, Javier Castellano.
Has run some good races recently, particularly with the switch to the Greg DePrima barn, but this is an awfully tough task.
Harvard, he put together back-to-back wins, and his first try against Winners was big. He hasn't really reproduced it, though.
No, and he would have to turn it around in a big way to compete here with the likes of the one, Life is Good, or the 5 Speaker's Corner.
And many thought Speaker's Corner would be up to the task, potentially, of a Life is Good until he met Flightline last time out, and he was no match.
Well, the matchup to me eventually could be Life is Good and Flightline.
No question.
Speaker's Corner is a very good horse, 6 for 10 lifetime, trained by a Hall of Famer. He's facing a real tough customer in Life is Good.
And I can't remember a time where we've had two horses like this. Flightline, who beat Speaker's Corner last time out, and Life is Good in training at the same time, who were revered as much and talked about in such high regard.
Well, they're fast, and they're flashy, and they're easy for people to latch onto. You don't have to use much of your imagination to see how good they are.
This race named after one of the all-time greats in this sport, Hall of Famer, who is the longtime trainer, top manager, and eventual president for Tartan Farms, trained the likes of Gallant Man, Intentionally, Tawi, Fabiano, but it was Dr. Fager who he said was always his favorite. He raised him, he tutored him, and trained him from the time he was a baby, and the only horse to become a 4-time champion in one season.
Sprint champion, horse of the year, turf champion, handicap champion. I mean, just incredible. He carried 140 pounds, I believe, in the Vosburg. And Mr. Nerud asked for them to put more weight on him because he wanted to show people how great he was. Can you imagine a trainer asking to put more weight on?
Hard to find a better year than a thoroughbred has ever had than 1968 with Dr. Fager.
Just incredible. My Uncle Phil, huge Dr. Fager fan. That was the benchmark for him. Here's Cozine winning the Breeders' Cup Mile. I actually broke Cozine's maiden for Mr. Nerud. His son Jan trained him. That was actually on the dirt when he broke his maiden. He could run. Obviously, turf was more his thing. And aptly named Final Chapter, Mr. Nerud's final racehorse that he campaigned. Then his son Jan, I guess, ran him a few times. But Mr. Nerud, just an incredible human being, incredible visionary, part of the founding member of the Breeders' Cup, was huge benefactor to the New York breeding program, heavily involved with Sugar Maple Farm, and somebody that meant a great deal to me personally. I got to ride a lot for him, talked horses with him a great deal, and he even offered me horses to start my training career when I broke my leg right before the Breeders' Cup. He called me and said, I don't want to see you get hurt anymore. I know that you have to watch your weight all the time. I think you'd be a good horse trainer. I will start you out and give you horses. And I thanked him. Couldn't have gotten a higher compliment. Was thrilled by that, but still wanted to ride.
And that love for you was there. What an honor, though, to have that kind of respect from the great John Nerud. Got into the game when he was just 18 years old, lived to 102. What a life he lived. As we take a look at this field again, and there is the sensational Life is Good in the Pegasus World Cup. Before, everyone was looking forward to maybe a potential matchup with Flightline and Life is Good. Everyone wanted to see Life is Good and Knicks Go. And Life is Good just ran away with it.
Well, we were talking about this earlier, and as fast as Knicks Go was, Life is Good was just naturally faster. And I was trying to make a case for maybe Speaker's Corner taking it to him, and you made the comment, I just don't think he's as naturally fast. I think it's the same situation as the Knicks Go situation. Speaker's Corner is fast, but Life is Good has a different level of speed.
99-day layoff for Life is Good, but he looks like he has come back as good as ever by the way he's strutting his stuff on track. Let's head back down to Maggie.
You're absolutely right, Greg. And by all reports and accounts that he's been working really well here at Belmont since his little vacation at Windstar Farm in Kentucky. So looking forward to seeing what he can do back to the races. Look, I know the longest shot on the board in here, Harvard, was put in this race to make it go because he is owned by common owners. But I will say one thing about Harvard. He's probably not as good as this, but having come back as a gelding this time, he's always a horse. Every time I saw him, I thought he looked so heavy, like just too heavy to be successful. He looks like a different horse since the last time I saw him back here earlier on in the meet. He is so much more defined and chiseled. He's lightened up incredibly. It's amazing how much different he looks. I know he's not as good, and I know he's in here as a little bit of a filler, but you got to fill out your exacta, right, Craig?
Somebody's got to run second and third for that matter in here. We'll see. Most people believe this is the horse who's going to run second. Speaker's Corner. He was on an incredible roll. 3 graded stakes races in a row that he won to a Gulfstream. The Carter, his best moment. And he took a lot of money against an incredible horse in Flightline in that Met Mile. And even though things did go his way, he was no match for him. This is a look at him at his best, however.
3 for 3 at the 7 furlong distance of the John Nerud. He's talented, he's fast. The problem that he has, and if you're riding the 2 Repo Rocks or the 3 Harvard, you're riding to get a piece of it. You're not trying to fool yourself into thinking you can win the race. Where Speaker's Corner's got to try to win this race. He's got to play Life is Good's hand, and he's going to be forced into attacking at some point, making the first run. When you go after a really good horse and you can't get by him, sometimes horses cave in. So if you're riding a horse like Harvard and you sit back, maybe you wind up getting a better check just because you don't have to concern yourself with trying to go after the favorite. You're just going to make one late run to try to pick up some pieces.
There he is. Life is Good. Stepping stone to likely the Whitney this summer at Saratoga. He'll break from the inside post off a 99-day layoff here in our ABR Race of the Week. The John Nerud for the reigning Breeders' Cup Dirt Miles winner. Speaker's Corner. He'll be last to load. There he is outside trying to rebound off that Met Mile performance. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
And they're off. Speaker's Corner and Life is Good. And Life is Good from that inside post position has the early lead. Life is Good 3/4 of a length over Speaker's Corner on the outside. The front 2 quickly open up 3.5 lengths on Repo Rocks in third. And it's another 5 back to Harvard. Life is Good leads here by a head. Speaker's Corner right there on the outside in second. 5 lengths back to Repo Rocks in third. The opening quarter mile in 22 seconds. It is Life is Good, the big favorite down at the rail, leading here by a half length. Speaker's Corner on the outside runs in second as they go around the far turn. Life is Good is the leader. Speaker's Corner running in second. A half dozen lengths now. Back to Repo Rocks in third. And farther back is Harvard. Life is Good, maintaining the lead over Speaker's Corner after a sharp half in 44 3/5 seconds. Life is Good in front with a quarter of a mile to the finish. Speaker's Corner being asked for more on the outside. It is Life is Good with the lead in the stretch, and Life is Good is now opened up on Speaker's Corner. Life is Good has a 3-length lead. Speaker's Corner in second. Repo Rocks is down at the rail in third. Life is Good returning to the races today. Last seen in the Dubai World Cup. Comes back sprinting in the 7-furlong John Nerud and wins decisively. Life is Good completed the 7 furlongs in 1 minute, 21 3/5 seconds.
Sharp comeback for the immensely talented Life is Good. Exactly what Connections wanted.
Won the way you want to see a horse win on the comeback. Hands and heels from Flavien Prat. Broke Sharp from the inside. He wasn't taking any prisoners. Went forward. You see him kind of park him out in the 4 or 5 path, keeping Speaker's Corner parked outside of him. It looked like a 2-horse race on paper. It was a match race. It played out that way, and Life is Good. He's aptly named. He's very good.
He is a superstar. And backing it up again, he's now 7 for 9 in his career. Geared down late to go 121 3. And you see again out of the gate just how quick he is.
He's so quick. And Flavien did all the right things. You don't come out and be too quiet. You don't want to encourage Jose Ortiz to really charge and take you on. Kind of set the tone. This is what I'm doing. And discourage him from maybe trying to take it away from you early.
And you got to feel for Speaker's Corner a little bit. I mean, he is a very good horse. He has faced in his last 2 starts 2 of the best maybe we've seen in a long, long time.
In a lot of other years, Speaker's Corner would be the one being talked about in these hushed tones that we're talking about. Life is Good and Flightline. He just came in along in a year where this sprint division, the mile to sprint division, is very, very tough.
And again, different targets for these 2 horses. Life is Good, likely the Whitney next. They still have designs connections, I would believe, on the Breeders' Cup Classic. Speaker's Corner, his likely next target is the Forgo, where he's going to have another tough customer, one of the best in training as well in his division, Jackie's Warrior, waiting for him.
Yeah, it's just a very deep, talented division, and Flightline's going to try the Pacific Classic, so he's looking to stretch further. But I'll tell you what, we got a lot to look forward to this year. We got serious horses to watch and enjoy.
Life is Good. Back to his winning ways. Big performance in the comeback off that 99-day layoff from Dubai, taking the John Nerud in our ABR Race of the Week.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, firing the field in the Amsterdam.
We're back on America's Day at the Races here on FS1. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. What a horse, what a performance we just saw in our ABR Race of the Week. The John A. Nerud Life is Good. Certainly is for the son of Into Mischief.
And he goes fast, and he goes fast easily. Just always seems to have another gear in hand.
I like him in the Whitney.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
$2.40 for the victory. 7 wins now from 9 career starts. Speaker's Corner, valiant effort here in defeat. And again, for him, it's the 4 go likely next against Jackie's Warner. Repo Rocks. Jackie's Warrior, Repo Rocks winds up 3rd. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I'm pleased to be here with Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Life is Good. He was the goods today. He delivered. Is that the performance you were hoping and expecting?
Well, it's kind of always the performance you expect from him. He's such a brilliant horse to watch train, and he came back from Dubai and trained every bit as well as he did going into it. And so these are always situations where there's only one outcome that's okay, and you don't take that for granted. So I was glad to see him do it.
And you've said continuously that the Whitney is the next race, barring all things good from this one. But is the end goal the Breeders' Cup Classic this year?
I think that's what the Whitney will define for us. I'm confident. If you saw him today, he galloped out all the way 3/8 of a mile over to the pony shed. He doesn't seem like he gets tired. I really feel like the track in Dubai worked against us. It was just too deep. So I think on a normal American fast track that he can do that. So we'll see how the Whitney goes.
Now, I do want to ask you about a horse that you send out later in the Dwyer Charge It. What happened in the Derby, and is this kind of a regrouping plan for a horse that's shown a lot of talent, but maybe has shown an experience too?
Yeah, he has an experience, and that was our biggest concern going into the Derby, and he displaced his palate in there. We did a little minor surgical procedure. I think that's corrected it. He's trained great like he always has, so we're happy to have him back, and hopefully this is a step forward to bigger things.
All right, Todd, well, congratulations with Life is Good. An excellent performance.
Thank you.
Life is Good, guys. He will be making his next start in the Whitney, hopefully, but big things to come down the road, too.
It's a special horse. Brilliant speed. And, he's a horse, I think, one of the best horses doing it in the morning we may have ever seen.
He trains with so much enthusiasm. He's a horse that loves to train. There's guys and girls that that love to get up in the morning and go for a run. They don't jog. They go for a run. He goes for a run every morning. He goes out to the racetrack and trains like he loves it, and he's always looking for more.
But does it so easily, too. And you have to look back at the clock and say, did he really just go that fast?
Well, that's, I always talk about I'm not a time guy, it works, but when a horse goes fast and looks like they go slow, that's the perfect storm.
Fun horse to watch. It was a treat to get to see him do his thing. Back at Churchill Downs, race 5 is next. An allowance optional claiming race at 6.5 furlongs. And right now, 9-5. Spankster Dwayne Lucas got this horse. Immediately he broke his maiden for the coach. And now he'll tackle winners for the first time. That was a big effort. 87 buyer in that win. Rafael Bejarano will be aboard. Tyler Gaffalione, he seemed destined to become a jockey very early on, a third-generation rider. He used to ride the armchair of his couch, dreaming one day of following in his father's footsteps. After an Eclipse Award as the nation's top apprentice, he's developed into the one of very best in his profession. Here's Lafitte Pinkai with more.
I love the horse. I love being around them. They have a calming sense to them.
Tyler Gaffalione pretty much knew he wanted to be a jockey before he could spell his name.
No, just the way that set up early.
Tyler Gaffalione. I remember 3rd grade, I think I finally perfected it. I used to get a couple of the letters mixed up.
Tyler felt he was destined to become a third-generation jockey, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather.
I remember my first pony when I was 5, I believe, was Chipper Jones. I named him after my favorite baseball player, and he didn't really like me, but we developed a relationship after a while, and he taught me a few lessons, but I need to learn them. I was born in '94, and I think he rode maybe a year or two after that, and I think he called it quits. He got in a pretty bad spill at Delaware. He taught me everything I know. He used to spend hours with me on my equicizer. I'd ride a few pretend races during the day, and at the end of the day, Dad, come see what I learned today, come see what I worked on, and he was just so supportive of me. Never pushed me to do anything I didn't want to do, just supported me, and just gave me all the love in the world.
Gaffleone established himself early on as a top jockey in Florida. However, it would be aboard War of Will in the 2019 Triple Crown that would put Tyler on the map nationally.
Tyler Gaffleone has War of Will, fourth at the rail and 4 lengths off the lead. A similar trip to the Kentucky Derby, right behind the pacemaker.
Just a pure happiness. He's a very special horse to me in my career. He taught me a lot, not only about this game, but about myself. Even to this day, I still get chills watching the race. It doesn't even seem real.
But it's War of Will coming down to the 16th pole in front. In front by 2 lengths late. A late charge from Longshot Everfast on the inside 2, but nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
This season, Gaffleone finds himself balancing time in the saddle and planning a summer wedding.
It's a very exciting year for us as a couple. My fiance, Cassidy Edwards, and I are getting married in July, right before the Saratoga meet. We decided to do it up at Saratoga. All systems go.
Number 6 is Got Stormy, the rider, Tyler Gaffleone.
I enjoy what I do. I love coming to work every day, and anything can happen no matter what you do, so you just got to enjoy life and make the most of it.
Well, Eclipse Award winner back in 2015, now one of the best in the business, and he has dominated the standings at Churchill Downs.
And it's just been fun to watch him develop, improve. He's a strong finisher. He looks good on horses. I'm dating myself. I rode not only with his father, I rode with his grandfather. And Tyler has actually ridden more winners than both his grandfather and father put together at this stage, and they were good riders. So it gives you a little insight, a little window into Tyler Gaffleone, what he's been able to accomplish and his future.
And we get to see a lot of them at this Churchill meet. He is basically doubled up on the next closest finisher, very close to it, in Ricardo Santana Jr. at this meet. Race 5 is next at Churchill. Starts a pick 4 in this race, 6.5 furlong sprint. Allowance optional claiming field. Again, it's Spankster for Dwayne Lucas, the 6, who is the favorite at 9-5. We'll see him in a moment. We start with Unified Report, Dallas Stewart.
Dropping in company, coming off a bit of a freshening. Looks very sharp on the racetrack for Dallas Stewart.
Hippodrome, Norm Cash. Got an 81 Beyer speed figure in a win last start here at Churchill.
That was going a mile. Turns back to 6.5. You get the ageless John Cord aboard.
Pray for Peace, just claimed. Been popular in the claim box of late.
The horse has definitely been popular in the claim box. Landed in a tough spot here.
21-1, Let My People Go. Race came off the turf last out and broke his maiden impressively.
Yeah, returns off of that effort. First time as a gelding.
Mendenhall, Bill Mott trains. Splinkers go on.
Right, horse, has run a race good enough, and maybe the blinkers is what he needs because it looks like either he runs really well or really poorly.
Here's the favorite, Dwayne Lucas, and the son of Mastery.
Yeah, ran well in his second start, improved in the third start, couldn't take another step forward.
Joe Talamo on Texas Red Hot, been off since late February.
Turning back in distance off of that layoff.
It was briefly on the Triple Crown Trail. Chad Brown, Patient Capital, broke his maiden in his debut and then went backwards in start number 2.
Yeah, but when he broke his maiden in his debut, he basically nearly lost Manny Franco, the starter, who had to climb back into the saddle.
Yeah, he's dangerous. Look out, 9-1 from that barn. Attaboy Anthony, big price on a horse who just won last start against softer competition.
Yeah, this is much tougher.
And major player outside, 9-2, Swing Shifts on a Midnight Storm for Rudolph Brissett.
Yeah, making a nice impression on the racetrack. Good warm-up.
Yeah, won his debut at Gulfstream with a decent figure, and then they tried him long, getting back to sprinting today. So the 9-5 favorite, it is Spankster for Dwayne Lucas. And let's take a look at the maiden win. This was an impressive figure here and got bumped early on at the beginning of the race. And close throughout, seals the deal in 108-4 for the 6 furlongs.
Yeah, a fastly run race. He was involved early and he stuck around late. Nice effort from him. Looks like a horse that kind of carries a little bit of weight. Maybe he just needed racing to get to his optimum fitness, and he comes back now, won on June 12th, right back with a good work in between.
And he was finishing with, seemingly with plenty left in the tank. Going to get an extra half furlong today.
Yeah, Wayne's having a nice little run at Churchill Downs, and veiled a nice-looking 2-year-old filly a few days ago.
He's got arguably the best 3-year-old filly in the country. Secret Oath being pointed to the Alabama, potentially the Coaching Club American Oaks as well.
It's a treat for us to have Wayne in Saratoga. You know, I enjoy going by the barn in the mornings talking to him, and I enjoy when we get an opportunity to interview him. He always adds some kind of insight or perspective that is interesting.
So Spankster going to break from post 6 as the favorite for the coach. As a pick 4 begins here, let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Swing Shift went to the far outside soon after the break. The field races up the chute and crosses over. Swing Shift looking for the lead. Mendenhall is there. Spankster's right up and on the pace as well. Pray for Peace, and down inside is Hippodrome. Down the backstretch runs. Swing Shift from the far outside up for the lead, but the battle is on early. Hippodrome down inside. Right there to Pray for Peace. Mendenhall smack dab between horses as they move up the backstretch run. A break of 2 lengths back. Let My People Go within striking range for the far turn. The opening quarter goes in 22 3/5 seconds on the far turn now. Mendenhall in between, short lead. Hippodrome is there. Swing Shift on the far outside. Those 3 right across the track with Spankster not far behind, 4 wide fourth. Pray for Peace is also right there with Let My People Go. Farther back in the field, Unified Report, Patient Capital, Texas Red Hot, and Attaboy Anthony. They roll off the turn. Swing Shift has come away with the lead. It's Swing Shift in front. Let My People Go trying to forge up on through. Spankster's there. Pray for Peace switches out. Down to the final 16th. Still Swing Shift. Swing Shift still there. Let My People Go trying to get by. Pray for Peace is third. Here's the wire. Swing Shift won it. A length and a half in the end. Let My People Go was second. Pray for Peace was third. Then it was either Texas Red Hot or Unified Report.
Impressive for Rudolph Brissett.
This was an impressive performance. You need to go back and watch the head-on of the start and watch how abruptly the 11 Swing Shift veers out at the break, loses a lot of ground. Florent Drew had to correct him, and then he still showed all that speed, brushed up on the outside, and was resolute, would refuse to be passed in the lane after a start that could have certainly compromised him.
How about Let My People Go, too? 30-1, coming off a maiden win in a race that was taken off the grass, running second.
Yeah, but when he came through between horses, you thought, you see what I'm talking about here. Look how far he veered out, and then a rider has to grab him and correct him, and it's just not an easy thing to do. And then to show the kind of speed he did to brush up and make the lead. Look right here, he might get gunned down, and he just kept finding.
The dangers of breaking on the far outside, but Swing Shift able to overcome it.
The horses at times, and this is a lightly raced horse, have a tendency to run to empty space. He was running towards empty space. He was running towards the barn area.
But able to overcome that and get the win. This is a big effort considering that 9-2 in the end here on Swing Shift. And with that performance, might see him in some bigger spots going forward this summer.
Yeah, that was very impressive, and he's 2 for 2 now sprinting, and 2 for 2 sprinting on the dirt, more importantly.
1:16.4, sharp final time as well for the 6.5 furlong. Still to come later today, 3-year-old division, Grade 3 Dwyer and Charge It. First start back since the Kentucky Derby when he had those breathing issues, which are behind him now. Nabokov the up-and-comer off an impressive maiden win for Chad Brown and owner Peter Brand.
And Nabokov's very well posted outside, gets to get in the race the right way, should be forwardly placed. I love the fact that off of his maiden score, he immediately went right back to the work tab. That tells your horse bounced out of their race in good order, and he certainly could take another step forward. He'll need to. You know, frankly, Charge It's very good. Listening to Todd Pletcher talk about him and how he's coming to this race, you kind of felt that undertone of confidence, didn't you?
It sounded that way.
Yeah.
And a horse he believes going forward is going to be better going longer. Here he is, Charge It. So you would think impressive here. Designs on getting yet another horse to the Travers.
Hey, you see right here, Louis Saez going to a right-handed crop, and he shifts in. And at that point, you know, you would think he would have gone to the left-handed crop. Instead, he went back to the right-handed crop, and he wound up all the way in behind White Barrio and had to, you know, correct him. And when you're correcting in the late stages of a race, you're slowing a horse down. I think that's one Louis might want to have back. I just think he made a mistake there.
Well, second half of this season, a lot can change in the three-year-old picture. Certainly, you know, Epicenter. We had one of the biggest upsets in the history of the Kentucky Derby with the Rich Strike. But early voting Epicenter, they're right there. Zandon not far behind. Jack Christopher in the mix. See who can step up from these other runners and establish themselves.
Exciting.
Coverage on FS2 is up next. Our FS1 coverage coming to a close. So flip on over to FS2 for the conclusion of the cards from here at Belmont, and more from Churchill Downs as well. Wicked Halo we'll see in the Tepin. Grade 2 winner at Saratoga is a 2-year-old. And Charge It, as we were just talking about for Todd Pletcher, getting ready to line up in the Grade 3 Dwyer to come. We'll see you over on FS2 with Acacia and Andy Serling.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's a gorgeous afternoon here at beautiful Belmont Park as we continue on with our holiday weekend. Hope that you're joining us on track today, planning to this weekend. If not, we appreciate you tuning in to watch the last couple hours of America's Day at the Races as we continue on Fox Sports 2 and our regional networks. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, as we still have some graded stakes action to come here at beautiful Belmont Park, as we do have plenty of action to look forward to. Take a look at the field for the Dwyer coming up in a little bit, as this does feature the return of Charge It 4-5 on the morning line, a horse that ran in the Kentucky Derby, flipped his palate that day, had a minor surgical procedure, as we'll get a chance to see him come back and try to get back on track for trainer Todd Pletcher. I'm pleased to welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And Andy, we saw Todd Pletcher earlier in the day victorious with Life is Good. Does he do it again later with Charge It?
Yeah, right. His work isn't done. Life is Good, obviously the big dog that ran. You just saw his impressive performance in the John Nerud, but he's got another important horse going as well. You've got Life is Good, one of the top older horses in the country. Well, Charge It's trying to take a place in one of the top 3-year-olds in the country. And listen, his effort in the Florida Derby, a race, Acacia, you were there for, his greenness got in the way, but he still ran very, very well. He needs to take that step forward and show as we get in the second half of the season that he can be a player.
He does, and he really has been thrown right into the deep end. Just in his third start, he ran in the Florida Derby. White Barrio, a horse that was very professional, had much more seasoning, beat him that day, then went right into the Kentucky Derby where he had to face a field of 19 other horses. Again, as we mentioned, lacking that seasoning. He's been training well, had that minor procedure, a myectomy for horses that flip their palate, kind of restricting some of the airwaves sometimes through exercise, head carriage, that can happen. But good to see that Charge It will be back on the track this afternoon. So we'll take a look at what is still to come on today's program. Today's race is, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We will kick things off on this show with race 5 through 10, including that grade 3 Dwyer here at beautiful Belmont Park. It's Stephen Foster Day down at Churchill Downs. We'll have a couple of the stakes for you today, races 6 and 7. Fast main track beneath the Twin Spires. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up, use promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and get started at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Race 5, Andy, coming up next, a 1.16 on the inner turf in this maiden special weight. Taking a look at the field right now, a first-time starter with a high purchase price is the number 5, Capensis, who is currently 9-2, the favorite. The Chad Brown firster, though, favoritism going over to that one. Tepid favorite, Internal Capital.
Yeah, Internal Capital is the favorite in the double as well. Internal Capital, I believe his last work may have been with a winner here last week, an impressive winner in the dirt for the stable. Dan was a turf winner. His barn is very good. One of the reasons I took a small shot against this horse, I picked the 2 Breakwater first time on the grass. And this is a guess on my part, with the way Klarovich stable has won the owner's title, 4 years in a row at Saratoga, Chad Brown, I wonder if he would fire a really big bullet this late in the meeting for that barn, thinking with Saratoga coming up, because as you know, trainers are thinking, I want to get Saratoga, I need wins up there. That's just a thought I had. I could be totally wrong.
Breakwater, meanwhile, has the pedigree for it as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, I'm excited to see this horse try the turf. What do you make of him getting on the grass for the first time?
Well, you should be, Acacia. Given his pedigree, there's been 7 foals to run on the turf, and all 7 have won, but they've all had more influential turf sires. Flatter has not proven to be a particularly good influence when it comes to switching to the turf. He doesn't scream turf, but I guess he can handle it. It's a good-looking horse, that's for sure. I like what I'm seeing from him. I've never seen him before. But, yeah, he's fine. He can win here. The barn's awfully cold, though, but maybe it just takes one to get things going. I actually opted for the horse who, unfortunately for me, has gone to favoritism, Internal Capital. I thought this was the right spot to start. This horse is such a good mover. I mean, I noticed it at the walk back in the paddock. I noticed it in the warm-up, too, with Flavian Pratt aboard looking for back-to-back wins after the romp with Life is Good. I like this horse. I suppose it's good that he's taking money, but often we've seen Chad win with higher prices. Capensis, why is a $2 million yearling running on the turf with more dirt pedigree? I don't know. I take it as a negative sign. Good-looking horse as he should be to bring $2 million, but I'll take the wait-and-see approach. His number 8, Mboite, he stretches out. This horse has taken money in both of his starts. He cannot get out of the gate, and I think, or he's very slow, I should say, into stride. It's because he just doesn't move that fluidly behind, but he is so much more fit having that one race under his belt, and I like the stretch out as the short cup cheater blinkers go on. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Mboite, blinkers do go on. I like this name called by No Nay Never out of dancing shoes. Did you know Mboite is a
I have a feeling
ballet
you do.
move?
I was going to guess that.
I need to educate you on some dance
really
steps
do.
here,
Well,
Andy. We need to take some lessons.
Yeah, the video I think of you teaching me dance lessons would be either highly popular or both highly popular and highly embarrassing for me. You know, Shug McGay's won a lot of races out of town. He just hasn't been running that many horses in New York, and he's been doing very well winning out of town. I think that horse is dangerous. I think the 6 is dangerous near Sasua Summer. I know the horse looks like a money burner, but she's not, because he's not. Last time was the only time he's ever been favored. He's been big prices in a lot of tough spots. I don't think he's out of it either. I used the 2 with the 4 and 6.
Number 5, Capensis, $2 million yearling, debuting as a 3-year-old. The brother Alexander Valley, who sold for $2.15 million, 0 for 9 on the track. We'll see what happens here in race 5 at Belmont. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
And the rough. Internal Capital away well. Breakwater now moves up on the inside, and Sasua Summer on the outside. And from the far outside, there goes Mboite with a quick brush. So it is Breakwater, Mboite, and Sasua Summer. 3 of them across the track. They've got 3 lengths on Internal Capital, who's down at the rail running in 4th. Running B is next in 5th. At the back of the pack are Capensis and Callaway Peak. Breakwater leads here by a length and a half, with Sasua Summer running in 2nd. Mboite, Internal Capital, right together 3rd and 4th. The quarter was run in 23 seconds. Running B runs along in 5th, and then it's a break of a length back to the 2 trailers, Capensis and Callaway Peak. It is Breakwater who has the lead here. It's Breakwater in front, length and a quarter. Sasua Summer in 2nd by 2. Internal Capital and Mboite heads apart 3rd and 4th. The half was run in 47 and 1. And it is Breakwater on top here as they go around the far turn. Breakwater leads here by a length. Sasua Summer still in 2nd. Internal Capital, Mboite. Then farther back it's Running B, Capensis, and Callaway Peak. Breakwater is now challenged by Sasua Summer on the outside. Internal Capital, the gray, is down towards the rail, and Capensis is coming on out in the middle of the course. Here comes Capensis now to sweep to the lead as they move for the 8th pole. It is Capensis in front. Capensis making that big move, coming to the top of the stretch and now drawing away here in the lane. Capensis, impressive in his debut, won by a half dozen lengths. Running B came on for 2nd. Then Sasua Summer and Internal Capital.
That expensive yearling Capensis, he had worked several times up at Saratoga over the turf course at the Oklahoma training track, Andy, and he flew over the grass for his debut.
Yeah, he did. It was an impressive win for him first time out. I guess Todd Pletcher has some other business to attend to between Life is Good and the stake later today. I don't know if this is what $2 million looks like, but it's a pretty auspicious beginning. You know, it obviously was set up, and I'm not knocking his performance. A very fast race. The turf is very firm, but he was really flying home. It was set up by an extremely fast and contentious pace. Yep. 23.11 on the inner turf. That's like 22.1 or 2 on the Widener. But you can get a good setup and a good trip and still win impressively. This race did fall apart in the late stages, but he was a dominant winner.
Impressive debut for that first-time starter, Capensis, who ran by the rest of the field. Out of Terra's Tango, a multiple graded stakes winner. She never tried the turf, and she's a sister to some pretty fast dirt sprint graded stakes types, including Visionaire, who won the then King's Bishop. But this one on the turf, and he looks like he wants to go around again.
And assuming those fractions are accurate, and I have no reason to believe they aren't, this horse came home the last 16th of a mile in 5.67 seconds. That's flying.
prancing, coming back after that race. He wants to do some embouteils for you.
He does. He was actually looking right at you, Acacia.
Yes, I appreciate that.
He's saying, I want to see those videos.
Yes, Capensis with the win, the number 7 running B. The other Chad Brown, so to speak, checked in second. It was 5-7-6-4 in the 5th race at Belmont Park, but the first-time starter, Capensis, dominant on debut as Jose Ortiz brings him back.
So Sua Summer's a bit of an unlucky horse.
Yes.
He ran very well chasing that pace and finishing 3rd.
And he had to face a talented runner by Tapit as well. We'll bring you prices and reactions, plus a whole lot more. We'll also take a look at the Tepin Stakes coming up from Churchill Downs. Some more stakes action on the card. There's a look at Wicked Halo, trying to make it 2 stakes wins in a row for Steve Asmussen.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. There's a look at those beautiful turf courses here in New York. The Inner Turf was the site of the 5th race. Capensis, dominant on debut for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, she really looked terrific out there. Fast pace or not, she absolutely accelerated and was just flying down the stretch. 5 3/5 seconds for that last 16th of a mile. I have to imagine Todd's excited to get up to Saratoga, and I mean, he's going to have to decide. I don't think it's a horse that you want to run in a stake at this point. He'll probably look for a non-winners of 1 if there's enough time. You think a non-winners of 1. If it goes well, maybe the Saranac at the end of the meet with a race like the Hill Prince at the end at Belmont, $500,000 in October probably is the goal if he can get there.
The non-winners of 1 can be pretty salty up in Saratoga as well.
He's pretty salty, this guy.
That's for sure. Capensis, dominant, a $2 million yearling by Tapit out of Terrace Tango, but running very well on the turf. And you brought up some interesting points as we were talking in the break about some of the other horses in this race. With the fast pace and the dynamics of the race, something you may want to give another chance moving forward.
Yeah, I wonder if Sugar will want to give Breakwear another chance in the turf. You know, I don't disagree with what Maggie was saying about the Flatter and the other horses that were successful. The 5 horses on the turf from the dam had better turf sires, but maybe Sugar will think, you know what, the pace got a little out of hand. Let's give one more chance. Even a horse like Internal Capital, because the pace was quick, but Sua Summer really ran a game race, finishing 3rd considering the pace.
Jose Ortiz, meanwhile, aboard the winner, and he's standing by with Maggie.
An impressive debut with Capensis, Jose. What did he feel like underneath view? Because he cost a lot as a $2 million yearling purchase. He exploded, chipping away slowly at that purchase price.
Yeah, he broke a step slow. Todd told me he knows his horse very well, and I just kind of relaxed there. I knew they were going a little bit fast. The first turn was fast, and kind of wait for the right time to let him go. But when I let him go, I was surprised with the kind of turn of foot. You know, these tappies, they're not usually that way. They kind of grinders and they stay for the distance. But this one, he had a beautiful turn of foot.
And not that much turf pedigree to boot, and he just exploded. When a guy like Todd Pletcher, you know, you mentioned how well he knows his horses. Does he give you instructions, or just more or less let you know about the horses?
Just let me know about the horse. Say, stay with the pony. He's training a little bit aggressive up in Saratoga, and just braking, make sure you help him a little bit because he's going to be slow out of there, and then take it from there. So basically, he told me more about the horse.
That's always helpful. I'm sure you knew a horse quite well yesterday. For those who weren't watching, you won a race for your brother-in-law, Adam Rice, aboard Oxymore, a really impressive first-time out 2-year-old. You went to Prescott to breeze this horse, Jose. You knew he was good.
Yeah, Adam told me to go there and check him out. He thought he was a good horse. I saw him a few times on the farm when he was breaking him, but he looked pretty good there. But, you know, they developed a lot in 4 or 5 months, you know. And I went to work him a few weeks ago, and he was, I told Adam give him a try here because I felt like he belonged. And yesterday, we didn't expect that, but we thought he belonged, but we didn't expect what he did yesterday.
Do you just put your helmet and vest in your suitcase whenever you go somewhere?
I have my helmet and vest over there.
You have them in specific racetracks. Well, congratulations. Big weekend so far.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Jose Ortiz has vest and helmet. Will breeze your horse, guys.
I love that, Maggie. That's what it's all about, right? You got to go where the horse is, and Jose Ortiz doing exactly that.
And Adam Rice, who brought that horse, he hasn't brought that many horses to New York.
Yeah.
One of the last ones he bought is actually in the family now. Was Shecky Shabazz. Bought to Saratoga a few years ago. I know Christophe owns him now, and he ran that huge race
he's
and
back,
winning.
yeah.
Oh.
No longer. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. To your house now?
No.
Front yard?
I would put him in my backyard. I love that horse.
He's a cool horse.
But yes, he's a very, very cool horse. But you're absolutely right. A horse that was very talented, 2 and 3 as well.
And that horse yesterday was impressive.
Mm-hmm. Back here at Churchill Downs, we get ready for the Tepin Stakes coming up next. Stakes action going a mile on the main track. And it is important to note, Andy, too, that this race originally a turf stake. There is no turf racing happening at Churchill Downs. We do have dirt horses in this race, though. We'll start the post parade with the number 1, Hardy Constitution.
Hardy Constitution is not bad. The problem is Wicked Halo. But I can't disagree with the public. It feels like she's the second likeliest winner.
Second last time out. Here's a horse stretching out. Very little sense.
Yeah, I mean, she's not untalented, but she would have to improve stretching out, and you wonder if that's going to happen trying it for the first time.
Is a stakes winner going 7 furlongs last year as a 2-year-old. Here is Wicked Halo off a win in the Leslie's Lady.
She's getting her act together. You know, it's one of those Asmussen horses that took a couple of starts sort of before she got it together, but she looked very good beating the heavy favorite last time. And I think Pretty Birdie, who she beat, Norm Cassie is bringing her here for the victory ride next week.
It'll be exciting to see her here in New York.
Yeah.
Here is the number 5, Zawish.
Well, Zawish looks like a turf horse, so, you know, maybe they could start her on the inside.
Yes,
whatever that is.
We'll
there. It
see.
looks like a Monet painting, doesn't it?
It does. It does. The turf course that we hope we will someday get a chance to see once again.
And you know, I think you'll agree. I feel bad for the trainers, especially.
Absolutely,
They're there.
yeah.
You know, you look forward to it and putting the new course in, and whatever the situation is, obviously it's a difficult situation. But for the people who are stable there and want to run their horses in the turf, it's tough.
We see some trainers shipping to New York. Ian Wilkes has a horse coming here today. You know, it makes sense. You try to find opportunities for your horse. And as mentioned, you did have some opportunities with some dirt horses in this race, for instance, as we look at Wicked Halo's last start. But, yeah, it's tough because you often work backwards from certain races.
Well, sure. And the owners, you know, the owner is the most important thing. I mean, they're the ones who are paying the bill, and it's a very, very difficult situation. I'm surprised Cherie DeVoe shipped a couple of horses here. Cherie is always pretty, you know, she's opportunistic. she's very smart that way, and it's the right move in doing it. But this is Wicked Halo dispensing a Pretty Birdie, who was coming off that big effort behind Matarea in the 8 bells. I just think maybe the distance kind of got to her, the 7 furlong.
Yes,
She's more of a 6 furlong type horse. I imagine Norm's thinking victory ride and then maybe wait for the Prioress at the end of the Saratoga meet. But this is a filly that promises as a 2-year-old, and it just kind of took her a little while, but she seems to be getting it together at the right time. And it's a good thing because that gun runner has just had no good horses.
You know, it's so unfortunate, isn't it?
It's embarrassing. It really is that such a good horse would be such a bad sire.
You know, it was a cool moment, too. I'm sure you remember back in Saratoga last year when this filly, Wicked Halo, won the Adirondack, as she's out of Just Wicked, who also won the Adirondack, too. And being by gun runner, and I know for Winchell Thoroughbreds that they own and bred this filly, she's a very special one. And I'm sure it's rewarding to see her improving as a 3-year-old, too.
Agreed. And I love seeing the ownership group, the Winchell's, I guess his father, before him, owning the horses. They breed the horses as well. And I imagine there is a great sense of satisfaction when you breed a horse and you win with that horse. And it was interesting, Chad Brown was one who brought this up to me last year. A huge number of the horses that were in the Derby last year were homebreds.
Yes.
Including Essential Quality. I know Highly Motivated was, Mandaloon was. So a lot of horses were homebreds, and it's kind of interesting to see. You spend a lot of money at the sales, but there are people breeding good horses as well and keeping them and racing them.
And having a lot of success in doing so as well. A horse that was purchased at a yearling sale. Here's the one, Hardy Constitution, Pennsylvania bred, in fact, with Joe Sharp. Ran in the Fantasy, 2 starts back, certainly tougher, and then cut back to the mile last time out. She finished second. Now, she was one that was kind of up close, pressing the pace, and she really was just second best in that start. She just couldn't get by in there, Andy, but she ran fine off a bit of a freshening and coming out of a graded stake.
And it'll be interesting because from the rail, I think Louis Saez is going to have to go to the lead. And it's hard because, you feel as though she was your horse, you wish you drew outside of Wicked Halo because if you have to go to leave the inside, it's almost like you're put in that position where you have to try to win. And they all want to win. But you kind of want with her to sort of sit second to Wicked Halo and then say, you know what, if she doesn't run a race, maybe we can pick her up. But I still think that she's a player. Now, you've gone to a lot of sales in the past. Are you still going to sales?
Yes, I was working as a shortlister a couple years ago for Dennis O'Neill, Doug O'Neill's brother. So, which was an incredible experience, particularly because he really buys 2-year-olds and watching, and he doesn't look so much as pedigree as some others do. It's more how a horse moves, the physical of the horse is put together, and obviously has had a tremendous amount of success buying 2 Derby winners, Hot Rod Charlie right now. So an amazing person to learn from. And now I go with my husband as well.
And he can learn from you. God knows he's got a big learning curve ahead of him.
No. He has an incredible eye. And it's funny because it's a very different mindset versus going to the 2-year-old sales with a guy like Dennis versus what Miguel and Christoph are looking for at the sales.
Because Dennis is looking for ready to win then, or different kinds of horses?
Yes, and more so, for instance, in our family, looking with the Clements, would prefer buying yearlings because you can work more with those horses right from the beginning. It's kind of a blank slate, and I've heard a lot of trainers say that as well. Obviously, there's success to be had from the 2-year-old sales too. Sometimes you don't know as much what you're getting. It's nice when you get a younger horse and you can start right from the beginning.
Or you think you're getting something, and then 2
then
weeks
you
later you go, wait a
yes.
second, I don't remember that.
Horse shrunk.
Have you found that doing your job when you're in the paddock, that you've learned a lot from being at those sales to help with that job?
Very much so. And I do the podcast now, too, on the sales and breeding and getting to pick people's minds about what they look for at sales, trainers, owners, breeding, whether that's buying a mare that you want to breed or keeping a mare and choosing a stallion or whatever it is, but very much so. You learn what things matter and what don't so much at those sales.
No, it's fascinating. It really is.
I really enjoy it.
I think all those things about racing, there's so many, and there's so... I'm very good, I'd like to think, at a few things, but a lot of that stuff, I just don't know anything about it.
It's a different part of the industry, that's for sure. A homebred, though, the favorite here in this Tepin Stakes, Wicked Halo. Here is Travis Stone.
Hardy Constitution and Very Little Sense both break well. Zawish did too, and Wicked Halo right with them as the 4 of them move up the chute. And here comes Wicked Halo on through for a narrow lead, very narrow lead though. Zawish is right there with Very Little Sense, and Hardy Constitution is down toward the inside. So the 4 of them are stacked across the track as they cross over. 6 furlongs to go. Hardy Constitution has come on through to take over the lead. Very Little Sense moves with her, and Wicked Halo keeps pace as well. The three of them across the track. Zawish tracks them from fourth while wide. So down the backstretch run, contested quarter in 23 seconds flat. Hardy Constitution down inside, trying to fend off Very Little Sense and Wicked Halo. They're halfway home in 45-2. The pace is quick. Zawish lets the other three do battle, but is not far behind, just 2.5 lengths off. So round the far turn, Wicked Halo's now putting in a more serious bid for the lead. Hardy Constitution is trying to hold it. Very Little Sense is back into fourth as Zawish moves up while wide. At the quarter pole, Wicked Halo comes off the turn in front. Hardy Constitution trying hard to keep up. Zawish on the outside and Very Little Sense. Down to the final furlong now. Wicked Halo shaken up for a little bit more. She is clear by 4. Hardy Constitution has re-rallied into second. Zawish on the outside trying to get back up into second, but nobody's getting first because that belongs to Wicked Halo, who's under the wire to win it by 4. Hardy Constitution won that battle for second, and Zawish was third.
Wicked Halo, no surprise, the winner of the Tepin as she makes it back-to-back stakes victories at Churchill Downs.
I like those Winchell silks. I don't know, there's some silks that you associate with particularly good horses or memorable horses, and seeing their silks and, remembering all this. We talk about Gunrunner's a sire. You almost forget what a good racehorse he turned into, and had a tremendous run as a 4-year-old, sort of the stamp of the Asmussen barn, getting him to improve. But she's a nice filly. She didn't meet much competition. You could see that Luis Saez was trying to figure out what to do with the one. He was trying to rate her along on the lead, and he got away. He did pretty well, all things considered, and was able to get second.
Back at Belmont Park, meanwhile, we get ready for race 6. A mile and a 16th on the main track in this starter allowance. Horses in the paddock. There's a look at Endowed, currently 9-5. We'll go down for paddock report with Maggie.
And we'll start with that favorite, Acacia. I was not in the paddock for his comeback race, though I was there for his debut back at Aqueduct. Endowed. He didn't have his stuff together that day. He was studdish, he was screaming, distracted, not fit. He didn't look like a turf horse. So then, obviously, they do the logical, geld him, bring him back as a dirt horse. Son of Tonalist. And he wins quite convincingly last time out off the bench. And looking at him here, he's so much more athletic, so much more professional as well. And this is what he wants to do. He wants to run long on the dirt. But the fact of the matter is, he certainly wasn't flattered by the fact that No Code and North Pole came back in a cheaper maiden claimer last time, a few days ago, and didn't really show up. So we'll see, was his performance good enough to win here, or is he meeting that much tougher? As we'll take a look at number 4, right in on the ice, as he shipped out of town for his last 2 efforts, in over his head completely in the Sir Barton Stakes, 1 down at Laurel. And he's a horse that kind of same thing in that he just seemed clueless in his debut. He didn't seem that fit, and progressively got better with each race. And relative to what I saw at his Aqueduct races, I like even more here today. I think he's quite a logical horse, and I know he's a 3-year-old facing some older horses, but physically, Acacia, he fits right in with this group.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 4-1 right now. There's a look, though, at Flavien Prat and Christophe Clement. Endowed 3-2 now on the board as he'll look to make it 2 wins in a row. When we come back, we'll take a look at Charge It, ready to roll in the Dwyer, trying to get back on track, making his first start since the Kentucky Derby. What kind of 3-year-old will he be in the second half of the year?
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the brilliant Eclipse Award champion and record setter who raced medication free. We're getting ready for the 6th race at Belmont Park. This starter allowance endowed currently 3-2. As you and I were discussing, Andy, he did beat a pretty subpar field last time, but we'll see, as he did seem to be a horse that has improved a lot. Here's a horse coming off a win, though, bold victory.
He's been in terrific form, and he did run against the track with a wide move and a day the rail was pretty good. I just wonder, though, if this field might be a little tougher, but he's a player.
Here's Endowed, your favorite.
I think he's a terrible bet at 6-5. He obviously has more upside than most in here, and he might be the horse to beat, but I just think you're taking the worst for the price at 6-5, so I'll try to beat him.
Number 4, Write It on Ice. Maggie saying that he matches up with these.
Yeah, I'm going to bet a few dollars in this horse. I think he should be the controlling speed in a relatively paceless race, and he didn't get the best of trips, the Sir Barton.
Talk more about him and his chances later. Here's Dangerous Edge.
I don't think there's a horse in this race you can unequivocally say has no chance, but this horse would have to improve dramatically off the race he won last time.
The other one for Rudy Rodriguez is to the outside as he sends out 2. Here's Ayers.
I worry that this horse doesn't have much speed. I think he's good enough to win the race, but he is a horse that's going to come from behind in a race that just may not have much speed. We'll see how it plays out. Tricky race.
Back at Churchill Downs, meanwhile, it was not a really tricky race to figure out the Tepin Wicked Halo. She makes it 2 wins in a row for Steve Asmussen. Tepin recently inducted into the Hall of Fame. This race run on the main track, though, at Churchill, and Wicked Halo in good form right now.
I hope nobody told Tepin that they ran her race in the dirt.
She'd be very disappointed.
She would not be happy. I mean, unfortunately, our Tepin at Aqueduct, the real Tepin,
yes,
that was run that was run in the turf last fall. But Wicked Halo is really moving forward. And I think Steve's, I guess the question is, Echo Zulu. Have you heard any updates since? I know they were sending her. They're sending her to be examined. I guess Rudin Riddle after the race.
She was being examined by Rudin Riddle after being shown to be lame in her left front with the late scratch, and we hope get a chance to see her back on the track soon.
Yeah, I mean, she could come back in relatively short time. She could come back in forever. Never really know. It's not bad to have this one as a backup, Wicked Halo, because she is improving. And one thing about Steve, he's not afraid to run big races.
Yep,
Steve runs them.
Meanwhile, the number 2, Endowed, your favorite. I was the one in the paddock for his last race and thought that he could even actually tuck up a little bit after the layoff, but did seem to just tower over the field that he faced and loved getting back on the main track. That showed on the racetrack as he just pulled away from the rest of that field.
Yeah, I think it's always about price. And I don't have a big argument that he's the horse to beat in some ways in this race, but it's not like his speed figure towered over the others, and we did see the second place finisher run abysmally in a pretty weak field on yesterday's card. So I'm a little skeptical about this one, and at even money in here, I feel obliged to bet against him. So I'm going to bet a few dollars on the number 4 Riot on the ice, and if Endowed takes step forward as a lightly raced horse, I'll lose.
This horse broke a little slow last time in the Sir Barton, then was really jostled on either side too, and he looks so uncomfortable at the back of the pack. You'd have to imagine he'd be forward in here.
Yeah, and Jose Gomez is an aggressive rider, and there's so little speed with Blake B scratching out of here. And even there wasn't much speed. He should be in front. Now, to be fair, he has never run a buyer speed figure that puts him in contention really with anybody else in this race, so he's going to have to take a step forward.
For more on these horses as they're on the track finishing up their warm-ups, let's go back to Maggie.
I, too, am very interested in Write It on the Ice, but I'll oblige. I know Andy's liked him, and I'll go with number 1, Bold Victory in here. As Andy mentioned in the post-ride, he's just a horse that is in very good form, and he tends to wear how he's feeling kind of on his sleeve, if you will, and that when he's kind of bouncing and shows that good energy prior to going into the gate, then he usually runs his race. It's kind of like, do you really trust Endowed? I can't really fault him physically, but I just thought there were more interesting alternatives at better prices in this field, as Andy and I kind of on the same thought line. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. To even money on the number 2, Endowed. Andy and Maggie looking for a little value elsewhere. Maggie going with the 1, Bold Victory, doing well now as he does step up off the back of that win last time out.
And you bring up value, and I agree with in this case. And the whole notion is if Maggie and I are right in our thinking that Endowed may be the horse to beat, but might be more like a 2-to-1 shot, then a horse like the 1 is kind of value, even though the horse is only 5-2, or maybe my horse is value at 5-1. It's hard, but I feel as a player, when I have a situation like this, I feel obliged to bet. At least something. Not a lot necessarily. I mean, if you really like a horse, you're supposed to bet a lot if there's an overbet horse. But if you feel like there's a weak favorite, and I don't think he's weak per se, I just don't believe he should be even money in here, that's going to give you potential value in other horses. And that's how you make money. You don't make money picking winners per se. You make money by betting horses over time that are actually higher odds in their chance of winning. With the takeout, that's a tough thing to do.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it doesn't happen sometimes.
Strong pool, meanwhile, for the late pick 5, which does kick off here as well. That includes that Dwyer. A little bit later on, Charge It, looking to get back on track today. Be a fun sequence, fun rest of the card as we get ready for the 6th race at Belmont Park. Endowed, your favorite. Here's the voice of New York Racing, John and Brielle with the call.
Write It on the Ice moves in. Waiting now for Dangerous Edge and Air Show. The 6th race starts the late pick 5, and that pool is almost $700,000. Air Show in the gate. We are set for the 6th. And they're off. Steadying there shortly after the start, number 2, Endowed, and Endowed is the early trailer. Dangerous Edge, Air Show, Write It on the Ice. The 3 of them in a battle early here, and they've got a length and a half on Endowed, who is now moving up on the extreme outside. Endowed is going to go up and contest the front runners here. Bold Victory, the early trailer, in 5th. It's Endowed who now has the lead. Write It on the Ice races in 2nd. Dangerous Edge back in 3rd. Then Air Show and Bold Victory. The quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. So Endowed is the leader here. Endowed now getting away to lead by a length and a half. Write It on the Ice runs in 2nd, and alongside is Dangerous Edge next in 3rd. A break of 2 to the 2 trailers, Bold Victory and Air Show. It is Endowed who ran the opening half mile in 47 seconds. There's less than a half mile to the finish now, with Endowed the leader by a length. Dangerous Edge now picking it up on the outside. The gray Write It on the Ice down at the rail in 3rd. Then Air Show and Bold Victory is at the back. Endowed challenged now by Dangerous Edge. Dangerous Edge on the outside and Endowed on the inside. They are at the head of the stretch. Dangerous Edge and Endowed, they continue to battle it out here as they come down for the 3/16 pole. And Dangerous Edge is now in front. Endowed is back running in 2nd. Then Write It on the Ice, Bold Victory, and Air Show. Dangerous Edge with the lead as they come on for the finish, and it's another victory for jockey Manny Franco. Dangerous Edge over Endowed. Bold Victory got up for 3rd.
Dangerous Edge had a win last time out. Pulls the upset in here at odds of 7-1 over your heavy favorite, Endowed, who missed the break, rushed up, and then dueled in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Endowed ran the best race of anybody in here, but not a lot of margin for error and by blowing the break. And I think that Flavien Prat did the right thing rushing up like that. But the truth is that Dangerous Edge, who beat absolutely nobody with a perfect trip last time, he improved and he showed up, and a whole lot of other horses completely failed to show up in here. My 4-horse just isn't good enough. The other horses, they just didn't run a step. Bold Victory at Air Show, they had nothing.
Upset here at 7-1, the number 5 Dangerous Edge to make it 2 wins in a row for Rob Atras. Manny Franco aboard today. This gelding by Competitive Edge, able to outduel your favorite who missed the break, had to rush up and then took that pressure in the stretch. It was 5-2. 1-4 in the 6th at Belmont Park. Manny Franco continuing with his strong run here at beautiful Belmont Park. Horse that he's ridden before, not to success, but gets him to the winner's circle today. 4th career win for Dangerous Edge.
Yep, coming off that win. Tough beat for Endowed. I don't know that he should have been even money, but considering the way he ran in there, if he breaks cleanly, he obviously wins the race.
Well, we'll bring you prices on the number 5 Dangerous Edge. When we come back, we'll also recap what happened earlier in the day. 1 stake down, 1 to go. The John A. Nerud went to the super talented Life is Good. We'll talk more about it after this.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at 3 Chimneys.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Glad to have you with us as our program is brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com as we take a look at beautiful Washington Square Park. The winner's circle is always a beautiful spot, though. Dangerous Edge got his picture taken this afternoon under jockey Manny Franco. Makes it 2 wins in a row, stepping up off the back of that victory for trainer Rob Atras.
Well, Manny looked around the room this morning and he said, wait, Dylan's not here? Irad's not here. I gotta win a few and give myself a little bit of life to win that title. And you know, and this is another race with Manny. I know it's a lower level race, but once again, getting his horses into the game, and I think that's what's made such a difference for both he and Dylan.
Trainer Rob Atras, though, in a good groove as well as he is standing by with Maggie.
And he does have danger. He's a very popular man. Who are we texting? I love embarrassing him. But Dangerous Edge, you have him in raging form right now as he graduated from the non-3 to the starter with aplomb here. Rob, a horse that was in bad form when you claimed him, but physically he looks incredible now.
Yeah, no, he's been doing really good, and I think he's gotten better every race. You know, the first race he ran good, and then he took a step forward, so we wanted to take a step up and see if we could compete with this bunch, and I think he proved today that he belonged.
We saw you win with an allowance horse yesterday, St. Selby, a New York bred. He's another one that seems to be in raging form. What kind of race do you point him to next?
You know, we're not exactly sure yet. You know, he's coming back on quick rest off a big race, and it's a bit of a concern, but he really showed up yesterday. He's a very, very nice horse, and we've always been high on him. He's taken a little while to come around, but, you know, everyone's been patient with him. You know, it's really paid off because he's really developing into a really nice horse.
Rob, you had an excellent Saratoga last year, including winning your first Grade 1. As we approach, you know, we're less than 2 weeks away. What do you have more babies? I remember Brittany in that interview we did with her saying that you would like to have more young horses in your barn. Are you going to unveil some runners?
We do have more 2-year-olds, which is good, and I'm excited about that. You know, we're not necessarily pointing any of them, you know, towards Saratoga, but, you know, you'll probably see some of them later on in the meet and then Belmont fall.
All right, well, best of luck up there. Congrats here. Finishing strong to this meet.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Dangerous Edge in great form. He had the edge today, Acacia.
He did, making it 2 wins in a row.
Who's he I want to know he's texting.
I know, he's back on
Maggie,
the phone
Maggie
now.
really left us out in the cliff there a little bit. I don't
know.
think that was fair. I'm dying to know.
Well, I don't see Brittany around, so it might be her.
He's definitely going to say it was her.
So she's probably back at the barn doing all the hard work
Right.
behind the scenes. $16 winner, as we did have that carryover with the pick 6, a strong pool there. Hope that you're still alive. 2 races and some good prices as well in the first couple of legs into that first part of the sequence with today's pick 6. However, earlier on today, we saw our America's Best Racing race of the week. It was the John A. Nerud, and Andy, we saw Speaker's Corner try every step of the way to keep up with Life is Good, and this horse just keeps on keeping on.
Yeah, I heard it on the way back. Speaker's Corner turned and looked at Belmont and said, really? This horse he's a machine, and I think you have to respect how good Speaker's Corner is.
Yes.
And how hard he tried against this horse, and Life is Good said, please, you know, you're just not as good as I am. I mean, this is a very good horse, and a lot of times we see, listen, our job is to promote the sport, and we promote the game, and we talk up horses, but you don't want to overly hype horses. This has been an unusual year. Like Jackie's Warrior has been running his last race. We're seeing Flightline, the Met Mile, Life is Good coming back, going to and Speaker's Corner as well. I don't want to disrespect him because he's running these monsters in these races. Last year he would have just won all of these Grade 1 races and won them in a common gallop. This is a sensational horse. He breaks so fastly. Sometimes we show these races and you get a little tired of seeing them and talking about them and having to talk up these horses. You're thinking, they're really not that good. It wasn't that good a race. I got to watch this race 100 times. I love this horse.
Life is Good and Jackie's Warrior last year in Saratoga put on the race of the year. That stretch run, that was Life is Good off a layoff, and he's gone on to do some tremendous things since then, too.
That race, that Alan Jerkins, is one of those races that in 20 years we'll be watching on YouTube and thinking about it. I'll be thinking I was home and I missed it.
Me too.
Oh, you weren't there?
I was in quarantine as well.
Oh, Jesus. That's right. That's why we were texting quite a bit. I forgot. We were crying on each other's shoulders through text. Yeah, but you know, there are those races and there are those horses, and I think we need to appreciate these really, really good horses, and he's a very exciting horse, and we're looking forward to seeing him in the Whitney in his next start.
Absolutely. Todd Pletcher saying that this was a prep for Life is Good, and he won that prep just as easily as I'm sure the Connections had hoped to see him do it. A very talented racehorse. We look forward to seeing what else is in store throughout the rest of this year with Life is Good, and hopefully we get a chance to see him match up with Flightline and Jackie's Warrior once again. There's a look at riders getting the call in race 7, the American Derby at Churchill Downs. We'll talk more about it after this break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off. pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Mile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Mile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nerud Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nerud Bets.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Nerud Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Nerud.com/triple play for details.
Welcome back to America's Day at the races as we get ready for the American Derby, and there is a very large bug on my desk. I'm just going to slide it off here. I think it's I don't know what it is, but it needs to get away from me.
I know.
Oh, there we go.
I noticed
all right,
it was
Andy,
much more eager to be by you than by me.
We're going to meet the field for the American Derby. Junior's gift to kick things off. Here's Search Engine for our friend Tom Amos.
By the way, notice I made no attempt to get near that bug. I let Acacia handle it herself.
That's true.
Search Engine's okay. One of the players near it. And I think 6 to 1's actually a pretty fair price. That 80 buyer last time, I like to see it repeated.
Here's the 4, Kiddadan on the main track today.
I want to know what Paul LaDuca thinks about this. I miss our friend Paul. And it was his upset win last time, but that was in the grass.
Great call at 40 to 1 that day. Here is Louis Size aboard McLaren Vale.
I'm not this horse's biggest fan, but isn't he loose as a goose in here?
Does have quite a bit of early speed. Here is the 7, Red Run. Steve Asmussen looks for another stakes win today.
Yeah, unfortunately, this one is not in the grass for this guy.
Here's Kuchar, had a nice victory last time out.
Might be sitting 2nd or 3rd in this race, and not impossible.
Next will be Rattle and Roll, currently your favorite, coming out of a 3rd in the Matt win.
I don't deny that he might be the most talented horse in the race, but he's at a significant pace disadvantage in here, and I think he's a little overbet because he's got those big names in his PPs.
And blinkers back on the number 11, OP Firecracker.
Listen, he ran his biggest race last time out, but looking at the horse that beat him, that horse is not really as good as that 87 buyer he ran suggests.
Well, that's the field for the American Derbies. We're taking a look at Rattle and Roll. We last saw him in the Matt win, where Cyberknife and Howling Time put on that show down the stretch. He was a distant 3rd that day, coming up the center of the track, but a horse that is a Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old, has faced some very tough 3-year-old competition as well.
Yeah, there were a lot of people that mistakenly thought he was a top horse last year when he won that Breeders' Futurity. They didn't really look at who was in the race and how good a trip he got. He's run some okay races, but he just hasn't taken the needed step forward to be competitive with the best horses. And I wouldn't argue with anybody that says he's just better than these horses. Having said that, from a pace dynamic standpoint, probably the 2nd likeliest winner, McLaren Vale, is the controlling speed. So for me, that gives that one an advantage.
2 to 1 on Rattle and Roll. Kuchar, meanwhile, he stalked last time out. Would you think that Florent Giroux would try to have him be a little bit more forward, given the presence of McLaren Vale? They both go out for Rudy Brisset, though, so that makes it a little bit tougher.
I think he'll be sitting 2nd. He's not as fast as McLaren Vale. And to be fair, he ran a competitive 2nd in the Oaklawn Stakes behind Homebrew, who just crushed a field at Monmouth in the prep there for the Haskell.
So take a look at Kuchar's last win. Florent Giroux aboard that day. That was going 1.25 miles as he'll cut back in distance today to the 1.16 miles, but did break his maiden at this distance at Belmont Park as well. A horse that, as you mentioned, should kind of be in that stalking position here. Makes it interesting. He's in good form right now.
I'm exhausted watching that ride.
He really had to work for it. He really had to work for it.
I started getting tired around the 8th pole watching the way Florent was riding him.
He's strong,
he's probably
for
sitting
sure.
out of the window. He's probably on the post parade right now going, really? Am I going to have to work? I hope it's not as hot there as it is here, because this is a horse that you got to really keep on riding.
He's one of those horses that Richie Migliori calls a bicycle horse that you've got to just keep on.
Tricycle horse in his case. You got to really pump away on that guy.
The other one for the barn, meanwhile, McLaren Vale does have that early speed. He won at Horseshoe Indy last time at a short price, but did so with a big buyer speed figure and did so convincingly.
Yeah, I guess if you like him, you just sort of hope that he's improving in this race, but I'm not overly optimistic. I don't know. I don't love the horses he's been running against. Got to get position from the outside, too.
The number 7, Red Run for Steve Asmussen. Tyler Gaffleone riding quite a bit. This horse does seem to be an outlier given the fact that he's more of a turf horse, but you do see Tyler riding a lot more for Steve Asmussen at this meet.
Well, I mean, you know, Joel Rosario been riding for Scully. He's obviously not there, and with Ricardo not riding for him as much, it's a lot of open for other people. It's interesting to see how it plays out in Saratoga, because keep in mind, it's also been beneficial to Steve to be able to get Ricardo in Saratoga, because you're not always going to be able to. And he's Steve Asmussen, he won't have a problem, but it's nice to have a top rider that you're comfortable with, that you know will be there to ride your horses.
American Derby for the 3-year-olds, 1.16 miles on the main track at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Search Engine bounces out right on top. McLaurin Vale is there. Red Run and Kuchar comes on toward the outside. Into the first turn they go. McLaurin Vale comes on through to take a narrow lead. Search Engine toward the inside right there, second. And Kuchar's to their outside, moving up from third. Red running behind while fourth. Junior's Gift covered up inside fifth. Rattle and Roll comes away sixth and is 5 lengths off the lead. Kiddidan is racing in seventh, and OP Firecracker is the trailer in eighth as they hit the backstretch run. And the opening quarter goes in 24 and 2/5 seconds. McLaurin Vale heads down the backstretch in front just under a length to stablemate Kuchar, who's prompting from second with 5 furlongs to go. So it's McLaurin Vale the leader. Kuchar not far behind second. Search Engine tucked away toward the inside, covered up while third. Rattle and Roll has moved up on the outside of horses now, within 2 lengths of the lead. Red Run's racing in fifth, followed by Kiddidan now sixth. OP Firecracker and Junior's Gift at the back. Round the far turn, Kuchar's coming after the lead. Here comes Kuchar now, putting a nose in front round the far turn. McLaurin Vale trying to keep up. Rattle and Roll's now second on the outside. At the quarter pole, Kuchar set down for the drive. Rattle and Roll right up alongside in second. These two head in head. Red Run's in behind with Kiddidan. There's 1 furlong to go, and Rattle and Roll has rolled up to take the lead at the 8th pole. Kuchar's back into second. Red Run is third, coming down to the finish. Rattle and Roll, steady progress throughout to score in the American Derby. Wins by 2. Kuchar was second, Red Run was third, and Kiddidan finished fourth.
The class prevailing in the American Derby, Rattle and Roll coming out of a 3rd place finish in the Grade 3 Matt win. He rolls on the outside today.
Just the best horse in the race, and Brian Hernandez did a very good job of getting position, so he wasn't going to have to make a big run to get it done. Kuchar ran fine to be second. He was simply the second best horse. And McLaurin Vale, he may have had a bit of a pace advantage, but he's just had absolutely nothing.
Kenny McPeak continues his terrific meet at Churchill Downs. This one, I guess, a type of drop-down runner as well, as he goes from a Grade 3 to a stake there. But we'll bring you prices from the American Derby in a bit when we come back. Back at Belmont Park, we have 7 furlongs on the turf in this New York bred first level allowance race. There's a look at She's a Mia, who's currently your favorite. Should get a lot out of that last effort, as she will cut back a distance today.
Yeah, I actually prefer the other Clement runner, Autumn Glory, who who I thought ran against a better horse in Finest Hour and Finest Work. And Finest Work, not that Autumn Glory didn't have a good trip in there, but Finest Work had a better trip than she did. And
that one came back to win again the other day.
Yeah, I think maybe they're betting Pratt. I'm not really sure, but I think Autumn Glory of the two is the one that I prefer. Obviously, the public completely disagrees.
Autumn Glory finished second last time out, beaten by a neck as she was on the outside trying the number 11 that day as she couldn't get over the rail early on, dropped back, trying to close. Finest Work, as you mentioned, a little bit of a better trip, but certainly flattered her competition when she came back with another win for George Weaver to Autumn Glory, second off the layoff, as is Shizamiya, both of these horses second off the layoff.
And it was a very live race that she comes out of Autumn Glory. Not only did Finest Work win and improve her buyer figure 3 points, Palace Gossip won, improving her buyer figure 1 point, but we saw Theodora Grace finish 5th in there. She won, improved her figure 4th or 5th, 16 points or 14 points. So we've seen a number of horses come out of that race and run better, a good sign for her chances.
Here's the rest of the field, though, starting with Happy Hill Lil Hall of Famer John Velasquez aboard.
Probably better with a little less distance, and to me, she's an underlay at 9-2.
Here is your current favorite. She's a Mia Stakes Place filly last year.
Yeah, I think she's overbet at 8-5, but every time I seem to think that, the public gets it right and I get it wrong. But she's obviously a player.
Filly by a Stern, who does cut back in distance for her second off the bench. The other one for the barn, here's Autumn Glory.
Yeah, I prefer Autumn Glory, and I really think she should be the shorter price. She's coming out of a much better race than Shizamiya's coming out of.
She is 3-1. Generous price on her right now. First-time turfer, Kiss Me Smile.
Yeah, it's the first foal of Madame, who did actually run well on the turf, and there is some turf in the pedigree. She figures to be forwardly placed, though not as fast as the 8.
Second Dam actually ran a 97 buyer on the grass, too. Here's Big Al's Gal, is a turf winner way back.
But a 106 buyer in the dirt.
That's true.
She was a better dirt horse.
For Dave Casson.
Yeah.
I thought that was fun to see.
I always like to see this daughter of Al Khali, who's probably better in the dirt than turf.
Scratch the main track only. Here's Love's Misery.
Yeah, Love's Misery is overmatched here.
One on the turf, couple races back in a lower level race than what she'll face today. First time on the turf since trying the matron last year. Here's Making My Move.
She ran very, very well in the matron. If she runs back to that race, her 2-year-old race, she might be too much these horses to beat. She has the speed. I wish she ran a little better in the dirt last time, but maybe this is just the right surface.
Remember John Kimmel telling me before her debut, he'd actually entered her in a turf race that didn't go, and he ran around the dirt, which she won by 12. Here's the number 9, Dufresne, to the outside.
They bet her first time like they thought she would run well in the dirt. I thought Dufresne, by the way, was a great name, uncaptured, of course, and Andy Dufresne from Shawshank Redemption. I thought she was the long shot if you're looking to throw somebody in a price.
Third start of her form cycle for trainer Mike Trombetta. That's the field for this fun 7th race at Belmont Park. Back at Churchill, meanwhile, in the American Derby, we saw Rattle and Roll get back to the winner's circle. In fact, his first win since his Grade 1 win in the Breeders' Futurity as a 2-year-old picks up another victory for his trainer Ken McPeak there in the center with his family, who's been having a terrific Churchill Downs meet.
Yeah, that's a nice win for this horse, and we'll see what they decide to go from here. I mean, I don't think they're going to get so ambitious to try race like the Travers, but with races like the West Virginia Derby and those type of races, it's a horse that perhaps could compete in them.
Kenny McPeak, certainly very sharp with pointing his horses to the right races. You look at Crazy Beautiful, for instance, last year, I think a good example of that, and finding the right spots to pick up some lucrative wins. Rattle and Roll, a win in the American Derby, returns $5.40 to win 987 in that 7th race at Churchill Downs. Back to Belmont Park, we take a look at the number 3, Autumn Glory, who, Andy, I know you preferred of the two going out for the Belmont Barn, as this one came off of a layoff, and she's now your favorite.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that she's the favorite now in this race.
People
that was pretty
heard
quick. Yeah, if they heard me, they would have made her 5-1. She'd be best and probably like stumble at the start. I just, like as I said before, I think she's the horse to beat in here. I think she's her last race makes her the horse to beat. I think she's run well in both of her races. I'm actually more scared of the number 8 in here, Making My Move, than I am of Shizamiya. I believe she's better than Shizamiya.
Making My Move does have that ever dangerous early speed. She's also been training in her last couple of works on the turf here at Belmont as well. Filly by Carpe Diem, as she is quick, and that's always a big weapon to have.
I mean, she's very, very fast. Her last race, though, I know that, she's probably a better turf horse, but she was bad. And that was a race where the pace essentially held together very well. It's not like it fell apart. She just fell apart in there. It was her first start this year, and maybe this is the right surface for her. And at the end of the day, she ran a 79 buyer in her lone turf star as a 2-year-old. That's faster than the kind of numbers that the favorite and the second choice are running, and that was as a 2-year-old. So there's an argument that she could be the horse to beat in here.
Ran really well behind some talented horses in the Grade 3 Matron as a 2-year-old. It was her first start out of New York bred company, first time on the turf. She ran a good effort that day, and as mentioned, Connection's always feeling like she could handle the turf. She is 7-2 right now on the board. As the number 9, Dufresne, is 10-1 to the outside. You mentioned this one as potentially an intriguing price play to use underneath, as she is one that comes from off of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think at best she, sucks up and gets third or something, you know. I thought she ran a better race than Happy Hill Lil did last time. She kind of broke a little bit slowly in that race, and I thought it was maybe a step in the right direction for her. She'd have to improve, but she has some credentials as a 2-year-old, and I thought maybe if you're looking for a price, second, probably third or something in tries. Dufresne was the one price horse that interested me a little bit in here, but I don't have a strong opinion against the top 3 choices. I picked 3-8-2 in this race, but I put the 9 fourth.
Autumn Glory, currently 8-5. Manny Franco will be aboard for Christoph Wilma. The other one for the barn, She's a Mia, did run second last time and was run down late by Sweet Franny Lou, who had changed tactics that day coming from off of it. She'll make her second start as a 3-year-old. For more on this field, though, we welcome back to the show champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, fun race here. What do you make of these fillies on track?
Yeah, it is a fun race, and these hybrid distances, 7 furlongs on the turf, not a distance we run a great deal, always entertaining. Horses that stood out physically, starting with the 1, Happy Hill Lil. You get Johnny Velasquez, who I think has been riding in tremendous form. I actually spoke with Johnny in the paddock. One of the things that impresses me, Acacia, is get to a certain age, riders start losing their legs a little bit physically. You just can't maintain. Johnny's skills have not diminished one little bit, and he even said, he goes, I feel so good. If I started to feel different, he wouldn't do it. And I tell you, I love the way he's riding, and I love the way Happy Hill Lil looked. The 3, Autumn Glory, also a standout physically. Could not really, she would get the paddock check mark. Loved everything I saw from her. And then the 8 horse, Making My Move. I've watched this filly work on the turf. She really likes the turf. John Kimmel's instructions were to be very quiet leaving the gate, let her place herself. She's naturally fast. He doesn't want to see her sent. He'd just like to see her getting a good rhythm. And she has trained, like I said, very, very well on the grass.
Richie, thank you. Making My Move. We'll see how she does getting back to the turf. The 2 fillies from Christophe Clement, though, taking most of the money. We'll see who gets the win in this New York bred race. 7 furlongs on the turf. Coming up next, here's John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for Kiss Me Smile, and Dufresne will be the last one to move into the starting gate for race 7, which is on the widened turf, and they're going 7 furlongs. Turf is firm. Dufresne about to move in. And she's in the gate, and we're set. And they're off. Making My Move is out for the early lead with She's a Mia. Down towards the hedge, and on the outside is Dufresne. And then comes Happy Hill Lil, who is racing in 4th. And then it's Love's Misery next in 5th, followed by Autumn Glory. The favorite is 6th here. And Big Al's Gal is in 7th with Kiss Me Smile, the trailer, in 8th. Making My Move leads here by a length. Dufresne running in 2nd. Right alongside is Happy Hill Lil, the quarter 22 and 2. She's a Mia, hard held there, and in 4th, passed now on the outside by Big Al's Gal and by Love's Misery. Autumn Glory has just 1 horse beat at this point, and that is Kiss Me Smile. It is Making My Move who takes the field around the far turn and ran a half in 44 4/5 seconds. Making My Move by a length and a half. Dufresne next in second. She's Amia now comes on through to grab third. Happy Hill Lil on the inside. And then it is Autumn Glory as the field comes down for the furlong marker. Making My Move has a 3-length lead. Then it's Dufresne along with She's Amia and Autumn Glory next. Making My Move, looking to go wire to wire here. She's got the lead and she's got it wrapped up. Making My Move, 1 by 2. She's Amia second, then Dufresne and Autumn Glory. And the time on the board, 1 minute 20 and 1/5 seconds.
Making My Move. She made a move right to the front under Jose Ortiz, and she took them every step of the way, returning to the turf for trainer John Kimmel.
And the reality is that 22.47 for the course quarter is monumentally slow. We're dealing with it's a hard turf. It's not a firm turf. It's a hard turf. And even 44.98 for sprints at this time of the year, Jose did a tremendous job, and you saw him early, sort of harnessing that speed, not letting her run off a little bit. And, you know, I know it's a very fast-seeming final time. These courses get fast, and she actually got away with a pretty tepid pace, all things considered, but she was the best horse in here, and we talked about that beforehand, that there was a real chance that she was. Autumn Glory, I don't understand it. She's been professional in her first 2 starts. She was all over the racetrack. Manny gave her a perfect ride. He got through, and she started lugging in and doing all these wrong things, and that's really what cost her second. She was never beating this filly, but she probably could have been second under those circumstances. Unfortunately, with Dufresne, I needed Autumn Glory. I needed a little 8.39, not 8.29.
The number 2, She's Amia, the one that got up for second. There is a look at your winner, though, on the inside of her, Making My Move with Jose Ortiz in the saddle, who took them every step of the way. And we'll bring you prices for this 7th race at Belmont Park. A lot more to come, including the Grade 3 Dwyer after this.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Glad to have you with us as we see Making My Move moving into the winner's circle here in race 7 at Belmont Park. Think we'll see her back on the dirt ever? Probably
No.
not, right?
No, I don't think so.
$9.30 winner Jose Ortiz in the saddle. She broke pretty easily out of the gate, went to the lead. Jose Ortiz rationing that speed, as you mentioned, Andy, and she was able to take them every step of the way. Campaigned by trainer John Kimmel, who's standing by with Richie.
Very happy to be joined here by John Kimmel, a guy I have a long relationship with. John, Making My Move was very good today. A little bit keen, but Jose did a good job trying to get her to settle down.
Yeah, he did as much as he could without having her throw her head back in his face. So you could see her a little bit resentful, but you know, she's just so quick. Today I wasn't sure off her last few races on the dirt. She's shown a lot of early speed, so we were just trying to see if we could get her back a little bit, and that was the idea. But you know, she's so quick off the break. You know, you have to break her jaw to take her back, and it would be counterproductive. And he said he kept her off the fence pretty far, and she relaxed pretty well. And 7/8 is probably stretching her distance, but we go to Saratoga, 5.5 ought to be just fine.
It should be real tough up there going 5.5. I've watched this filly work. I've watched her work with you on the turf. She really impresses on the grass in the mornings.
She has, you know, and you know she'll work good on the dirt too. But you know, maybe her gallop outs aren't as strong. But you know, with those 2 poor dirt races, now 3 that she had, the 2 from last year and the one this first race this season, and the way she ran today at 7/8, just got to stick with the grass.
John, you've had a long, productive relationship with Chester and Mary Broman, had a lot of the families of these horses. Talk about that relationship a little bit.
You know, Chester is one of the great guys that have taken New York breeding to another level. You know, for a guy that started with a modest group of horses, he's upgraded his broodmare band and the stallions to which he bred, and now he's breeding horses that are able to compete on the world stage, like Bar Gold and Artemis Agaterra, and their offspring have all shown very well and raised a lot of money in the sales.
Well, speaking of relationships, congratulations, you just got married?
Yes, I married my longtime significant other, Dr. Jennifer Garber. We've been together for 18 years, and we tied the knot coincidentally with our birthdays. We both have birthdays on the 25th of June, and now we have an anniversary to celebrate as well.
Well, congratulations. I'm very happy for both of you, and she must be very patient. She put up with John.
18 years.
And she has, they both have no excuse to forget the anniversary, too. It's on their birthdays. John can never forget her birthday or his anniversary now. I see why he did that.
Or he's in a lot of trouble.
As John Kimmel and Richie Migliori, long-standing relationship, as Richie mentioned, and a lot of success they've had together.
Yeah, no, Richie rode a lot of good horses for John. You know, thinking back on horses, they had Hidden Lake is one they did very well with, but John had some very good horses. I don't think Richie rode Twist of Fleet. I saw her in the PPs. She was like a second dam of a horse the other day. She was a very good horse. Also, Katinka. I don't know how much Richie rode her, but she was a sensational horse.
I remember him talking about her.
Very expensive. I think she cost about $750,000, $800,000. Yeah. It's a nice horse.
Long-standing relationship, and I know Richie always enjoying getting the chance to catch up with John. Following a win, John Kimmel with Making My Move. She is at $9.30, the shortest price in the pick six sequence so far. 3 down, 3 to go. Best of luck if you are still alive. We hope that you are as we get ready to turn our attention to the Grade 3 Dwyer. But first, we look back at some of the great performances in history in that race.
Mike Smith hand riding Holy Bull to mid-stretch. In control by 3. Twining still running second. Bay Street Star is laboring, and it's going to be Holy Bull again. He is just strolling home to victory here. Holy Bull wins with dazzling ease.
Holy Bull in the 1994 Dwyer, dominant, and what an incredible racehorse he truly was.
He was an amazing horse. This was his first start after the Met Mile, when he just destroyed older horses after the debacle in the Derby. The Dwyer was 1 1/16 at this point. I was actually sitting in the seats right beneath us with some friends watching this race. He beat a very, very good horse. There's a Darley horse named Twining who finished second. He was undefeated, I think, at that point. Scotty Schulhofer, I believe, trained him actually, and I mean, he was good. I mean, he took money against Holy Bull. I think I don't know if he's as short as 2 to 1. He may have been one of the last runners from Courtly D. Twining, but Courtly D was an amazing, amazing broodmare, and Holy Bull just made him look like a common racehorse. I think he won the Haskell, which I'm not sure if the Haskell or Monmouth Invitational still at that point, before that performance in the Travers. And his Travers and Rachel Alexander's Woodwards are sort of mirror image of each other. It's tremendous performances by tremendous racehorses. And Holy Bull was a true great a really, really great horse. And it was such a shame that he pulled up in the Dawn. I was at Gulfstream for that race, and they went in the first turn together, he and Cigar. And unfortunately, he had the suspensory issue. He was fine, and he went on to be a stallion. But we never got to see the two of those horses hook up and what could have been. But there were a lot of what were's with Holy Bull, and all of them were tremendous.
He made a lot of horses look like common race horses as he went by them and just pulled away.
Amazing. I mean, Breeders' Cup winners, Cherokee Run, he dismissed him in the Met Mile. He won that Woodward after the Travers against the Colonial Affair, who I firmly believe would have won that Breeders' Cup Classic had he not gotten injured. Belmont Stakes winner, really a tremendous racehorse. And Holy Bull, he was in rarefied air.
Winner of the 1994 Dwyer as we get ready for today's Dwyer, which does kick off the series as far as the 3-year-old stakes are concerned. Here at NYRA, the Dwyer today, the Curlin Jim Dandy. As we look at that weekend in July, of course, a prep for the Run Happy Travers. We're excited to have both the Jim Dandy and the Travers broadcasts on Fox this summer. We'll be bringing you all of that action. The Run Happy Travers could be some throwdown if all the big names show up later on in the summer.
Yeah, we were sorry to read today, Dave Brenning tweeting and Donegal releasing that Mo Donegal is unfortunately, I guess he's out for 60 days with some bone bruising. Whether or not he gets back, we hope he gets back soon because he is such a nice racehorse. But there will be other players as well in there, though.
Todd Pletcher, meanwhile, has Charge It waiting in the wings. His Mose Donegal will be out for 60 days, as mentioned, but Charge It making his first start out of the Kentucky Derby. He is currently 1-2 on the board, a horse that, when he broke his maiden, was thrown right into the deep end. And I do think that this will be an interesting moment for him today to see where he really does stack up as far as the 3-year-old picture is concerned. I liked him going into the Florida Derby. I liked him in all of his races I saw down in South Florida. And he was a horse that we found out an excuse in the Kentucky Derby and one who could really get back on track today.
He could. You know, it'll be interesting to see what tactics they use because he does have the speed to be in front. You wonder, is Todd going to send? If he doesn't, the number 3 horse, so I'm interested in Fluid Situation, could maybe wire the field. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive they are with him. And listen, he's obviously not in the class of the best 3-year-olds at this point, but he's close enough with a big effort here that he could throw his name into the ring, and maybe we do see him run in a race like the Jim Dandy or the Haskell before he heads to potentially the Travers. It'll be interesting to see because he does have a lot of talent.
A horse that looks terrific in the paddock here. Then the outside, though, we'll see a horse stepping into graded stakes company for the first time. Nabokov, son of Uncle Mo. He will come off of an impressive maiden win for Chad Brown. A later starting colt, didn't debut until April at Keeneland, but he couldn't have won that last race any more impressively, Andy.
And listen, if he can't compete against these horses, he can always go back to riding. So he's got that fallback position.
I see what you did there.
He was good. I'm not going to deny it. He ran very well. He got a big figure 91. Chad Brown, for what it's worth, off maiden wins in the dirt, going to graded stakes the next time out. He's 7 for 27, 26%, 19 hitting the board. The ROI's low, but it's not surprising. The horses take a lot of money. I think he's going to have to improve, especially if the favorite shows up with his best race, and I'm going to take a little shot against him. That's why I like Fluid Situation.
5-2 right now on Nabokov to the outside. He's the full brother to Grade 2 winner, multiple Grade 1 place, Mopatism. Good going long on the main track as well. As we'll take a look at what else Chad Brown has in the barn as far as the 3-year-old picture is concerned. And it's pretty tough if Nabokov wants to try and throw his hat into this ring. Andy, we see Preakness winner, early voting, Zandon, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, and Jack Christopher, who will likely try to stretch his speed into the Haskell. But early voting, the Preakness winner, a classic winner, really stamping himself as one of the dominant players in this division.
No, and the one thing he's shown that Jack Christopher hasn't is the ability to go long.
Yes.
And with this effort in the Preakness, he's shown that he can rate, and he ran one of the fastest figures that anybody in the 3-year-old division besides Jack Christopher ran, if not the second best number. So he's very, very good. They have to make a decision whether or not they're going to run him out of his stall in the Jim Dandy where he'd run against Zandon. Epicenter, maybe this is a little bit easier with Mo Donegal not obviously running in that race. Or is he going to run against Jack Christopher in the Haskell? I think both of them are open, both options open. And the one thing about running the Haskell is it does give you one more week to the Travers.
Preakness winner, early voting, who did so impressively that weekend at Pimlico for trainer Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz in the saddle that day. As Zandon, meanwhile, he was a horse who finished third in the Kentucky Derby, really the buzz horse leading into that. As you mentioned, still undecided as of yet for early voting, last I heard. But Zandon, the plan to go to that Jim Dandy this summer and finishing third. Of course, we saw that monster upset with Rich Strike coming down the inside to win. Zandon keeping right there behind Epicenter.
He wasn't as good as Epicenter in this race. Epicenter ran the better race. But you could make the argument that had they sat farther back and gambled it up that the pace would be quick, he might have been able to beat that one. It'll be interesting to see what he does and drop back a little bit more, but I also think Epicenter is going to have more speed when we get to Saratoga than he's had in the last couple races.
Jack Christopher, who was so impressive in that Woody Stevens, likely to stretch his speed in that Haskell this summer. A strong contingency, a 3-year-old to 4-trainer Chad Brown. This one right here could potentially be the up-and-comer Nabokov, who will step up off the back of that maiden win.
Well, you think of Miles D., who broke his maiden, and then he ran so well to finish second in the Curlin, third in the Travers, before coming back and eventually winning Discovery. I think that he's back in training. He's had some minor setbacks. Love to see him get back on track as well.
Chad Brown, I know the Travers, a race that he's always wanted to win, a special race for him. He could have 4 chances going into the Travers.
No, it is scary. I mean, obviously with Jack Christopher, the question is how far he wants to go, and it's nice to have a horse like that, excuse me, and know that you have a fallback in the Alan Jerkins.
Yeah.
And he may be the most talented 3-year-old in the country, but he might not be the most talented going long. And this is a tough year. You're not going to win that Travers with a mediocre performance because you've got a horse like Epicenter as well as early voting. I wonder if Taba in California, I know his name's been bantied about a little bit. We'll see where he goes. This is an exciting year. There's some fast older horses and there's some good 3-year-olds around. And we're not even talking about the fillies. I mean, there's good filly and mares older.
That
the 3-year-olds.
Alabama
I mean,
is gonna be spectacular.
You know, you think about Jerry Manner's performance last week and what we saw Ness do in her last race, and Secret Oath is out there. I mean, we love the game, and it gets you excited talking about these horses because they're not phony good horses. They're good horses.
Very, very good. There's a look, though, at the bottom of your screen of Todd Pletcher. He sends out Charge It, who's 1-2 in this Dwyer. Richie in the paddock getting a good look at these runners. Richie, how does Charge It look coming out of the Derby?
Charge It looks outstanding, Acacia. I love everything I'm seeing from him. He's great in the coat. He's actually looks like he might even filled out a little bit to me, matured a little bit, got a little bit wider. I think he's going to be very formidable here in this spot. Todd Pletcher reaches out to Johnny Velasquez, 2 Hall of Fame careers that were intertwined and making a really nice impression. It's a 2-horse race, basically. Nabokov is the other horse, and Nabokov, he just is such a classy individual. The way he walks around the paddock, he's got a presence, and good horses have that presence. He's a typical Uncle Mo. He's got that kind of look to him. Nice, just perfectly balanced kind of colt. He's got a great draw. I really feel like it's very much a 2-horse race. Charge It and Nabokov. The other horse that caught my eye from a physical perspective was the 5 running Son of a Gun. You know, it's interesting. I had the impression that this horse looked more like just a sprinter, and I think he's changed a little bit. I'm seeing a horse that I think might handle the mile just fine. I mean, he's had one try at it, albeit in the Gotham. That didn't work out too well. But from a physical perspective, he's well turned out, and I do think that he would actually be fine going the mile. Competition might be the problem because we got 2 pretty good horses to contend with in Charge It and Nabokov.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see what can happen with some of the other ones who are stepping up in distance. I want to remind everybody, you can join Naira Bets today, play all of the action, and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up, get started, use promo code MATCH200, and get up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. As we see Charge It 1-2, as mentioned, he had a legitimate excuse in the Kentucky Derby. It was announced afterwards that he flipped his soft palate, which basically means, Andy, that it inhibits a horse from having the ability to get the proper amount of air. So it's something that can be fixed. It's not a horse that has had long-standing breathing issues, had that surgery called a myectomy after the Kentucky Derby, and is back in training and looking forward to rebounding from that Kentucky Derby.
Well, you know, speaking of Holy Bull and Flip Pallets, when Holy Bull made his second start as a 3-year-old in the Fountain of Youth, he got into a monstrous speed duel. He was running against horses like Hare was in there. I think Hare won, in fact. Go for Gin was in there, and he flipped his pallet, and he was virtually eased in there. They fixed the problem, and he came back and he buried the field in the Florida Derby. Went on and won the Bluegrass, and obviously Derby didn't work out, but the rest of his career worked out just fine.
So nothing to be concerned about as far as Charge It is concerned. And boy, does he look a picture today. It's continued to strengthen up now into the second half of his 3-year-old season. Charge It, he's 2-5.
He's got a zillion-dollar pedigree, and, you know, he doesn't have to win a race like this, but I think if he's going to be a player in this 3-year-old division, as strong as it is, he needs to run a big race today.
A homebred from Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm. Here's No Sabe Nada.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, did run the best race from a buyer speed figure standpoint over his career last time. He'd have to take another big step forward, be competitive here.
Biggest price on the board right now as he does stretch out in distance. Here's the 3 Fluid Situation. I know you have some interest.
Yeah, I'm betting this horse. I've already bet him, in fact. Javier's got to send him the lead. The one race he went to the lead, he ran a 95 buyer. I think it's very clear that he is a different horse when he controls in the front end. Give him his best shot in the front end and see what he can do.
Is the full brother to multiple graded stakes winner Axelrod, who's good going long if there's any concern about the stretch out. Here's Unbridled Bomber.
I love those upstarts, and this guy is one I've made some bets on. He's had some sneaky trips, but he'd have to improve to get a big piece here.
He is the second longest price on the board at 18-1. Running Son of a Gun also stretches out.
Wherever he finishes, he was a heck of a claim by the Toscanos and the connections. They've claimed him for 40,000. He's won a couple of races, and he is a nice horse.
Honest as they come. 15-1 on Running Son of a Gun. Here's Nabokov to the outside.
I think it's great that Peter Brandt has all these different names. You know, Anthony Stabile was teasing me because he had a horse, Kowalski, and Anthony said, oh, he named him for the wrestler. And I said, oh, come on, he's an educated man. He named him for Stanley Kowalski, and streetcar named Desire. And I saw Peter later, and I said, you named that horse for Stanley Kowalski. And he looked at me and he goes, no, I named it for the wrestler.
I love that.
And, of course, Miles D, who's named for Miles Davis, and now Nabokov, who's named for Vladimir Nabokov, the novelist.
5-2 on that runner. As Peter Brandt has some very creative names. Here's a look at Charge It, though. You mentioned the pedigree, the dam, the sister to Will Take Charge. This one by Tapit, always from the beginning bred to be a good one. Broke his maiden impressively down in South Florida, right into the Florida Derby, Kentucky Derby now. And I think the point you bring up, too, Andy, about as far as his overall career, needing to win a race. But this is a race where we'll really get a chance to see where he potentially fits in this 3-year-old picture.
Right, unless somebody goes out. Listen, a horse could go out, the 3 or the 6 could go out and run huge races, and he'd run okay second. But there is a bit of a gap. It's not an extreme gap, but a bit of a gap between he and the horses we've been talking about, the Epicenters, the Zandons, the early votings, the Jack Christopher, and Mo Donegal even. And Todd knows that as well as anybody.
Yeah.
Todd understands the relative talents of horses. But this horse has a right to be able to put himself in that picture. And so I think that Todd and Mandy Pope have to be thinking, you know, he runs like 100 buyer or something, and he runs impressively in here. Then we can go to Saratoga and maybe take a shot in that Jim Dandy and look at that, Travers. I mean, Mandy Pope has spent a lot of money for a lot of broodmares in this game, and, you know, there's never a guarantee the money you spend gets you in the winner's circle, but she certainly paid her dues to have a good horse, and perhaps this is the one.
Absolutely. Certainly everybody be rooting for her to have success with a horse with that kind of pedigree as well. She also had a nice first out winner for Todd the other day, too, out of House of Grace.
Very impressive. A 93 buyer first time out. We saw that one. And another Chad Brown run a 91. But, looked very, very good. That one took a while to get to the races. So, listen, things turn around for better or worse very quickly in this game.
That they do. Here's a look, meanwhile, at a Florida-bred Fluid Situation who just stretch out in distance. Wired the field going 7 furlongs at Tampa. 2 starts back. Comes out of a 4th sprinting in the Gold Fever. I agree with you as far as the speed is concerned. Mentioned the pedigree is there to suggest he could handle the distance.
Yeah, he's got to show he can run against this caliber of horse. And I think, even though I bet him, if Charge It shows up and he runs a professional race, he's probably going to win. no matter how well he runs. But Charge It still got some quirks to him, and you don't really know. And I just feel like, I don't know if they're going to ride him, but how do you not look at this and say, let's blast off, put him on the front end, take our best chance. If we lose that way, so be it. But let's give him his best chance to win.
Running Son of a Gun, the 5, a horse that, as you mentioned, claimed for $40,000 by the Toscanos, had some confidence in him to try him in the Gotham behind Morello going a mile. He also has a win at 7 furlongs at Parks.
He's a really nice horse. I mean, I don't think he's good enough to beat these horses. To be fair, he finished ahead of my horse last time out. So, if I like Fluid Situation, I shouldn't be totally dismissive of him. And he's 15-1. He's not a 50-1 shot in here. Regardless, they claimed this horse for $40,000 on New Year's Eve. They made $70,000. They've got their money back. They've paid a lot of the bills to have him, to keep him this year. So he's close to sort of running for free at this point. And, whether or not he can compete here, they'll take a shot. And even a third-place finish is not a bad thing in a $250,000 race.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. Nabokov, meanwhile, the clear second choice to the outside as he steps up to face Stakes Company for the first time. Richie, what do you make of him facing tougher today?
Acacia, he looks so good that I was waffling back and forth between him and the 1 Charge It. He, just like all the other Chad Brown runners, so well turned out. He looks like his fitness level is even, a higher fitness level off of the maiden breaking score that he won fairly easily. I just, I wound up going to the 1 Charge It because I do see a bigger, stronger horse than I saw earlier in the spring when he was running well. So I expect him to take a step forward off of already good form. He's a short price. He gets Johnny Velasquez. I'm not giving anybody any, earth-shattering kind of information other than I do think he looks like a more mature, stronger individual. But Nabokov also making a nice impression, and you get him 5-2, very well posted outside. Should be an interesting matchup. Young horses that trying to throw their hat in the ring for those second half of the year kind of 3-year-olds.
Richie, before I let you go, want to follow up on something you mentioned about Nabokov being drawn to the outside. If you're Flavien Prat aboard this horse and you have that short price favorite, Charge It to your inside, how do you handle that, especially with this on paper looking like it is that 2-horse race, so to speak?
Well, a jockey's job is to make his rivals as uncomfortable as possible, to compromise their trip as much as possible within the boundaries of the rules. With the post and the tactical speed that Nabokov has, he has to key on Charge It. The path to the winner's circle is through Charge It, and it's incumbent upon him. It's his responsibility to make it as hard as possible on Charge It.
Well, we'll see what Flavien Prat does to the outside. Richie Migliore, so good in his riding days. Get your position going forward. You always knew he was giving his horse the best chance on the track.
No, Richie and I have been friends for a long, long time, but I was a fan of his riding before we became friends. And one thing you knew with Richie, he was thinking about the way he could give his mounts their best chance to win. They're obviously not going to win all the time or even close to that often, relatively speaking, but Richie gave them their best chance to win. And he's always been a big fan favorite in New York. Somebody that just, if the Jamaicans love you, you know you've passed the test, and they love the Mig.
You know you've made it, that's for sure. 2-5 on Charge It, as we'll see what this one can do for Todd Pletcher, Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm. Mandy Pope looks like she's getting a big win at Churchill as well. Co-owner of She Dares the Devil now.
In her silks. I didn't know she was involved with that
in her silks.
Beat my man Norm Cassie. Super quick, ran well, but I didn't like She Dares the Devil.
This could be a very big 10 minutes for Mandy Pope as her Charge It also in her silks here in New York. Get ready to go out in this Dwyer, Grade 3 Dwyer coming up next. Charge It 2-5, making his first start out of the Kentucky Derby, and an exciting road, Andy, this race onto those big 3-year-old stakes throughout the rest of the year.
I think he's an underlay at 2-5. You compare him to some horses we've seen today. It's the same price that Wicked Halo was in that 4-horse field at Churchill Downs earlier. He potentially has some rivals in the number 3 and the Fluid Situation and the 6 Nabokov. A horse to beat, but 2-5 is a little on the low side in my opinion. We'll see.
Field of 6 to go postward in this Grade 3 Dwyer. Charge It, the short price to the inside. We'll see if he could get back on track for trainer Todd Pletcher. son of Tapit, a short price. John Velasquez to be in the saddle for the first time. We'll see who stamps themselves as a player in this 3-year-old division coming up in this Dwyer. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting now for Runnin' Son of a Gun and Nabokov. This is the 104th running of the Dwyer Stakes. And they're all in line. And they're off. Nabokov and Fluid Situation down at the rail. Charge It now moves up. Fluid Situation will be the pace setter here. Charge It at the rail. Nabokov on the outside. And then a break of almost 3 lengths. Back to No Sabe Nada. Running Son of a Gun, and the trailer is Unbridled Bomber in 6th. The leader is Fluid Situation by a half length. Charge It is at the rail, and Nabokov's on the outside. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Fluid Situation leads here by a full length. Charge It runs in 2nd, looking to get off the rail there. It is Fluid Situation, the leader. Charge It in 2nd. Nabokov, No Sabe Nada, and Running Son of a Gun. Those 3 are all together as the field goes around the far turn. It is Fluid Situation leading by a head. Charge It on his outside now. And then a break of 2.5 lengths. Back to No Sabe Nada and Running Son of a Gun. Nabokov has dropped 10 lengths from the front. And now the front runner is Charge It. Charge It has taken over the lead from Fluid Situation. The half in 44 and 4. And now there's a quarter of a mile to the finish. And it is Charge It in control as they head for home. 3/4, 109 and 3. Charge It with the lead in the stretch here. And the lead has grown. Charge It is pouring it on. He's got a 10-length lead. He's going to win by more. Charge It returns to the races in an eye-popping performance, winning the Grade 3 Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It and Johnny Velasquez, and they complete the mile in 1 minute, 34 and 3/5 seconds.
Charge It, dominant in this Grade 3 Dwyer. He is supremely talented, Andy. He is not an easy horse to ride, though.
No, and to compare this to the Life is Good race, 121.7, an extra furlong in under 13 seconds, it's actually a comparable performance to I think we saw from Life is Good, you know, going the mile. And I think he was ridden a bit harder to the wire, perhaps, than Life is Good, but
I think John Velasquez, though, wanted to keep his attention going forward. You don't want him to get bored, start drifting in the stretch.
John Velasquez is not the kind of rider that's going to ride a horse hard with a 10-length lead unless he and Todd Pletcher maybe even talked about it. And to keep him about his business. And we talked about this beforehand. He needed to have a big performance to stamp himself as a player. I would say he had one and then some.
Dominant effort here. However, we did see some things going on early on in the race. Richie, you could see John Velasquez go to the right-handed crop as Charge It tried to get out a little bit. Some stuff going on at the break as well.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things happened at the break. The 5 stumbled a bit. He bellied out. Johnny Velasquez, his horse kind of ducked towards that empty space at the beginning of the chute. And Johnny rode him out of there because he wanted to make sure that he secured position. And if anybody was going to go, he wanted to try to create separation. But Flavien Prat was shadowing him from the outside on Nabokov. And you see Johnny a couple times. He's going to check over his right shoulder to see, do I have enough clearance to clear the heels of Fluid Situation? Right there, he checks. Now watch what he's going to do at one point. He's going to back up enough. Now, as it turns out, Nabokov had no horse, but he's going to basically push him out of the way. So I'm going to secure my position, give him a little bit of a hip check there, or a shoulder check, if you will. And now once he's in that position, he's going to give his horse a chance. I think it took him a little off guard, guys, that he was as far in front as he was. I don't think he realized that he had widened as quickly as he did into the stretch. When he took that look back there, then it was like, oh, okay, let me kind of settle things down here. But it's your best riders do. They don't allow themselves to be victimized. Johnny was not going to be victimized.
Richie, I want to ask you a couple questions. One is sort of two-part of the same. You say Nabokov was empty, which I get. But he got empty the second he got hip-checked by this horse. And I'm not saying in any way they should take this horse down. But do you think that the stewards might find John Velasquez for that bump?
Well, again, every jurisdiction's a little bit different. It's been my experience recently watching things that there aren't many sanctions for those kind of moves. You know, we've seen other things. We saw actually Irad Ortiz shut off Johnny Velasquez. Johnny Velasquez won the race, and there was no sanction for it. So I really would be surprised if there was any kind of sanctioning for it. I think you make a great point, though. You really can't quantify how much that contact takes air out of a horse and how it takes a horse out of their stride. So personally, I don't think anything will come of it. But Johnny Velasquez was going to make sure he secured position.
Listen, it was what it was, but I think it's hard not to say it could very well have played a role in Nabokov dropping back, because it happened right at that moment.
It did, and it also could have been at a point in a race, though, where, as Richie had pointed out, John Velasquez could sense that that horse was starting to back up a bit. I agree. I think it was kind of a blatant, real check at that point.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, in my estimation, significant enough for that to be the cause of him dropping back so clearly.
Well, I mean, and once again, I'm not saying it should be an inquiry or disqualification by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know. I guarantee you one thing. I guarantee Chad Brown's not happy.
No, that I'm sure of. That I'm sure of. Charge It, though, a dominant winner of the Dwyer, kept to his business on the front end and pulling away from the rest of this field in an absolutely spectacular rendition of the Dwyer. Bring you prices and reactions. Plus a whole lot more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Code of Honor, multiple Grade 1 winner and 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. He was a debut winner at 2 in Saratoga, following up with a gutsy performance, running second in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. Son of a champion out of a graded stakes winner, with an outstanding physical to match. Code of Honor, standing at Lane's End.
The July Selected Horses of All Ages sale, now featuring both horses of racing age and breeding stock. Since 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, no less than 60 stakes winners, and over $60 million in racetrack earnings. Recent graded stakes winners include Cross Border, Fast Boat, Fearless, Jalen Journey, Stiletto Boy, and Summer in Saratoga. July Selected Horses of All Ages, Monday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Forgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays feature a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:15, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. In the Dwyer, it was Charge It, victorious under John Velasquez. It was quite a 10 minutes or so for Mandy Pope, when she dares the devil at Churchill and Charge It here.
She's put a lot of money in the game,
Absolutely.
so happy to see that happening for her, and running son of a gun, getting second money. Nice play.
After he stumbled at the start, big effort there from that one. Charge It, however, piloted to victory by John Velasquez, who's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Johnny, I mean, very impressive performance. I'll touch on a couple of things. Down the backstretch, Nabokov, the horse to beat on paper, was kind of shadowing you. You had fluid situation on the lead. And I could see you wanted to get out of that spot. Talk us through that a little bit.
Well, I don't want to be on a comfortable position, basically following the horse on the lead and all of a sudden stop, and then Fabian horse will keep me there and not know where to go. So I want to press the pace enough for Javier to whether he goes or he takes back, though. Obviously, he wanted to go. So about the second time when I pressed him, he went out a little bit and we spread the field, and then I put my horse where he was more comfortable. Once I got there, I was good. By the time we got to the 3/8 pole, he opened up incredible, though, you know, and I was on the fourth pass, and then down the lane he switched, and he took me to the rail, and I said, hey. So I had to just kind of let him know that, you know, the rail is here, though, you know. So just to let them know, basically, yeah.
So it was just one reminder, you're left-handed because you felt like the way he shifted in.
Shifted in pretty hard to the inside, yeah. So I was like, hey, just to remind them, I had to have his mind running, though, you know.
Johnny, you had to put your horse's shoulder on the back cuff to, you know, create a little bit of room there. But it all seems like it was in the boundaries of race riding.
I thought, hey, first of all, he started to keep me behind the horse, which I understand that, though, you know. But now is my point to hold my position or take it out of my position so I can get the position that I wanted, where my horse was comfortable. And that was it. If he stays where he was, nothing would happen.
Well, now you've only sat on Charge It once before this. You got to work him last week. Did this performance surprise you after working him, or you kind of fully expected this?
I kind of expected it. I mean, and Tyler was telling me to just be careful because he kind of be quick in the morning. So I actually kind of jogged him basically to the 5/8 pole and went right before the 5/8 pole and went 5/8. I mean, he jumped every shadow from the poles in the morning, so he jumping. So he's just still green. Once he passed the shadows in the 3/8 pole, man, he got into the bridle, and he told me, I want to go 1-on-1, and so that's what I wanted to do. By the wire, he says to me, 1-on-1 in serial. So I was like, okay, perfect. So he was just giving it to me like I hit the target.
So, Johnny, as impressive as he was today, what I'm hearing you say is this is still a horse that's maturing and learning.
Yeah, he's still not there yet, though. You know, I think his mind and everything, he's a powerful horse on the interview, but his mind is still wandering a lot.
Well, it'll be interesting when his mind catches up with his body. Great job, Johnny Velasquez, a Hall of Fame performance.
And we appreciate that insight from Johnny as well. Charge It is by Tap It, so you can understand how maybe it mentally is not totally there as of yet, as some of them, especially the gray ones, do tend to be a little bit quirky out there in the track as well.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, and listen, this is a very, very strong performance. And I'm not knocking it. I'm talking about how good it was. It's not really, I'm not going to be surprised when the speed figure, the buyer speed figure comes back relatively close to life is good. Think about that for a second. He's going to be in much more competitive spots going forward where he won't be able to bully his competition the same way. But I think this race is more than what you wanted to see as far as being in the second half of the season. I mean, hello, second half of the season is July 2nd. That performance, I mean, this horse, we'll see what he does against the big guys, but he belongs in the conversation.
I've always been a big fan of him. Charge It, and really excited to see what he could have to offer as we hope to see him in New York once again this summer, perhaps a couple more times, as he will take on some of those bigger 3-year-old competition that is waiting in the wings for him. Meanwhile, we have a little recap for you. As we alluded to, it was a big stretch there for Mandy Pope. The Florida lead took place at Churchill Downs for the fillies and mares, and we did see Super Quick, who is just that, leading them on the front end. She Dares the Devil in the Whisper Hill Farm colors, also owned by Qatar Racing, now closing on the outside and able to really turn things around when many, I think us included, Andy, thought that she might have lost a step.
I really thought she was one of these now race mares that just, not that she was so much worse than she had been, but maybe lost a little of that desire to win. Well, I couldn't have been more wrong about that, as the money was right and she got it done. A good day so far for Rancheroo. Super Quick ran well. She didn't run as well as she ran at Pimlico. I got to say, I was sitting here rooting for my friend Norm Cassie, so I was a little disappointed she didn't win, but she ran well.
She did. Good second place finish in that Florida lead. She Dares the Devil, though, back on top for trainer Brad Cox, coming from a little bit off the pace as well, not setting the pace. I think that's interesting as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's why I thought she couldn't win,
Yeah.
because she was going to have to deal with chasing Super Quick, and she really was game. I thought Super Quick was going to hold on. She ran well, but just second best today.
Meanwhile, back at Belmont, if you were playing the pick six, you might have been one of many to single Charge It in the sequence. He is the shortest price as of yet. Charge It winning at very short odds in that Dwyer. 2 races left to go. Best of luck if you're still alive. We certainly hope that you are. And we've got some tricky races for the last late double here to wrap up the pick six sequence.
No question, at least on paper going in, these look like far and away the most competitive races. She's the one is 6-5? That seems a little short, doesn't it? What's her morning line?
5-2.
Oh, okay.
She's coming out of the Mount Vernon, third last time out. We'll see if she can turn things around.
The prestigious Mount Vernon.
What?
The prestigious Mount Vernon.
Oh, come on. You love the Mount Vernon.
I love our
know
New York
you
bred
do.
races, no doubt.
Yes, indeed. 6 furlongs on the inner turf in that allowance race coming up next, but we'll also talk about the legacy. That is Woody Stevens. I know Andy's got some good stories to share, too, and I can't wait to hear it more after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Recent top runners include Group 1 winner Homesman, graded stakes winners Master of Foxhounds, Ancient Rome, and Bombard. Plus Annapolis, who became his sire's 100th stakes winner. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When Danzig Connection captured the 1986 Belmont Stakes, it was Hall of Fame conditioner Woody Stevens' 5th consecutive triumph in the Test of the Champion. Stevens' streak, which remains unrivaled and unequaled, began in 1982 with Conquistador Cielo, then continued with Caveat, Swale, and Creme Fraiche. On June 5th, 1992, Stevens unveiled the permanent display honoring him just to the left of the clubhouse entrance. Known as Woody's Corner, the exhibit includes all 5 of Stevens' Belmont trophies, 30 other trophies from the plethora of events he won throughout his career, and other memorabilia such as Stevens astride his pony Rex.
I'll tell you one thing, good horses takes good care of the riders and trainers.
Stevens died in 1998 at age 84 and is also honored by the Grade 2 Woody Stevens Stakes for 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs.
5 times a charm, that's for sure. 5 consecutive Belmont Stakes wins. Just an unbelievable feat from trainer Woody Stevens.
I was here for Danzig Connections winning that. Just an amazing, amazing racehorse, and obviously a trainer, a true legend. And then a little bit of another legend, Harvey Pack, in that picture with Woody as well.
Richie, a great job voicing the feature, Woody Stevens, as we look back on just an unbelievable career and what he attributed and what he contributed to thoroughbred racing.
Just an incredible feat to win 5 Belmonts in a row. And, you know, I was here through all of it. Eddie Maple got hurt right before Conquistador Cielo. I got pulled over on the Northway Speeding, and there was a picture of Eddie Maple on the back page. I said, oh, shame about Maple. Trooper found out I was a jockey, let me go. But Woody Stevens, incredible. And think about the horsemen that came out of there. Dave Donk, Phil Gleaves, Sandy Bruno was an assistant. Incredible.
Woody Stevens, just an unbelievable legend in the game. As we, at this point, are going to step aside, want to remind everybody that the show continues for another hour on Naira Betts YouTube and on Bally Sports. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. We have some more live racing to come. Thanks for joining us on Fox Sports 2. Charge It. A dominant victory in today's Dwyer. For Acacia, Andy, and Richie, good night, everyone.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and a wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. If you're staying with us on Bally Sports, Southern California, San Diego, you're watching on Naira Bets at the YouTube page, we appreciate you staying with us. Acacia Clement alongside Andy Sterling, Richie Migliori with us as well as we get ready for the late double here at beautiful Belmont Park. Andy, taking a look at the field for the 9th race here. We're going 6 furlongs on the inner turf, an allowance race for fillies and mares. And currently the number 7, she's the one, is 6-5 as she does come out of a 3rd place finish in the prestigious Mount Vernon.
Yeah, it was not a very strong run in the Mount Vernon. I'm not knocking her, but it was, don't carry away. And she got a perfect trip to beat Kara's Dreamer when she won. When she won that sprint, they actually kind of used a rabbit. I think Snicket was sort of a rabbit, set up the pace. And Christophe Clement, he might be the best trainer.
Snicket's with Dave Duggan now.
Really? Is Christophe okay with that?
Yeah. She hasn't been with him for a while.
I know.
I do like Snicket, though.
Oh, she's a cool horse.
Yeah.
Christophe is as good a trainer as I've seen at effectively turning horses back from routes to 6 furlongs, particularly on the turf. He has a very good idea of horses that are affected there, and I don't have any issue with her. I picked her 2nd here, but I think there's a lot of other stuff going on here. I think Silky Blue is very dangerous, cutting back in distance. I think the 12 Mail Order is a little bit of a dangerous horse in here. She came off a huge layoff and was pressing a pace that fell apart in her last start going 7 furlongs. So I'm going to use those 3 horses, but try to get the 5 who I like the most, but the 5 and 12 with the favorite.
Mail Order, as it's interesting, we'll get to her momentarily. I want to talk about her in a second, but Oh Gotten Girl, you're taking a look at her as Todd Pletcher and John Velasquez look for another win. She's one that kind of found her home once again back on the turf. Ended the season with a disappointing effort, though, but she does have that ever dangerous speed.
And she ran behind a nice horse in Stolen Holiday, 2 back in this race we're looking at here. Duel with Abuse of Power, who was still okay then. She had recently been, I think, purchased from Klarovich and Chad Brown. It'll be interesting to see how the pace plays out, because I think a Little Faith coming off a 21-month layoff potentially could have speed. It's hard to know for sure. I think Mail Order has got to be forward in this race. But listen, Oh Gotten Girl, she's got efforts that make her a player in here. And that's why I'm saying that I think 7-5 is a little short. You've got some wild cards, got some interesting things going on. And I don't know if this is quite as wide open as the last race, but I think it's a little more wide open than that board is telling you.
We'll meet the rest of the field, as it is an interesting one, starting with the number 2, Nota Bene.
Yeah, she actually finished ahead of Cruz Bay, who's in here as well, kind of picking up the pieces behind Bout Time, who was a very impressive winner earlier in the meet at Churchill.
She came back to win a stake out of that effort, too, with a 96 Buyer speed figure. Noche Bene coming in for Ian Wilkes. Here's the other one for trainer Christophe Anador.
I don't like this filly at all. I thought her last race was extremely disappointing. She had a very, very good trip. Joel gave her a perfect ride, and she just wasn't good enough.
Here's the 4 Tuscan Queen cutting back for John Kimmel.
She's got one turf race that would make her tough in here, and she spent the rest of her career asking, where did that race come from?
She has, as have all of us. Here's the number 5 Silky Blue, second off the bench.
She's my top choice near because she's better at 6 furlongs. I don't love her, but she has good races good enough to give her a chance near, and I thought at a price she was worth fooling around with.
Here's a little faith off the layoff.
She was pretty good at one time in her career. Her Dam Chistoria was trained by Billy Badgett. Was a very good New York bred turf horse.
She's the one, your favorite.
Yeah, I get it, and she's okay. No, I'm not going to knock her. I just think that this may be a more competitive race than her being 6-5 suggests.
Number 10, Ogotten Girl is next.
Yeah, she's going to be forward. We'll see how much other speed there is, but you know that Johnny's going to be going, and John Velasquez having one heck of a day.
I'll say, as he looks to win another one after romping with Charge It. Here's Cruz Bay.
Yeah, this was taking a lot of money. I'm not exactly sure why. I guess they liked the Bout Time race. We'll see. I mean, she's had her chances.
Number 12, Mail Order is next. Intriguing prospect.
Yeah, I thought she was an interesting horse. I was going to put the 7 second. That was sort of my plan. I'm going to put, and I thought, which one am I going to put on top? The 5 or the 12? Yeah, the 1. There was a big scratch in here. Let's be fair. Shannon coming out changed the race. And you talk about 5-2 and the 7. I think David would have made her 2-1 or maybe even 9-5 had he known that Shannon was going to scratch.
Want to remind everybody you could join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more while signing up with a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could get up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Taking a look at Mail Order, and what I wanted to mention about her is Maggie was the one in the paddock for her most recent start and thought that she may need a race, but mentally she had improved so much as she was, when I saw her in her first couple of races down at Gulfstream, one that was a little bit headstrong, a little bit of a runoff type. She's now second off that big layoff, and I do find it very interesting that she's back at the races at all.
Yeah, no, well, obviously, right, they could have bred her.
Right.
I think she's got a pretty solid pedigree. She ran okay in her 2 starts as a 3-year-old down at Gulfstream, and I think her last race is really a lot better than it looks, considering she was coming off this extended layoff. Considering that pace just incinerated. You know, you see the final time of 1:22.2. She ran a very similar half to the one that we saw the winner 2 races ago run, who ran just under 45. And that race went almost 2 seconds faster. So it shows you how much quicker the turf course is now and the relative paces, and that's why that pace fell apart.
Well, for more on these horses warming up on the track, we welcome in champion jockey Richard Migliori, getting a good look at the runners for race number 9. Richie.
Well, I just think it's such an intriguing race, a lot of different directions you can go. So from physical perspectives, we'll start with the 3, Anador, who is turning back in distance. From a physical perspective, I think she's going to appreciate it. She looks more like a sprinter type to me, a little bit smaller, a little bit more compact. I think that's just going to intensify her late turn of foot. She is a 3-year-old filly, so she gets in with 120 pounds. I think she's going to appreciate the turn back. The 5, Silky Blue, is a horse that I'm always impressed with. She always carries her condition. Her coat is always good. She's got that kind of, white in her tail that usually indicates a horse has ability. I like the turn back for her. And another horse bred by Chester and Mary Broman, just making a beautiful impression. It's kind of interesting. We talk about horses' physical perspectives and what we think they might be best suited to. The 7, She's the One, favorite, has been very good sprinting on the turf. But to look at her, you almost get the impression that she would appreciate a mile more than 6 furlongs. I mean, that's not the case. Her form doesn't bear that out. But she's a little bit longer, a little bit leggier. And she couldn't look better from a top outfit in Christophe Clement. The 10 horse will be ultimately my pick. Coming off the layoff, Ogotten Girl could not look fitter. I think she gets a good trip from the outside with Johnny Velasquez. And she's very accomplished turf sprinting. I mean, she's got the 4 seconds. You start to worry about when they start accumulating more seconds and wins. But I like the way she looks off the layoff. I think she looks very sharp. She looks very fit, and I think she gets a good trip.
All right, Richie, thank you. As we see even money now on the number 7, She's the One. Will be interesting to see how this race does play out in here too. Let's go to Silky Blue, Andy, who I know that you had some interest in, as she does cut back in distance, second off the layoff as well.
And her best races are shorter. And it was interesting last time when she came off the layoff in the prestigious Mount Vernon. You would have thought she would center the lead. Now, the pace was honest in there, to be fair. But they rated her, and I was surprised they rated her, and it almost makes me feel like they almost kind of, didn't have much confidence in the race and wanted to get a race under her belt before coming here. Now, she's 5. We'll see if she's still as good as she once was. And her race before that Aqueduct was a little bit disappointing. But at times, 6 furlongs has proven to be her best distance probably. And I think she can run a race that gives her a chance. So I thought at a price, I'd take a shot with her. Just looking for some alternatives at prices. And the 5 and 12 were my 2 alternatives, potentially the 7, who, I'm sorry, but 4 to 5 on She's the One is a little bit silly.
We'll see what happens as she does cut back in distance today. The number 6, A Little Faith, you had alluded to her. It's a big layoff. We haven't seen her run since October of 2020. She certainly had races on the go back. Of course, you do wonder what will happen off the bench, though.
Yeah, and you wonder if she's fresh, if she shows a lot of speed, which could be a problem potentially for the 10. She won her debut, though, at a big price, and she's got a monster pedigree. Chestoria won over $500,000. She was an exceptional New York bred that ran for Billy Badgett.
You do have a horse from Kentucky, Nota Bene, a couple horses from that race coming in. That one coming from far off of it for Ian Wilkes. We'll see who gets the win in this allowance race in the 9th. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Set for the start of race 9. And they're off. There's A Little Faith along with Oh Gotten Girl, and from the extreme outside it is a mail order. Cruz Bay broke on top, now back running in 4th. Anador is next in 5th, 2.5 lengths to Silky Blue, who's running in 6th. She's the One. The favorite is 7th at this point. And then comes Nota Bene, and Tuscan Queen is the trailer in 9th. A Little Faith and Oh Gotten Girl, and the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead. They've got a length and a half on mail order, next in 3rd. Towards the inside is Cruz Bay in 4th, a quarter up in 21 and 4. Oh Gotten Girl on the outside. A Little Faith down on the inside. And mail order now moves up to join the front 2. So it's 3 of them across. Cruz Bay will move to the extreme outside. And then comes Anador, followed by Silky Blue. She's the One looking for a way through as mail order now comes away with the lead. She's the One moving up on the outside of A Little Faith as they come down for the finish. It is mail order in front, and mail order has posted the upset here at odds of 11 to 1. A Little Faith held second over She's the One.
Mail order, second off the layoff. We talked about some reasons to give her a chance in here. And this filly, she definitely took a big step forward. Now we know why she's still in training.
And, we talk about that pace, right? It seemed like they were flying. Well, 2 of the speeds, including the one off a huge layoff, were right there at the end. She's the One was not very good. I always wonder if Silky Blue hadn't been pushed out top of the stretch, if she could have been second. But this is a very good effort by mail order when you think that this horse was away for 15-plus months and comes back in their second start, runs this well. A really nice win for her, and happy for Bill Mott and Jose Lezcano. Bill deserves a win today after being a gamer with Speaker's Corner coming back. And I think the other handicapping lesson in talking about, there's nothing better than horses. Man, a 12-5 would have been a touchdown for me. There's nothing better than horses that look bad because they were involved in quick paces that fell apart. Those are some of the best plays coming back.
Yeah, mail order, a great example of that. She was 11 to 1 today, and a lovely filly by Liam's Map, who gets the win under Jose Lezcano. It was 11-6, 7-5 in the 9th race at beautiful Belmont Park. When we come back, we will take a look at the stakes action we have to look forward to tomorrow here at beautiful Belmont Park. Love and Thunder, Jouster, they will square off tomorrow in the Perfect Sting. We'll preview all of that action after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as we saw Mail Order second off the layoff, victorious, this 4-year-old filly by Liam's Map. She was ready to roll today after building off of that last effort.
No, she ran extremely well in here, getting it done, and a nice win for Mott, the Mott team, we should say, and Jose Lizcano as well. I'm taking a look at the pick sixes. So there's a carryover if Hold the Salsa wins. There also may be aliens hitting the earth if Hold the Salsa wins this race. But I'm looking at the smallest one, I think, is 27,000 with Devil's Outlaw. So good luck if you're alive.
Wow. I thought I saw a flying saucer over there. $25 winner in race 9 as we head down to Richie with a special guest.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. I'm here with Bill Mott's assistant trainer, longtime assistant trainer, Lana Williford. This filly's a big, stout filly, and the turn back and distance seem to be the key.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's actually quite quick in the morning as well. So, I mean, the turn back made a lot of sense, and she showed it today, obviously.
And when she was laying there third up close and going so well in hand, you had to feel pretty good about things.
Yeah, I thought she was in a great spot, you know.
Nana, you've been with Bill now 22 years.
22 years. In December will be 22 years, so.
And you've seen a lot of good horses come through that barn, and you've been a key component.
Yeah, plenty of nice horses. Delta, Royal Delta, Close Hatches, Proviso. I mean, the list goes on and on. Tourist, Drosselmeyer.
Well, speaking of a good horse, Speaker's Corner earlier today, second best to Life is Good. He's run into two very good horses. How did it seem like he's come out of this effort?
He looked real good when I was back at the barn to see him before we came over with this one. We're happy with him. I mean, he showed up. He ran his race.
It's got to be a little bit frustrating for the horse, though, right? To show up, run that good, and run into basically a couple of monsters.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You know what it's like as a rider. It's probably the same thing as a horse.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations here. Well done.
Thank you, Richie.
It's a real key component in Bill Mott's barn.
Indeed, as Leanna based here at Belmont Park, Bill with kind of the main string now up in Saratoga. We do see Bill coming down often too, but Leanna the day-to-day at Belmont. And as you were pointing out too, Andy, Leanna had a successful training career on her own as well.
Oh, absolutely. She was a very successful trainer on her own in Iowa before she came to New York. And I got to know her a little bit when she first came to work for Bill. Shockingly, we didn't always see eye to eye, Leanna, but we've become friends over the years. And I mean, I can't say enough about how much respect I have for her. The job that she does working for Belmont, the kind of horses they have, and the confidence that he shows with her. And she must love the MIG, because she's usually a little reticent about doing those interviews. So I have a soft spot for the MIG.
Well, she did a terrific job, and as you mentioned, just a key point, a key part of the Mont team, and those horses that she rattled off that she's been around and been a part of over the years. Truly incredible. $25 winner as far as that pick six goes. Charge It, the only short price in the sequence. Best of luck if you're alive in the final leg, especially if you hold the salsa.
And the parlay's about, if you know, nobody has that one. The parlay's about 9,000, I think, for $2. Wow. So about 5,000. So it shows you, you know, it's not getting all these horses in the same ticket. I couldn't have done that at all. But it's so hard to put it together. And once again, there's a 3 to 5 shot in the sequence. You can score in multi-race bets. One short price or even two is not what's going to determine the ultimate payout.
Meanwhile, you saw the field for the nightcap, a tepid favorite, Celestial City, 3-1 on the board right now, as that just speaks to the difficulty of the nightcap and how wide open it is. Tomorrow, though, Andy, we have some more stakes action to look forward to. It'll be a mile on the turf and the perfect sting for fillies and mares, taking a look at the field that will go postward tomorrow. And Love and Thunder, Flavian Pratt aboard. This one is currently is on the morning line, I should say, 9 to 5 for Chad Brown. She came off of the layoff and started off 2022 in a good way last time out.
Over the years, Chad Brown has won races like the Perfect Sting with horses like Off Limits, horses that had sort of struggled and been okay but not putting their act together, and they've blossomed into ultimately winners, the Matriarch, really good milers. And I think his work with milers on the turf has kind of gone a little unnoticed because he's had so much success overall. He's been incredible with these horses. Now, she's obviously not in the class of a grade 1 type horse, but she is a horse that was her own worst enemy in a lot of races and lost some races, some because she caused herself trouble, getting in trouble, and she really put it together here. It'll be very interesting to see if she can take another step forward, because she's going to have to get better to be a real player in graded stakes, especially with the horses around here.
She'll have to face Stakes Company tomorrow for the first time since her third place finish in the autumn days back in November at Aqueduct. 2 wins stateside. She is one who had kind of been knocking on the door early on. I'm sure frustrating horse too, had some trouble getting out of the gate, as you mentioned, just being her own worst enemy. We have 2 horses stretching out though, coming out of the Intercontinental. Jouster, who had been, I thought, an intriguing prospect going a little bit shorter. She'll go back to the mile and maybe show some more of that speed that we've seen from her.
Right, but the problem is, and she was unlucky in here. Now, all the runners that were effective in this race were on the rail. The first, second, and third place finishers all rode the rail for almost the entire race. If Jouster got out, she probably would have won this race, and it wasn't a fast pace. All the way on the outside is the Shug McGahee horse that's coming back in here as well, Flower Point. And we'll talk about her in a moment. But she was the one who was compromised by the dynamics of the race and her position on the racetrack, which I think makes her interesting in here. With Jouster and the presence of the horse off a 2-year layoff that I know you're much more familiar with, who'd run down in Florida, she's not going to have an easy time on the front end. And Jouster was best going longer when she could sort of cruise on the front end.
Cheermeister, that wild card, as you mentioned, hasn't run since July of 2020. Now with Arnaud Delacour, the same owners, the Palmers, have owned her all along, and be interesting to see what she's going to do.
I saw her name, Cheermeister, and I was thinking of a Rick Dutrow horse named Trickmeister. That also used to have some gaps in there, and I was thinking of him a little bit. But I'm interested in Flower Point in here because I don't know how good she is, but I mean, I understand tactical analysis got a lot better in her second start. I know Plum Ali hasn't come back and run as well, but she's still a good horse. And I think Flower Point has a chance in this race to upset.
As she stretches back out to a distance that she does appear to be more proficient at too. Compromised last time out in the Intercontinental, and will get back out to the mile for Shug McGahee. She was one that really seemed to kind of put it together last year. Another contender to the outside, though, is Messidor, who will go the mile for the first time since last fall. She had been cutting back, running shorter distance for Christophe Belmont, as she did take a step forward, second off the level, the layoff with her last win. She is stepping into stakes company for the first time here stateside, and as mentioned, will stretch out to the mile.
I think she's going to have to take a real step forward to win this race. In the race she's running in here, the only other contender in the race, the Neil Drysdale horse, whose name escapes me.
Mr. Karras?
Yeah, Mr. Karras was really kind of a no-show, running third or fourth. And a Chad Brown horse trying the turf for the first time will run second. A Shadwell horse, she got a very good trip. I just feel like she's going to have to step it up, that there's better horses in here. But listen, all of these horses are looking to step it up. It's not like she's meeting any killers.
Well, that's what makes it fun, the perfect sting. You see who's going to take that step forward and who could potentially go into deeper waters as we move on through the second half of the year here. Horses that have maybe been looking to get back on track or are steadily improving.
And I'm getting so old, Acacia, I'm getting so old that I saw Perfect Sting run so many times. Frank Stronach horse, a tremendous racehorse. Joe Orsino, I want to say, maybe started with Pat Byrne, but definitely Joe Orsino. An early winner, I want to say, maybe of the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Grant Couturier didn't fill on Monday, saw him run just recently, and Manila as well. So I'm starting to be that guy who saw the horses the races are named for.
I love that. And if you are ever looking for a good history of horse racing, just look through the names of all the stakes here at NYRA, and you can learn a lot about some of the big horses that have run here.
No, I couldn't agree more, Acacia. I think that it's a real opportunity for people, and I almost wish there was something that we could do to sort of do maybe a video. You and I should do them together when we bring these races up and talk about the horses that have won these races and who the horses were. It's a great way to learn about the game, and everybody has different things they like about the game, but I know that you're not dissimilar to me, where we both really love the history of the game. So many great horses of the past, and I think by learning about great horses of the past, it gives you an appreciation for the horses running now, and it gives you a chance to realize, everybody always says all the old things were better and they were so much better in the old days, but man, there were some darn good horses that ran in the past.
Amen to that, as wink, wink to our production team of maybe something that we might be able to put forward. Not that they have nothing else that they're working on right now. When we come back on America's Day at the races, we'll bring you the nightcap from a beautiful Belmont Park. We have one race left to go. Horses are in the paddock. We'll get some insight from Richie. Poet of Life, intriguing first times in the U.S. for Chad Brown. Talk more about him and the field after this.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
It was just like a humbling day, like it was just an honor to be nominated, let alone win the newcomer award. It feels so fulfilling, I haven't been here that long, but I've just been recognized so much.
Well, I couldn't be any more excited to win this award from the thoroughbred industry, to be nominated, make it into the finals, be here with all these amazing people. It's really very, very inspiring.
This is my American dream, and it come true.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We take advantage of getting a chance to go there if you have the opportunity. Back here at Belmont Park, we're getting ready for the nightcap here. Wide open board right now. Race 10, a mile on the turf in this allowance for 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at Jerry the Nipper, Todd Pletcher. I think he's won enough races today. He's looking for another one with a first-time turfer.
Well, he lost the last race, so his career's kind of over at this point, you know. So what have you done for me lately? I think Todd will have a good day. You know, I think with Jerry the Nipper, a couple of things went on. It was the possibility of rain, so he might have been favored had the race come off the turf. And you check a box with him, you take a shot. He's
been working on the turf.
He has no turf pedigree. He is completely loose, assuming he handles it. Even if he doesn't, he's probably loose. So you know what? You run him. If he runs badly, you go back to the dirt. We'll see.
Last 2 workouts were on the turf up at Saratoga. We'll see how he handles it. For more on this field, though, let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, Acacia, he did work on the turf in Saratoga, and I talked to Todd Pletcher about those works, and he said he liked what he saw. It encouraged him to put him on the turf. From a physical perspective, he looks like a turf runner. He's got that wider, flatter foot that we talk about. And interesting note is that his workmate last time was Capensis, the maiden that broke his maiden so impressively earlier in the day. And Todd said they went pretty well together. So that was a maiden race. These are winners. But at least he has shown that he has some affinity for the turf. And he did work with a horse that I thought was very impressive earlier in the day. The 6-horse Celestial City, making a nice impression. Shug McGahee's horses get better with racing. They get better with time. And this horse, to me, came out of the Jersey Derby. Good effort, carrying good weight, and his coat could not be any more resplendent. Very rich, hydrated texture to his coat. Love what I'm seeing from the 6 Celestial City. And then Chad Brown has a couple of runners, and the one that really caught my eye was the 7 Devil's Outlaw, son of Warfront, typical of the Warfronts, very well-balanced individual. I think the mile's not an issue for him. I like everything I see about him. I kind of had made a note that I thought this horse would be better with blinkers, a little bit of stops and starts to his run in the past. I think it'll give him more continuity, and he really, to me, is out of all the horses in the paddock, he's the one that would get the ultimate check mark.
All right, Richie, thank you. Devil's Outlaw, good-looking individual, as he won his first race in the U.S., and he was screaming in the paddock, just lacking some focus, too. Last time out, had to navigate a yielding turf course, and Richie mentioned come at the stops and starts of his run, and maybe those blinkers should help with some focus.
He also lost to a pretty good horse, and Big Everest, who was able to kind of control on the front end. There's a horse that Christophe Clement's had that's always had a bit of quirks himself that seemed to settle down. I guess they gelded him, and that helped settle him down. And I think he's okay. I think what he showed last time is he can still run effectively without getting a fast pace to close into. He got a very good setup when he broke his maiden, and he didn't beat that strong a field. And at some point, you have to worry a little bit when you see a horse with 7 starts, short prices every single time, all but one's favored. And he's got 1 win in 5 seconds. And that worries me a little bit. Having said that, he's a ridiculous overlay at 5-1. I don't understand why he's 5-1 and the other Chad Brown runner, a European who was running 1.25 miles over there, a Frankel. Why is this horse a short price? Is he working great? Is there a big story I don't know about?
I don't know. He is the half-brother, fun fact, to Kuramada, who we saw in the feature yesterday, running third.
Running third is the favorite.
So
he's that brother to a horse that burned money yesterday, is basically what you're saying.
Right. He's been a bit of an underachiever.
Right.
But I always find it's interesting when siblings running. And obviously, we don't exactly know what to do with this horse because sometimes I think people get excited about Europeans coming over, and I know I do as well, look through who he faced over there and the kinds of races that he was running in. He's not coming out of Group 1s over in Europe either. They're not necessarily better.
No, they're not particularly strong. And you alluding to that, for people at home that wonder, racingpost.com. You put in the search engine the horse's name, and it's a little bit of a formulator type thing. It's a little bit of work, but not that much. And it's a great way to look at the Europeans and who they've been running against. A great way.
First-time turfer to kick off the post parade. Here's Jerry the Nipper.
Well, he should be in front. Whether or not he's a turf horse, we'll all find out.
Intriguing prospect. Shoddy, shoddy, shoddy.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he kind of sucked up for third last time out, but I have always had a thing for him, so I'm going to use him. But I don't love him as much as my friend David Aragona, who's madly in love with Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy.
Old the salsa. He would trigger a carryover.
As he should.
There he is. Nothing else to say?
No, I like this horse. He's just a dirt horse, and he's also gotten to be kind of such a plotter.
Yeah. Here is the 6 Celestial City, 7-2.
Listen, he's dropping out of a stake against some good, decent 3-year-olds. He's got some room for upside. He's a playable horse in here.
Called by Uncle Mo for Shug McGahee. 1 of 2 for Chad Brown. Here's Devil's Outlaw.
Listen, 5-1. I'm not a huge fan of him. I picked him second. It feels like a huge overlay to me.
Blinkers going on could help with that focus as well. Here's Thin White Duke out of the same race as Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy.
I like this horse, owned by my friend Steve Christ, from Daily Racing Form fame and the New York Times as well. This horse, and we'll expand a little bit after the post parade, this horse has had a couple of trips and races where he ran better than it looks.
Bay Street Money, the 10.
Look at his races, and from a buyer speeder standpoint, he's fast enough to be competitive here. He got a great trip last time, but still, I don't think he's impossible to price.
Finished second behind Dancing Buck that day. Here's Hidden Enemy for Steve Asserson off the bench.
Yeah, the Aston Barn, one thing they're not good at is layoffs, especially with turf horses. Having said that, if he can improve from last year, he's not without a chance.
Faced some good horses last year as well. Here is the number 11 Coffre back on the turf.
If you want to give him an excuse for that race behind some of these 2 back, the turf course, it was rainy and kind of had a little give in it, so maybe that dissuaded him, but he's still got to improve.
And he was very tough to handle before the race. 2 starts back. Here is the 12 Poet of Life.
I'm not buying there's a big story on this horse. I think it's what you said, Acacia. I think people see the European, Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, and if you're wondering, White Birch Farm is Peter Brandt's breeding farm, and that's so he's a homebred for him. Bringing over a good horse for the Belmont Derby, the potential favorite, Stone Age, next Saturday.
Very talented horse.
Yeah, I think that the colts coming from Europe are much stronger than the fillies.
Meanwhile, you could join Naira Bets today, play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. What's wrong with that? Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Taking a look at the number 6 Celestial City, who is 7-2 on the board, was your tepid favorite opening up. Second last time out in the Jersey Derby, was at the back of a short field, coming on strong, just not in time. The winner did get a little bit of a better trip, but I thought all in all, this horse ran fine that day.
Oh, no, I think he's logical. And as a 3-year-old, he has a right to improve. You look at his buyer figures. Each one gets a little better than the one before it, so maybe a little improvement. The horse who finished third in that race was an okay second in the stake last week ahead of Portfolio Company. I think he's dangerous. I used him. To talk about my horse, the 8 Thin White Duke, Dave Donk is having in a lot of ways, obviously not the kind of meat that Chad Brown or Christophe Clement having, but what he has 11 wins this meet is remarkable.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons is he's really done well with some of these horses he got from Phil Gleaves. Yes, yes, yes. He turned this horse's career around by running him long on the turf. And Perfect Trip or Not, he ran well at Aqueduct in April at a big price. Then the next time, he just got caught out in the middle of the track the whole way. Could never get. Turf horses need to get a little bit of a breather. They need to get a little bit, save some ground somewhere. And he just was always out of position. And then he's chasing a 1.125 miles. I know you agree with me, maybe a little too far for him. And I feel like the one-turn mile, if he can get a little lucky and get the right kind of trip, that he could run well in here. And at a price, he's 13-1. I'm betting a few bucks.
John Velasquez looks for another one as well. Richie, I know you've had a chance to kind of follow Thin White Duke throughout his career. What do you make of him today?
I really like him. He looks very sharp, the 8 Thin White Duke. Really on his toes, not in a negative way, not over the top, just at that simmering point that you like to see. I mean, he's very lively, great energy level, good animation to his stride as he went off in the post parade. I think he's a very live long shot. I think Andy hit on something, some of the trips he's had. But from a physical perspective, it would give me more confidence from what I saw in his warm-up. And I just like to see Phil Gleaves' name there as the, part owner. He's the breeder. Obviously Steve Chris, somebody that's near and dear to all our hearts, who, such a visionary when it came to how to report on racing and get information to people. So easy connections to root for, I guess, is what I'm saying. The 7 horse is going to ultimately be my top selection, though. Devil's Outlaw, I like everything I'm seeing from him. I think the blinkers are going to be helpful. He looks sharp. He closed in a paceless race. I think there's a lot of things to like, and 5-1 I think is very generous. Go to the outside horse, the 12, who is your favorite, Poet of Life. Chad Brown is so good at getting horses ready off of layoffs. I'm seeing a horse that's carrying a lot of extra weight. Now, maybe that's him. Every horse is an individual. Some of them are going to carry more weight than others. He was running 1.25 miles in Europe. One thing that they're very good at, and particularly a trainer like John Gazin, understanding the distances horses will excel at. The fact that he shows up here going 1 mile with, to me, extra weight, not as tucked up as you'd like to see, feels like maybe he's a horse that doesn't put as much into his training, and Chad's getting a race into him to set him up for a longer race in Saratoga. He just does not look that fit to me compared to other Chad Brown horses coming off the layoff. Now, again, it could be an individual thing and a horse that carries more weight, and that's normal for him. Not having the luxury of seeing him before, I just feel like he's really going to need a race to get him where he needs to be from a fitness standpoint.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see what Poet of Life has to offer. Has been gelded, comes back, hasn't raced in September, and really the wild card of the race, but 2-1 on the board right now. Felt like in this spot, Andy, there were some other intriguing prospects that were really, I think, candidates to step forward in this race.
No, I agree. And, you and I were talking off camera. There's the 12. Listen, maybe there's some story we don't know about, and this horse is, quietly working.
We're usually the last to hear.
Right.
Yeah.
Usually? Always. Or if we hear it's the wrong information. You don't want information at the racetrack. Information will bury you at the racetrack over time. You'll have a winner here and there. It just feels like what Richie said is probably true. I'll be very surprised if this horse is a big runner. And there's so much going on in this race. Why are you taking 2-1 in this first time in the country that was running longer over in Europe? I don't see it.
2-1 on the wild card of the race. Carryover triggered in the pick 6 if the 5 hold. The Salsa wins. There he goes, giving the starting gate crew just a little bit of trouble there. New York bred, as we see some talented, intriguing runners in here. There goes Coffre, who could be interesting getting back onto the turf today. Fun way to wrap up the day on the grass here at Belmont Park. We set it up one more time today to track announcer John Embriel, voice of New York Racing, for the call.
Waiting now for Devil's Outlaw and Poet of Life. Devil's Outlaw goes in. Poet of Life will complete the field. And it's a field of 10 going 1 mile on the Widener turf. They're all in. And they're off. Ooh, number 4, Shorty, took a bobble shortly after the start and is the trailer. Jerry the Nipper is out for the lead. Thin White Duke is running in second. And then it's Bay Street Money. On the outside is Caffrey. Down at the hedge is Hold the Salsa, a close-up fifth. And then comes Devil's Outlaw, who's racing in sixth. The break of two to Poet of Life in seventh. Hidden Enemy is next in eighth, followed by Celestial City in ninth. And after that awkward start, Shorty, Shorty, Shorty is the trailer. It's a three-way battle up front. Thin White Duke is in between horses. Jerry and the Nipper on the inside, and Caffrey on the outside. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. 2.5 lengths. Back to Hall the Salsa and Bay Street Money. Those two are together fourth and fifth. Devil's Outlaw runs in sixth, about 6 or 7 from the front. Then comes Hidden Enemy, followed by Poet of Life, Celestial City, and Shorty, Shorty, Shorty. The battle up front continues. Thin White Duke narrowly, Caffrey on the outside, and Jerry the Nipper down at the hedge. Just in behind is Bay Street Money, who's running in fourth. And then comes Devil's Outlaw, who will be forced widest of all on the outside of Hidden Enemy there. 3/4 went in 1:08 and 4. They're in the stretch. Jerry the Nipper has come away with the lead. Thin White Duke runs in second. Bay Street Money is next in third. A late run here from Celestial City, but they're at the 16th pole, and it is Jerry the Nipper. And this has been quite a Saturday for trainer Todd Pletcher. A super Saturday. He won both stakes, 4 victories in all, and he wins the nightcap with Jerry the Nipper.
Jerry the Nipper working on the turf. Todd Pletcher told Richie that he liked how this horse moved over the grass, and he was right. He takes him every step of the way.
Kind of a subtle reminder from Todd Pletcher that to Chad Brown, Saratoga's coming. I'm ready for you.
Yeah, 4-win day.
Yeah, I mean, it'd been a somewhat quiet meet for Chad. I mean, Todd Pletcher, even though he did win the Belmont Stakes, so it was pretty loud, that win. But, I mean, only 15 wins or so coming into this week, which for him is not that tremendous, but boy, did he have a great day today. And Source ran terrific. And, you know, we talk about these paces and stuff. It just wasn't that fast a pace. Then White Duke ran fine. I was saying if the 3 hadn't been resilient and you don't inherit a lead, maybe he would have done much better. But Source was very good, Jerry the Nipper, in here, getting it done. And talking about this race as a wide open race, the 12, 9-5.
Didn't show too much today. A little bit of late run. Jerry the Nipper, though, on the lead under Jose Lascano. Jose Lascano picks up another win today as well, as the number 9, Bay Street Money, was the one that closed and ended up getting second. 3-9-6-8. Thin White Duke holding on pretty well for fourth. Big question, who's the king for the day? I think you can probably figure it out. We'll talk more about it after this on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
everybody. Welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, as we have our live racing done and dusted for the day here at beautiful Belmont Park. Into the winner's circle in the nightcap went the number 3, Jerry the Nipper. Wired the field, taking them every step of the way in his first start on the turf and his first win, Andy, since January 2021.
And, you know, by winning this race, and congrats to Connections for Holy Stable as well, they can take a shot maybe and run in some of those stakes up in Saratoga, maybe the New York bred stakes. And Some Like It Hot is not happy.
Some Like It Hot
Brown. Some Like It Hot Brown.
Yeah.
Actually, I was watching Some Like It Hot on TV last night. It was
Great
on TCM. Some Like It Hot Brown's not happy because now he has legitimate speed.
Yeah.
He's going to have to deal with those races.
Speed to come after him. 50,000 plus if you had them all in today's pick 6 with that carryover. 50,848 to be exact. Charge it, the only short price in the sequence.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually the parlays 200, 300, 1,500, about 9,000 time onto this horse, and about 90,000 less a little bit, about 75,000 roughly, somewhere in there. So it didn't even pay that much more than the parlay. That's a tough. Getting all those horses on the same ticket, congrats if you had it.
Absolutely.
Not easy at all, so
Not
fine job.
Easy. Some impressive handicapping, that's
for
sure, as we saw Jerry the Nipper wrap up the day. And that's a perfect segue into our king for the day. It's a very suspenseful moment as to who it might be. Today's king for a day is brought to you by the talented son of Uncle Mo. Todd Pletcher sweeps both of the stakes today at Belmont Park. Life is good. Charge it. Impressive. 4 wins on the afternoon for the barn.
Well, Todd Pletcher should win the king for the day, not only because he deserves it for today's tremendous day, but also because he trained king for a day. And really,
Uncle Mo.
And Uncle Mo as well, yeah. What I mean, So much happened on today's card, and it just feels like Life is Good running so impressively, then Charge It. And I know they were both big favorites, but they both really delivered in big ways there. And Todd's $2 million first-time starter getting it done very impressively, and Jerry the Nipper showing a complete new dimension you wouldn't have thought of.
You saw a first-time starter, a first-time turfer, 2 graded stakes, really ran the gamut as far as the types of horses that won today. King for a Day stands at Irish Hill and Duchess View's Stallions in New York. Congratulations to trainer Todd Pletcher on the tremendous day of racing that he did have here in New York. At Churchill Downs, though, it's Stephen Foster Day. We just saw the Stephen Foster take place, Andy, and Todd Pletcher had to settle for second here in the Stephen Foster with American Revolution because Olympiad, he is just in tremendous form right now as he picks up yet another victory to make that 5 wins in a row.
And he did not get the best of trips in the Cigar Mile, or he could have been a lot closer to American Revolution that day. And Bill Mott's done a great job with this horse. And you got to think he's heading to Saratoga to take on Life is Good. And Bill's never afraid of anybody. And Olympiad, that's a step forward. But Olympiad has answered the bell every single race this year. He keeps running well. I have to think Todd, well, I'm sure he wished he had won, but he has to be very happy that American Revolution, after last time not running that well, did run a very respectable race and move forward today, and we'll see where he goes next. Maybe points for the Gold Cup at Saratoga Mile and Quarter?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what he does next. As you mentioned, American Revolution disappointing in the blame last time. That hadn't been the immediate goal for him. So coming back and taking a big step forward in today's Stephen Foster, a good side, but Olympiad impressive. Meanwhile, we talked a little bit about the stakes action we have to look forward to tomorrow. Special day of racing on Monday as well. Todd Pletcher's got some big chances in here, too. What do you know? The Manila. We take a look at Annapolis. One of his charges, or rather teased, to be back up here in New York and be in the saddle. Annapolis, who looks so promising as a 2-year-old. We'll see what he can do in this Manila on Monday.
Well, hopefully he'll do better than the horse he's dueling with, the Dwyer Portfolio Company, who was a okay third in that stake last week at Monmouth. And it's hard to know if Annapolis has gone forward because he got in that bog and he lost to a ridiculous 80-1 shot at Penn National. And maybe the Penn Mile shouldn't be a grade 2. Speaking of graded stakes that might be overgraded. Who knows? And I think Todd probably feels similarly because he was talking about running him in the Belmont Derby. The Europeans coming over there, a 1.25 miles off that one race. Todd's adjusting. He'll run here, and if he runs really well here, you can go to the Saratoga Derby. If he runs well enough, then you point to races like the Hall of Fame and the Saranac, and you'll find out more. He's unquestionably the horse to beat.
Todd with 2, likely the pace set by Chanceau to the inside. Annapolis should be sitting just off of that. Ready to perform, meanwhile, for trainer Brad Cox comes out of a second in the Jimmy Murphy, last time out behind Joe. Just Joe. I love that.
Just Joe.
Fantastic.
And he ran better than Just Joe
Yes,
in
he did.
here. He was much more forward, and even though Just Joe had post 10, he stayed in the rail every step of the way until angling off in the stretch. Whereas Ready to Perform was a little bit wide, a little bit closer to a pace that fell apart, and I thought he ran well in there, and he's improved on what was decent enough for him as a 2-year-old. And I think he's a very reasonable challenger to Annapolis and perhaps some others.
You've got Coinage in there as well, who will look to turn things around, get back to his winning ways. He's got some speed. And then you've got Boston Tea Party for Tony Dutrow, who was an impressive first out winner at a good price. That was sprinting, going 6 furlongs, so he'll try to navigate the mile here, but he got an 87 buyer speed figure for this effort.
He was dominant. I mean, this was a very, very impressive score first out. You know, you're involved in the pace, you just motor away from your rivals. Now, this is a much, much, much tougher spot than he was in. But I can understand why Tony wants to take a shot with him in this race because he was super impressive. He doesn't do well. Can always go back to non-winners of 1 with him at Saratoga as well. And maybe he could face that Todd Pletcher monster that ran earlier today. It's never going to be that easy. And he hasn't even gotten to who Chad Brown may have for those races.
An embarrassment of riches, so to speak. Some great performances today, Andy. And you were saying how exciting it is. And we often see some really great racing that it's easy to enjoy. But to have a division like the one that we've been talking about with the presence of Life is Good and some of those other big horses, it's really special to see some big performances and see those horses live up to the hype.
No question about it, right. it's true, living up to the hype. I think that's a very good way to put it. There's a lot of hype for horses, and a lot of horses don't live up to it. These horses are living up to it. They're very, very good. And with Olympiad winning the Foster, it sets up a matchup between Olympiad, who's been so successful this year in all the big races, against Life is Good in the Whitney, as well as some others. It's going to be a great race. The way Charge It put his name into the 3-year-old picture in a very big way today. We like to appreciate Belmont. We're going to enjoy what we have left next weekend's races. I know you and I are greatly looking forward to them, but it does get you a little more, even more excited about Saratoga.
It certainly does. Some big horses who are living up to all of the good comments that we've heard about them. Hope you enjoyed today's performances just as much as we did. Life is Good, impressive earlier on today, as was Charge It for Acacia Clement, Andy Serling, and Richard Migliori. We appreciate you joining us on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back in action tomorrow from 12:30 to 5:30. Charge It, dominant in today's Dwyer. We'll see what he can add to that 3-year-old picture in the second half of the year. Beautiful Belmont Park. The great weekend continues, though. We have live racing on Sunday and on Monday throughout the rest of our holiday weekend. Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted. For the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going